Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at the time of 10:06. Before we get into the full meeting agenda for February 20th, 2025 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I want to quickly provide guidance to those who want to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. A few of you may have already submitted forms electronically, but for anyone else who may wish to testify before the Plan Commission, please fill out the sheets located on the table where you entered the room. Please include your full name, address, if you are for or against the proposal, and if you are here representing yourself or an organization. Please hand your sheets to one of the staff members. People who have completed forms will be called on after each item is presented. Out of respect for the other speakers, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Please line up the microphone behind me and to my left in the order that I call your name. And please do not, and I repeat this, please do not repeat comments that have previously been made by previous speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of staff or of the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on particular proposals. Out of respect for others, please do not interrupt or disrupt the speakers. Any individual who disrupts the presentation or any subsequent comment session may be asked to leave the council chambers or, if necessary, may be escorted out by security. With that, we'll now have a roll call. Commissioner Boatwright. Commissioner Brumfield is present. Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Carney. Commissioner Dowell. Commissioner Escarino. Commissioner Kadakia. Commissioner Laspada.
Here.
Commissioner Lyons. Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Pinheiro.
Here.
Commissioner Cinco Lopez. I'm sorry. Commissioner Tillman. Commissioner Villegas. We will now approve the minutes from January 16th, 2025, regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's hearing. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on January 16th, 2025? So moved by Commissioner Lyons, seconded by Pinheiro. Commissioner Pinheiro. Roll call vote. Commissioner Boatwright.
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfield is yes. Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Carney. Commissioner Castaneda. And I'm sorry for not recognizing you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dowell. Commissioner Kadakia. Commissioner Laspada.
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons. Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Pinheiro.
Yes.
Commissioner Cinco Lopez. Commissioner Tillman. Commissioner Villegas. Oh, did I skip? Oh, did I not call your name?
I hear it.
I'm sorry.
I'm here. No, that's okay.
You are, yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Motion passes. Reminder, we will take public comment for the items on the agenda after each item has been presented. If you have not already done so and you wish to speak on an item, please complete the testimony slip available at the table just outside of the room. Staff members are available to assist if needed and will collect the forms from you. Now we will move on to the public hearing presentation portion for the matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and/or the Chicago Zoning Ordinance. The first item today is listed as D-1, a resolution seeking to adopt the Broadway Land Use Framework Plan. This framework plan will cover land use, development, and zoning recommendations for Broadway between Montrose and Devon and Edgewater and Uptown. This effort builds upon the other recent planning efforts along Broadway and intends to align expectations for future development with community goals. This is in wards 46, 47th, and the 48th ward. Catherine Hurd will provide context overview and present proposed plan. Catherine.
All right, good morning. My name is Catherine Hurd from the Department of Planning and Development. I was also joined by Danielle Kreider. We are both North Region planners. So thank you everybody for joining today. Let me go to the next slide. All right, so we are here to talk about land use and planning along Broadway and near the CTA stations between Devon and Montrose. This aligns with the red purple line modernization work that CTA has done to improve transit service and infrastructure that's being completed now. There are 5 stars that are indicating sites on the map that are currently being used for this construction effort. And these will be unique and rare development opportunities starting in late 2026, early 2027, and more on that in a minute. Go to the next one. So because of the scope of this planning process, we work collaboratively between both the Departments of Planning and Housing, as well as the 46th, 47th, and 48th wards, Uptown United, and the Edgewater Chamber of Commerce. So this process and the resulting recommendations are meant to establish an implementable framework for future decision-making around development. So the visioning behind this happened for years prior for portions of the corridor, and this is an opportunity to pull those together and build upon those goals and priorities, because Broadway is a corridor that's not only important as a local destination, but also a regional corridor. So these studies that are shown here are linked on the project website if anyone wants to look at them further. But there are many common themes and visions that were expressed in these plans. So the intent was to kind of gather those key goals and priorities related specifically to land use and development, and then build upon those to be able to add specificity and determine next steps to implement these visions. So our project partners group started meeting this past summer to kick off the process. DPD completed analysis of the history, demographics, existing conditions along the corridor, which was shared along with opportunities to provide feedback in an open house in October. And that had about 150 attendees, with about that number also providing feedback online if they could not attend in person. And then in December, the input from the fall was translated into draft recommendations, which were shared for feedback in another open house meeting. This one had about 200 attendees, and then the online feedback form for that received nearly 1,500 responses. DPD has also provided an informational presentation to the Plan Commission before coming here today to request adoption of the framework. So implementation of these recommendations, including zoning, have their own separate processes and will follow later this year. So Edgewater and Uptown are both income diverse with a nearly even spread of population for different income levels. They're also made up of renters and low household sizes. Incomes have been rising and diversity has been declining in these neighborhoods, along with a sharp rise in housing costs. So Cranes just reported that the median home price in both Edgewater and Uptown is now over $1 million, with increases of 13% and 22% over the prior year, which is pretty staggering. This is also aligned with much of the community feedback received over concerns about housing availability and affordability. This was one of the top priorities for residents. So this process employed a variety of outreach strategies to reach as many people as possible. As mentioned, there were 2 open houses in both October and December, which had several feedback stations at each. There were also written feedback forms available at those. There were 2 online surveys, as I mentioned, that received quite a lot of responses. And then any other comments, questions, concerns that were shared with any of the project partners. The Alders and ward staff also met with many of the area businesses and walked the corridor, providing information in multiple languages, and met with individual residents and neighborhood groups to collect feedback and answer questions. So there are some key themes that came out of that feedback on the recommendations themselves. And so just to kind of go over the broad strokes of that, there was more support overall in the feedback, and the themes were to support more housing near transit, more housing in general, to be able to help manage the availability and affordability concerns in the neighborhoods, wanting to support small businesses, get investment along the corridor, and promote more affordable units and development that's happening in this area. On the other side, there were certainly concerns expressed about taller buildings and modern apartment buildings, particularly on the west side of Broadway, north of Foster. There was also concern about potential demolition of lower scale buildings and potential displacement of existing businesses, change to neighborhood character, and then of course, concern about traffic and parking. So the goals and priorities initially came from the prior visioning efforts, and so these were helped with the community to help refine and make them more actionable. So there are 4 main categories. One is to improve neighborhood housing affordability through creating and preserving a variety of housing types for a variety of income levels, allowing development that's dense enough to meet the demand for those housing units in the neighborhood. The second main category is to support local business environment by creating more opportunities for people to live on Broadway and support the businesses along the corridor, promoting more active and walkable corridor to attract more foot traffic, and then activate storefronts along the corridor throughout the day, week, and year. The third category is to create a more livable neighborhood, celebrating the unique history and culture of the corridor and surrounding neighborhoods, fostering a transit and pedestrian-oriented environment by encouraging housing near transit and robust multimodal transportation options, encouraging new active uses along the sidewalk, mitigating the neighborhood's carbon footprint by promoting more sustainable development patterns. And then the fourth, which is sort of the implementation aspect of this, is to try to right-size the approval processes to align with those priorities. So that means providing greater transparency and consistency on the expectations for development, reducing barriers to get licenses and activate underutilized storefronts and sites, reduce barriers for projects that support community goals, needs, and priorities, while prohibiting and discouraging projects that are incompatible with community goals. One more. And then maintain opportunities for community impact for community feedback for large or impactful projects. Now, all right, so this land use framework translates the priority goals into more geographic specificity based on the context and input block by block. So each segment of the corridor has been identified in one of 4 main categories that each have their own recommended uses, density levels, and potential zoning districts. So there's more detail in the document if people want to drill down into specifics for specific areas of the corridor. But the goal is to use this as a framework to make future development decisions. So it can be flexible based on the context, but it sets general expectations to help shape land use and development proactively rather than just reacting to proposals individually that could be way off base and end up wasting a lot of time and resources unnecessarily. So at a high level, the categories differentiate ground floor uses and density levels. Starting with the yellow and orange categories, those recommend primarily ground floor commercial with the potential for some limited ground floor residential uses if designed appropriately, and DPD has adopted guidelines for designing ground floor housing on commercial corridors in a way that can be pedestrian oriented and still positively contribute to a walkable commercial corridor. So the yellow segments roughly between Catalpa and Balmoral and Ardmore and Hollywood. The density expectations are slightly lower since those aren't as immediately close to a CTA station, and there are lower intensity uses there already with some limited ground floor housing that's already there, but still would expect to see mostly active ground floor uses there. The orange segments, so this includes the area close to Devon on Broadway, but also mostly the side streets near a CTA station. So that's where there's already some ground floor housing, but a mix with active commercial. So these segments, given their context and proximity to the CTA, are expected to be 5+ stories for new development. And then finally, the red and purple are the highest intensity segments because of their surrounding context and proximity to CTA stations. And these are expected to be nearly entirely active ground floor with commercial and have higher density assumptions for new development, especially in Uptown, where it's expected that major new development would be 6+ stories, though zoning has additional limits on density that might make these recommended heights impossible depending on the site dimensions. So we'll go to the next one. So how we want to use this framework, and again, this is what's being requested for adoption today. So the framework is to create clear expectations for soliciting, proposing, or evaluating projects, creating transparency for everyone from developers, businesses, city entities, ward offices, neighbors, et cetera, to come from a common starting point. And again, this is what's being requested for adoption. Any future implementation efforts, such as rezoning that flow from this, have their own subsequent processes. So it can be used to inform future approvals, such as zoning, either with subsequent zoning recommendations that, again, still need to go through their own public processes, or through individual projects that request zoning changes. And there are a series of triggers in the zoning code that require large projects to get plan development review. That includes additional requirements, review, engagement, and public hearings. For projects that want to diverge from what's allowed under the Zoning Board of Appeals considers applications for special uses or variations for things like setback dimensions. Those are also public hearings where input from the community is included. And then finally, for buildings or districts that have historical significance and have been designated as Chicago landmarks, there is a detailed review of projects and public hearings to get project approvals for that as well. So one of the key opportunities, in addition to some of the other implementation steps, is these sites for they're currently being used by CTA for construction of the Red Purple Modernization Project. Again, these are estimated to become available for redevelopment in late 2026 or early 2027. In 2018, CTA completed a comprehensive analysis and planning effort for the corridor between Ardmore and Leland, which has a lot of overlap with the area that is being looked at here. It includes these 5 properties in the study area and envisions scenarios for redevelopment in preparation to release requests for proposals, which is planned for later this year. So this process updates and builds upon that work to help solicit projects that are most aligned with the overall corridor vision in a more holistic way. So there are currently over 20 different zoning districts in the study area with different restrictions and allowances, and this has created some confusion, especially for small businesses that want to expand next door or move across the street because the regulations are often different. 18 years ago, some portions of the corridor in the 48th Ward were downzoned, particularly on the west side of Broadway. Since that time, no new multifamily development has been completed on the west side of Broadway between Foster and Devon, which is about 1.5 miles. Given that was nearly 20 years ago, there is now an opportunity to reevaluate and adjust for the current and future needs of the community. So again, the specific zoning for each property is not what's being decided today by Plan Commission. There are zoning recommendations included, though, that will require future implementation in a separate process, but it does seem important to explain the rationale for how the framework can help translate that into future zoning districts. So when evaluating the potential appropriate zoning districts, the key mandate is to have a more fair, consistent, and transparent set of expectations for land use and development. The 2 key considerations are to support housing and economic development and local businesses. And so that includes aligning the zoning to support mid-rise mixed-use project by right with additional approvals required for deviation from that, reducing barriers to provide much-needed investment in housing, and then on the business side, allow a healthy variety of commercial uses while balancing compatibility with neighboring priorities, attracting businesses to invest in and activate underutilized properties, reduce barriers for most types of businesses to open or expand, which is especially burdensome for small businesses, districts were selected to minimize conflicts between existing businesses and future requirements when considering more restrictive zoning districts. So if you want to go to the next one. So note that the zoning recommendations are not as varied as the land use framework map because there aren't perfect matches between that and what our existing zoning districts are today. But there is also flexibility within the zoning districts on density. So smaller lots will yield smaller buildings even within the same district because of limitations on height, floor area, and setbacks. At a high level, there are essentially three primary districts in the recommendations, C15, B35, and B25. There are also districts that are essentially being left alone. So that includes existing planned developments, open space, and then there's one existing R zone that's left to avoid splitting a church property. Then there's also the T district, which is transportation for the CTA tracks. So note that there is also a pedestrian street extension proposed along Broadway from Winona to Montrose to pair with the C15 district to support a walkable environment for the Uptown Entertainment District. I want to note that some of these districts are more restrictive for uses and some are more permissive for uses and density. There are no recommendations to reduce density from what is currently allowed. And in addition to choosing districts that best support the goals of the land use framework, there was block by block and parcel by parcel analysis to determine potential impacts for any properties that would end up with a more restrictive district. And that could either become non-conforming with the new district or require a new special use that they would not have had previously. But all legally operating businesses under a new zoning may continue to do so indefinitely, but they might have different restrictions and requirements if they choose to physically expand or reestablish licenses that have lapsed for several months. And those specific businesses have been reached out to or are being reached out to prior to introducing any zoning changes. So I want to talk about 4 common topics we received a lot of questions and concerns about that we'll cover individually to try to address those questions. So the first is the preservation of character and historic resources. So there's concern about what will happen to historic buildings along the corridor. For historic buildings, there's really only one way to require protection in Chicago, and that's to establish them as a Chicago landmark. There are already 39 landmarks and a landmark district along the corridor that have significant historic protections and robust review for projects. Other buildings or districts along the corridor may also be eligible to become landmarks and can and are being evaluated to see if they meet the requirements. But it's very important to balance the competing priorities of the corridor. Obviously, historic preservation is very important, but there are other priorities that are at play as well. So want to also note that development will be incremental and gradual based on the choices of individual property owners and the market conditions. So nothing will happen overnight, and changing the zoning does not automatically trigger redevelopment. There are already many districts on the corridor that have more zoning allowances than what is currently built and have been for a long time. On the transportation side, Edgewater and Uptown are very multimodal neighborhoods with about 40% of households having no vehicle. These neighborhoods are walkable, bikeable, and have a lot of transit options, especially with the current major investment in the CTA. So that's why many people choose to live here car-free or car-light. The land use and zoning recommendations provide more active and walkable development patterns to enable a more multimodal lifestyle. Also want to mention that CTA ridership in this area at these stations in the study area is down to only about half of what it was in 2015. So with all the improvements in the CTA, there is certainly more capacity to serve more residents in the area, especially keeping in mind that Edgewater and Uptown populations are both well below their historical peaks. There's been some questions about traffic and parking. Off-street parking requirements are determined by the zoning code, which determines, which considers the district, use, distance from transit, and other factors. Projects close to transit can request reductions in parking requirements. That's not new for these recommendations. That's been the case for a while. Large projects that trigger a planned development will require traffic review by CDOT, and there are other approvals required for things like parking, accessing alleys, et cetera, to help manage traffic and parking as development happens incrementally. Also, building from past work on Broadway, CDOT has been working on analysis for future potential multimodal street improvements south of Foster, and CDOT will share more about this later this year when they do outreach for those infrastructure improvements. And then one of the key themes that received the most feedback is on the need for more housing and removing some of the barriers to building mid-rise residential buildings near transit to support more demand more sustainably. Beyond what's shared anecdotally, the demographic trends in these neighborhoods do signal the need for more housing. There are desirable neighborhoods with great amenities, and people want to move here and stay here, and that's becoming difficult to do, especially if you are not one of the most well-off who can more easily compete for a limited number of units. So study after study in cities show that increasing housing supply does stabilize the housing market overall, which takes pressure off of existing older and less expensive housing in the neighborhood. Knowing that these neighborhoods need more housing opportunities, what better place to help locate that than this mixed-use corridor along the busiest CTA line in the city. Broadway has a 100-foot right-of-way and significant development capacity. So there is an opportunity to start chip away at that high demand for more housing here. Also note that for any projects that end up being rezoned to allow more development rights, projects of 10+ units will still need to comply with the Affordable Requirements Ordinance and provide affordable units, including by right projects. And then there are opportunities for even larger portions of affordability in the CTA sites that were mentioned previously. And then the final hot topic that we heard a lot about is impact on local businesses. So supporting more activity and pedestrian-oriented design for new development supports more foot traffic, which is critical for small businesses. People able to walk by and have other walkable amenities nearby are more likely to hang out and discover new businesses than those driving by, for example. As mentioned previously, especially small businesses have complained of the red tape that they have to navigate at the city, and unpredictable and uneven zoning restrictions are some of the more frustrating and resource intensive that we've heard about. Zoning recommendations were chosen with existing businesses in mind to minimize impact if the zoning recommendation is more restrictive than it is now, and also allow for a healthy variety of future businesses to invest in and activate the corridor. There's also some questions about business displacement, especially for businesses that own their own building. This has no impact for businesses that rent. This is similar to the concerns about older buildings in the corridor. Rezoning does not automatically trigger sale or redevelopment. Many properties on the corridor, again, lower density than what is allowed to be built today, and development will continue to be gradual and incremental based on property owners and market forces. So wrapping up, today's request is to adopt the land use framework. Following that, there will be opportunities to implement some of the recommendations, including starting the process for rezoning, which again is a separate process. This framework will help inform future development on the lots being currently used for CTA construction, and those solicitations are planned to be released later this year. So those lots can finally be put into productive use after being tied up for years. So with that, I will conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. First, I'd like to acknowledge that Commissioner Carney has joined us this morning. Second, moving on, this is the public comment section of this effort. We do have more than 40 people that are scheduled to speak on this item. So with that, I'd like to call you in threes. And again, just remind all speakers that you do have 3 minutes to speak. First three I would like to call to speak is Norm Craddy, who is against the proposal. The second person I'd like to call up would be Wayne Jacobson, who is against the proposal, and also James Wyman, who are against the proposal. If you can please line up and speak.
My name is Norm Craddy. I'm the acting president of North Edgewater Beach Association. We are vehemently opposed to this proposal. More than 80% of the people that are in my jurisdictional block club are opposed to this. We feel the alderman is not listening to her constituents. We oppose the process. The community is not being listened to the way we are used to being heard. This is going against the way we have ever discussed land use and zoning projects in the 48th Ward. The west side of Broadway is shallower, deeper, shallower lots. It's not conducive to an 8-story building, abuts residential. East side is appropriate. Deeper lots, it abuts the CTA track. That's the way we have been doing it for the last 3 aldermanic administrations. This process needs to be slowed down. The community needs to be listened to. I'm passionate about this. Do not take away our voice.
Thank you. Wayne Jacobson.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Jim Wyman from Edgewater. Building on those comments, the process here was represented to be shortened by necessity due to the overwhelming historical support. The city relies on a 2021 survey of the 48th Ward. If you read the actual document, you cannot claim that what is being proposed here is consistent with what 1,000 people provided in terms of input 4 years ago. This has then led to issues with changes that aren't being even considered. I don't know if anyone else noticed that the draft density plan and the final density plan are identical. There were concerns listened to, particularly with the west side of Broadway, weren't considered, weren't put into action. The zoning that's going to follow strips the community of the ability to make changes to development. I would challenge the claim that there has been no multifamily development on Broadway. From 5500 Broadway to 6300 Broadway, there are 6 completed multi-speed zoning.
Thank you. We do ask that, again, that time is limited to 3 minutes for each speaker. Three minutes per person. Sorry, did the timer not start?
Time against.
But my apologies on that. Noah, if we should give them another minute? Yeah.
So what is going to result from this and the zoning that follows is an inability to give feedback. The alderman's office should recognize the power of feedback. She rejected one set of plans on the west side of Broadway before subsequently approving them post improvement. There was another development on a prior alderman at 6149 Broadway that was going to be an eyesore that the community would live with for 75 years. With the alderman's support and with community feedback, it's actually an attractive building now, and it's the second largest multi-unit building in the area. I simply don't understand the city's contention that building is impossible. We are not a NIMBY neighborhood. We are not an anti-development neighborhood. Buildings get built. They may not get built as fast as developers would ultimately want, but it results in a better product. Our ward is filled with buildings that were thrown up at different points in time and are eyesores, but they're profitable eyesores. Developers are long gone, but we're living with them for 75 years. I think a little more deliberation, I think a community voice is absolutely necessary. The zoning that is going to follow inevitably here will strip us of any ability to say. And even if the developer deigns to listen to us, what's going to happen? They're negotiating from a point where they can say no and get to go ahead with it. We can't have a say on the exterior if they put up a Soviet-style concrete block. If they put in building units that are inappropriate for the neighborhood, no feedback. And the alderman's office can't either, because if they're building to code, we are out of luck. So I would ask that we delay, we consider the neighborhood, and we don't trust in developers considering who's in the White House. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Gwen Jacobson, and I want to begin with a point of agreement. I agree wholeheartedly with the vision for a neighborhood that is revitalized commercially, that offers more affordable housing, and that draws constituents from around the city to a neighborhood that I think we all love and cherish and believe has room for growth, room for development, and room for more affordable housing. The concern that I think you're hearing from many who are opposed to this is a lack of nuance in the planning. And so in a time when it does feel that the power of the pen is being used to unilaterally make decisions on behalf of the country, on behalf of constituents, this is a moment when we can say no. We are going to listen to the local input. We are going to be nuanced in the way that we put forward a plan and then execute it. And we're going to create protections for the historic character of a neighborhood that is unique to this city. It's not actually an ask that should be in conflict in any way with the goals and the vision of a more vibrant, revitalized Broadway corridor. They can exist at the same time. And in fact, they have existed at the same time for a long history of the Edgewater and Andersonville community. The referendum that was referenced in the comments earlier had the support of close to 90% of the neighborhood at the time that it was voted on 18 years ago. When we put forward a petition recently, it also had an overwhelming majority of constituents opposed to the plans on the west side of Broadway, north of Foster. These are not insurmountable challenges. They are not in conflict with the goals of revitalizing this corridor. So I respectfully ask that before this plan go forward, that there are protections put in place to maintain the zoning and the height usage on the west side of Broadway to maintain the historic character of this neighborhood and to accomplish the goals that are being put forth by this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to call the next three speakers. Todd Beisch, who is against the proposal. Michael Pepelucki, hopefully I pronounced that correctly, is against the proposal. And also Butler Adams, who is for the proposal.
Good morning. I'm Todd Beisch, and I'm here to represent the Edgewater community and express my opposition to the zoning change as it stands today. I'll start by saying I'm very pro-development and I'm pro-business, and I want our neighborhood to change and grow and become better than it is today. And it is a great place to live. I've been there for 36 years. I believe that the blanket upzoning does not consider some very critical site-by-site issues that need to be put forth in this proposal. Some specifics here. We need to protect the character of the Bryn Mawr National Historic Commercial District and to preserve that character of that street the way it remains today with some future development that doesn't completely destroy it. Right now, under the current zoning, 2 contributing historic buildings will be demolished and others are under threat as people are looking at these sites to develop. We cannot have the upzoning that's proposed further destroy this national historic district. I would say the same attention should be given to the other retail districts in the 48th Ward, particularly on Berwyn and Thorndale. Lastly, and maybe more importantly, I've been asking for several years and 2 administrations that we look at this corridor in a different way. There are the largest sites available up against the CTA and along stations of anywhere in the city. And these are available for very large developments that can improve our neighborhood and bring housing more quickly to the neighborhood than a rezoning that will be a site-by-site, one-off by one-off developments that might take 2 decades to get more housing. So I ask that the DPD and our city planners look more holistically at a comprehensive plan of how to create transit-oriented developments in Edgewater on these large parcels of land. Give an example to the private development community on what we should be doing in Edgewater on these sites to create more housing and mixed-use experiences for the residents of the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, excuse me. Hello, my name is Mike Podpolucky. I live at 1056 West Glen Lake, and I'm part of NEBA, Block Club, the North Edgewater Beach Association. I wasn't really expecting to talk, but I'm gonna,
Sir, if you could speak
is it
closer to the
closer?
microphone, please.
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. And I've been in the area since 1988, been involved with Kathy Valini, Marianne Smith, and Harry Osterman, yes. So we've always been involved in the development in our area, in our local jurisdictional area especially, with planning, the planning process. And I see sort of a taking with this upzoning that has taken that voice, can take the voice away, a democratic voice away from the community. And that's where I'm most upset about this. I do believe we need affordable housing. I also want to say something else about affordable housing is there are big buyers that have purchased much of the property. I am east of Broadway. Much of the property east of Broadway are large apartment buildings, and they're being bought up by huge corporations. And those prices have gone up in the last 4 years, or 5, I would say 5 or 6 years, from affordable housing units with some, what would you call, development that isn't a rebuilding of the property. It's just like lipstick on a pig. And those are now rented for $2,200, $2,300, $2,500 a unit for a 2-bedroom, up to $3,000 for maybe a 3 or more. And that's where people can't afford it anymore. These properties are also being managed without on-site management. So there's a lot of issues that are coming along that. And the other is rat problems and other things like that. But as far as what's happening on Broadway, as I said, we as communities used to have a voice, and we see that taking our voice away. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Adams.
Yes, my name is Butler Adams, and I want to offer my full support for the upzoning of Broadway between Devon and Montrose Avenue in the Uptown and Edgewater communities. I've had the opportunity to attend several public meetings and events regarding this proposal. October 7th, 2024 at the Firama Restaurant, December 16th at the same restaurant, and just a few weeks ago, there was an online Zoom presentation by DPD. If implemented, there would be an opportunity to construct hundreds of new homes, strengthen a business corridor, and add population to 2 communities that have seen decline from their peak historical populations. This is a chance to replace numerous lots and underutilized land with property tax generating developments. Though there's always opposition, the vast majority of attendees and responses to the proposed upzoning at those meetings seemed at that time to be positive. While there's always concern about height, 8 to 12-story buildings constructed more than a century ago already exist in this corridor, and matching or slightly exceeding these heights should be considered. In recent years, we've seen the upzoning of more than 600 properties along a 5-mile stretch of Western Avenue between Addison and Howard Street. And the next proposal on the agenda today is the upzoning of 95th Street, 2 miles between Cottage Grove and Halsted Street. Continued upzoning of major thoroughfares along high-volume public transit routes and is an efficient way to grow transit ridership, property tax revenue, and the population of the city with denser multifamily housing of varying types. I hope DPD will look into creating a master ETOD plan for the entire city, the abundant housing and equitable TOD densification plan. And I do hope that Plan Commission approves this proposal. Again, these two neighborhoods have seen population declines. Uptown has seen negative 27,000 people since its peak in Edgewater. It's a bit more stable, but they've lost almost 6,000 people for a total of more than 33,000 residents who have left these neighborhoods from their peak populations. And I would like to certainly thank the 3 alder people of these wards where this project is being proposed. Thank you for thinking ahead and thinking bigger and bolder. From all the comments I saw online for this meeting, there were roughly 148 pages of letters against this proposal. However, there were more than 299 pages for this proposal. And I hope you all approve this project as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Would the next 3 speakers line up? Stephen Jenke, who is for the proposal, Kyle Lucas, who is for the proposal, and also David Alvarado, who is also for the proposal.
Hi, my name is Steve Jenke. I'm a resident of.
If you wouldn't mind speaking into the mic, please. Sure. Feel free to adjust.
Hi, my name is Steve Jenke. I'm a resident of the 47th Ward, and I strongly support the Broadway upzoning proposal as is for the following reasons. 1, building more housing units is essential for making housing more affordable in Chicago. We should allow supply to meet demand. 2, the area specified by the proposal is precisely along the CTA's Red Purple modernization project. We've invested billions of dollars in very modern rapid transit infrastructure, and we should couple that with maximizing housing opportunities for people to live close by and utilize it. 3, more housing means more property taxes, and more property taxes enables the city to provide better and more stable services. If we want to keep Chicago a thriving city, we should be jumping at the opportunity to make it more financially sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas?
Hello, my name is Kyle Lucas. I'm the Executive Director of Better Street Chicago, and I'm here today to voice my full support for the Broadway land use framework. And I would like to express this support because by proactively rezoning parcels along Broadway, the city can maximize the corridor's exceptional transit connectivity and allow for more walkable, pedestrian-focused corridor. With an estimated 18,000 additional housing units, local businesses would have a significantly increased customer base, as would the CTA. As we all know, the CTA is currently struggling, and with station ridership, it's currently only at 50% of 2015 levels along the corridor. Providing more adjacent housing to transit would help boost CTA's ridership by ensuring it has a more sustainable customer base to adequately fund operations in the face of the fiscal cliff that is coming. This plan would also provide a roadmap for how Chicago can effectively implement sustainable and equitable growth, ensuring residents have access to affordable transit-oriented housing, small businesses have reliable bases of customers, as well as ensuring that smart development doesn't get mired in unnecessary bureaucracy. And on a personal note, I just want to share, I hear a lot of grumbling and I hear a lot of conversation around neighborhood character. I am a former resident of Uptown. I used to live in Uptown until I couldn't afford it anymore. And so I moved to Edgewater. And I really loved living in Edgewater too, over by the Granville station, until I couldn't afford it anymore. And I had to leave. I love this corridor, and I wish that I could still live there, but unfortunately, I was priced out because there's a lack of affordable housing And something like this would really enable people like me to stay. And, I hear a lot about neighborhood character, and it usually is a dog whistle for just opposing any sort of development and housing. Oh, you can boo me all you want, but you hear this booing, right? This is people who are here who have lived in this community for a long time, who don't want poor people like me to live in the neighborhood with them. And so this is why I am here today, support this, because I believe that everyone in Chicago deserves to be able to afford to live next to transit. That's what I want, and it's been really difficult for me my entire life, the time that I have lived in this city, to find that affordable housing. And I know that there are so many other people like me. So I urge you to support this framework so people like me can get rooted in a community and live there and have the longevity of living in a community like so many of the people who here today who are claiming they're opposed to this have had the fortunate opportunity to have. Thank you.
Before we move forward, I would just encourage everyone to please allow the speaker who's speaking to speak and not interrupt that speaker when they are speaking out of courtesy. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. So my name is David. I'm a resident of the 46th Ward in Uptown, and this is something that's very personal to me. I grew up in originally LA County, and throughout my entire life, we've been displaced further and further from the city center. And as I grew older and as I learned about the causes of this displacement through university, I am so heartened to hear that the city of Chicago has such a bold plan that would have prevented my childhood from being feeling like I didn't have a community. This upzoning would make development so much easier and allow for more supply to prevent displacement. And I have my full support. I also want to highlight the voices that aren't here. People like my mom who really wants to move to Edgewater, but she can't. And this type of development will, I believe, estimated like 4,000 affordable units. And all these people who don't have a voice currently, that can't put their voice in these community meetings, that will be able to if these developments are allowed. So I have my full support for this Broadway land use framework, and I just admire so much the bold planning of the alderman. So thank you.
With the next three speakers, please line up in this order. Ellen Stanky, who is for the proposal. Wilson Hartz, who is against the proposal. And also Michael Bellini, who is against the proposal. Those speakers, please line up.
Hi, my name is Ellen Steinke, and I live in Lakeview, but when I was apartment shopping a couple months ago, I was looking around Edgewater and I really fell in love with it. But ironically, I brought my Valencia, Spain tote bag here today because we aren't allowed to have backpacks. But it got me thinking that one of the things that I really love about Edgewater is that it shares a lot of qualities with the community like Valencia. It's community focused, it's beautiful, and has a slower, more walkable feel compared to other parts of Chicago. And so that's one reason why I support this plan. It helps Edgewater grow without losing what makes it special. So the framework allows for allowing more housing in mixed-use buildings in a way that makes sense, proactively rather than on a case-by-case basis where politics can stall much-need development. So we all know that high housing costs have gotten out of control, and we need more homes if we want to keep Edgewater a place that keeps renters, families, and longtime residents that can actually afford a place to stay. But we also have to make sure that, like, if these big corporations are building big buildings, they can't just go and jack up the prices. I think we know that people are like buying up the buildings and jacking up the prices. So it's not just building. We have to have regulations that prevent these corporations from creating monopolies in these cities. So that is an issue. So at the same time, I understand the concerns about preserving the character of the neighborhood. I would like to see more buildings that reflect Edgewater's classic architecture, like bay windows, brick facades, and that timeless architectural Chicago style, which is one reason why I moved to Chicago. And I'm interested in organizations like Better Streets, is because the built environment of Chicago is so special, and there is something very special to the places that we build and live, and that's one reason why I think we should push for preserving, not just stopping building, but building buildings that fit in our beautiful Lake Spain. So yeah, but we should also make sure that it's easier for people to use the CTA and get around on foot and get around on the metro, which is very similar to Spain, which is very community oriented and just prioritizes people over cars and corporations and stuff like that. So ultimately, I think this plan is a step in the right direction for housing affordability and sustainability. So I want people to listen to the people in the neighborhood, but also how can we build more housing that fits in and encourages walkability and makes sense. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hartz.
Morning, Dr. Wilson Hartz. I live in Lakewood, Balmoral. I rise today to urge you to vote against the portion of the proposed plan that upzones the west side of Broadway between Foster and Bryn Mawr. I live on the east side of Magnolia, which shares the alley with the west side of Broadway. Many of the homes on Magnolia East Side were built between 1900 and 1920, which is when Lakewood, Balmoral was born. Many of us on Magnolia and so many others throughout the neighborhood have invested hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars on our properties in order to upgrade our homes and restore the glory to the architectural gems that we've bought. Because of our personal investments, property values have risen dramatically. Property taxes now average around $20,000 per lot. Our Lakewood Balmoral has been registered in the National Registry of Historic Places since 1998, which recognizes it as a monumental neighborhood development over time. A zoning change would allow non-congruent buildings as high as 80 feet to be built directly across the alley from these homes. One of them is mine. I've lived there since 1990. It was built in 1903 by a German builder for a German doctor who bought the house. I've measured it, and it's the alley is 15 feet across and would be adjacent directly across that alley that these buildings would be built, which puts it 65 feet from my back door. And when I think of an 80-foot building with 6 stories of apartment windows all facing my property with an unobstructed view of my backyard and all the back windows of my living room, my family room and kitchen, I can't think of any more greater invasion of privacy than that. The 70 to 80 foot tall buildings with 100 units, which have been proposed, would move in, would be more people there than are within those 100 units would be greater than the number of people in all of Magnolia, both sides between Foster and Bryn Mawr. Buildings like that don't blend into the neighborhood; they take it over. And many of the neighbors in my neighborhood have lived there for 20, 30, 40, even 50 years. We've become used to a calm, quiet, and sophisticated, if I may say, historic living area, which we don't want to change. And I think a building like this would change the whole, I use the word character, of the area. So I would ask our planners to get rid of the one-size-fits-all thinking and thoughtfully plan to place appropriate buildings in appropriate places. They have to fit in or they shouldn't be built. This building that I'm talking about behind my property is obviously wouldn't fit.
Mr. Hartz, I do want to let you know that your 3 minutes has expired. Mr. Volini? Mr. Volini, are you here? Okay. With that, I'd like to move on to the next three speakers. Margie Fritz Birch, who is against the proposal. Stephen Alton, who's against the proposal. And Patricia Sharkey, who's against the proposal. The three of you could please line up to speak.
Hi, I'm Margie Fritz Birch. I've lived in Edgewater since 1981. Is the mic on?
Yeah, just a little
okay.
closer, please.
I've lived in Edgewater since 1981. I live in a condo on Norwood. My condominium is 1/4 of a block west of Broadway. I have a hard time with some of the data that you've been spewing this morning about what a wealthy white community we are. When I moved in, my condo cost $70,000. The people that have lived here for 30, 40, 50 years are the people that made this community what it is today. When I moved into Edgewater, Edgewater was not a nice community, not at all. And that's why people want to live in Edgewater, and I appreciate that. We are a welcoming community. We are not against affordable housing. We are not against development. We are against this proposal. This blanket down upzoning all across this affects our ward more than anybody else's. This is from boundary to boundary in the 48th ward. And it is totally unacceptable because, I mean, there's just no planning here. There's been no input study. We had meetings when you talk about you were building on the visioning that we had during the Osterman administration. This is not anything similar to that. They're not at all. And this is not what we agreed to. We had 4 public meetings, 1 at Senn High School, 3 at the Armory. Right now, currently, there are 311 units being built in the 48th ward as we speak. We always agreed to the buildings that were going to go on the RTA plots. That was agreed to before this project ever started. Bickerdike is going to be building a building on Broadway with 94 truly affordable housing units for low-income people. We are all in favor of that. There is a building on Clark Street, between Clark Street, Broadway, and Winthrop. 311 units are being created right now, and 94 with Bickerdike. This fact that we do not want development, we don't welcome affordable housing is absolutely untrue. I am not a NIMBY. I am not a wealthy white person. Our ward is very diverse. We want to keep it that way, but this proposal has been no impact study, no research, nothing. I mean, I'm sorry, this has to be slowed down. We need community input. Posted notes and Zoom meetings are not community input. I'm sorry, that just doesn't follow through. And I beg you, please, to slow this down, consider our neighborhood. When you say you upzone 95th Street to 4 stories, that's exactly what Broadway is, 4 stories. You upzone Western Avenue to 4 stories. We already are 4 stories. I mean, we're in full agreement with your ideas, your visioning, but not this plan. And we do not want to lose our retail. We do not want to lose our 1, 2, and 3-story buildings that you refer to as underutilized. There's much more that needs.
Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman and members of the commission, my name is Patricia Sharkey. I'm the president of the ENN Neon Block Club in North Edgewater. I'm also the convener of a group of 10 48th Ward block clubs that oppose the DPD's proposed upzoning of North Broadway without further study. The residents of Edgewater respectfully ask this commission to do its job and defer action on the DPD's Broadway land use framework. Deferral is necessary because DPD's proposal will greenlight a massive, unprecedented, and unexamined upzoning for every parcel on a 12-block stretch of North Broadway in Edgewater. Alarmingly, DPD proposes to upzone Broadway to the highest height and density allowed under the city zoning code for a business district. Even more alarming, DPD is making this radical proposal without having conducted comprehensive planning for Broadway, like they have done for 95th Street, like they did for Western. They are not doing it for Broadway. In the face of legitimate objections from the affected community, the department has basically responded in writing, but has not met with us, has not incorporated any of our concerns. And this is not something that has come out of the community. As Margie said, This is something that's inconsistent with the real planning process that went forward, the real visioning process that went forward under Alderman Smith in 2006 that established the existing zoning and which was confirmed under Alderman Osterman in 2021. DPD has put the cart before the horse in this case. Zoning is a tool that is supposed to follow a plan. Why do we have a framework here and we have a plan for 95th Street that you're going to be looking at later? We want comprehensive planning. There is no study, there's no plan here. To be specific, there has been no study of the impacts on traffic and parking. There's been no study of surrounding residential uses, no study of canyonization of Broadway, light and open space, legacy and historic buildings, existing small businesses and affordable housing impacts. And by the way, there's been no study of commercial property tax assessments that are going to increase, we have been told by experts, are going to increase across all of these business properties on Broadway due to this upzoning. There is really no disagreement, by the way, that this proposal is radical. DPD has admitted to us that this proposed height and density is generally reserved for downtown business districts. They have been able to cite to us, we specifically requested the 10 block clubs opposing, give us an example of where this exists. We were told by the commissioner that there are no examples of this height and density being prescribed or any other neighborhood business corridor. DPD has also admitted that -5 zoning is not a good tool for infill construction, even though it says that's exactly what they expect to be doing on Broadway. So DPD's own admissions.
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes has concluded. We want to respect everyone's time. Can the next speaker please speak?
Hello. Hi, my name's Steve Hutton, and first I want to say thanks for everyone that's come out, both pro and against. I think this is a reflection of our love for our community, and I think any plan going forward should reflect that love, okay? Interest rates, building costs are sky high right now. What is the rush? We're running into this without a thoughtful, detailed analysis of how this is going to affect existing residents, existing businesses. No one is against affordable housing. We want it to be done intelligently, thoughtfully, with planning, foresight. What other part of society is this shoot first, ask questions later approach acceptable? Why is it acceptable here? Thank you.
Thank you. Would the next three speakers please line up to speak? Noah Wright, who is for the proposal, Allison Darrenhill, who is for the proposal, and also Neil Markland, who is for the proposal. And I just want to make sure that when the speakers do line up, the timer is reset for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
I'm Noah Wright with the Chicago Growth Project. I attended every community meeting for the Broadway Land Use Framework. I thought it was actually an excellent process. As you heard earlier, it received feedback from thousands of people, and they incorporated that feedback into the framework and made adjustments. I'm speaking in favor of the land use framework. I think more housing next to good transit will grow tax revenue and also is just a good idea for the city more broadly. The way I see it, we have three options in a time of difficult budgets. We can raise taxes, we can cut services, or we can grow. Of those three, I strongly prefer growth. I don't want to see my services cut. I don't want to see my taxes go up. My only critique is that this doesn't go far enough. This is a good start, but what we really need is a city-wide process to encourage this type of simplification and streamlining of zoning. And That's all. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Good morning, members of the commission. My name is Allison Darahill, and I'm a resident of the 46th Ward. I'm here with Abundant Housing Illinois, and I've come to speak in support of the Broadway Land Use Planning Framework as is. I'd like to tell you a little bit of story. In the spring of 2023, the Missouri Attorney General issued a regulation banning gender-affirming care for all ages for people in Missouri. The following 2 months were a mess of confusion for people like myself who scrambled to figure out how we would continue to receive affirming care in the state. It was a very powerful lesson as I received dozens of emails from all of my doctors explaining how they would no longer be able to offer the care that I was receiving in the state, and then I would have to find doctors in either Kansas or some other state to continue my transition. Following this incident, my spouse and I made up our mind to leave Missouri so we would not have to face a crisis like that again. This story repeated itself for tens of thousands of families across the state that year. Many of those people, like myself, will find themselves seeking a place to live in a safe place like Chicago. Following the overturning of Roe v. Wade last year and the election and subsequent flurry of executive orders this year, there will be more and more people like myself and others who will be continuing to try to move to Chicago to live a life free of discrimination from their state or federal government. I also speak on behalf of my sister-in-law, who is a poor young woman who lives in Edgewater and doesn't have the opportunity to speak here, like myself and many others that are here today. She also fled Missouri in response to homophobia and discrimination that she faced living in that state. Now she lives here and is living a much better life and is able to just barely afford to live in the Edgewater neighborhood as is today, but the rents continue to rise and threaten to make her have to move even further north to Rogers Park or potentially even further north out of the city or to some other neighborhood very far away from myself and my spouse. This would be an awful way for her to have to live in a city where she knows nobody other than myself and my spouse and has almost no money to afford to do anything other than just go to work and come home and pay her rent. The Broadway Land Use Framework creates the opportunity for new housing to be built in 2 neighborhoods that are currently facing an affordability crisis, but will undoubtedly continue to see more people looking to move to them. Uptown and Edgewater will be places that people like myself from red states look to move to given the affordability of these neighborhoods compared to others around Chicago. The lower cost of living and incomes of people fleeing from red states, including the 5 surrounding Illinois, are going to be contributing factors to how hard it is for people to move here. And we need to create more housing so that people can move here, specifically to neighborhoods like Edgewater and Uptown that are very close to LGBT centers.
Hello, my name is Neil Markland. I'm here with Abundant Housing Illinois. I visit the Argyle Quarter often to visit the excellent small businesses there. I really appreciate the unique dining and grocery options I can find there. However, every time I go there, I can't help but notice all the vacant storefronts that are on this corridor. I can tell that the community used to be much more vibrant than it was before. I'm sure the people who used to live there are long gone and probably not coming back. However, I think that this plan will help inject new life into this corridor. Where I see vacant storefronts, I see an opportunity for new mixed-use developments to replace them, which will offer more housing options for residents as well as give all the commercial tenants nearby a new customer base. Our city is facing a budget shortfall, and we need the tax revenue to plug those holes, unless we want to cut services or raise even more taxes on our residents in the future. It's also near Red Line, which we just poured over $2 billion into, and these new residents can also be new transit riders. I would hate for all that money to go to waste by artificially lowering density in the area. I was able to attend the open house in October for this proposal and felt my voice was appropriately heard. I know there are a lot of people who have lived in the neighborhood for a while fighting against this proposal today, but it is a shame that they did not have the same fight in them to fight against all those ugly suburban strip malls filled with national chains that line this corridor today that have driven the other small businesses in the area, that have driven all the small businesses out of business and actually killed the neighborhood character. This land use plan, in addition to the Western Avenue one, are great starts to solving our city's financial and affordability problems, and I hope to see similar plans applied to even more underutilized corridors in the future. Let's not kill this positive momentum by watering down this proposal and adopt it as it was written by DPD. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to ask the next three speakers to line up in this order. Ian Kidwell, who is for the proposal. Chloe Groom, who is for the proposal. And John Holden, who is against the proposal.
Oh, we got to go in order?
We'd appreciate that. Thank you. In the interest of time. In the interest of time, please.
Thank you. That's what I thought. My name is John Holden. I'm the president of the Edgewater Historical Society and a vice president of the Epic Block Club, which represents an area adjacent to Broadway. 6 years ago, the Edgewater Historical Society conducted an extensive survey of the architecturally significant buildings located along Broadway between Foster and Devon Avenues in the Edgewater community. We found 46 noteworthy structures, and we believe that these buildings merit preservation. The list of these buildings can be found online at edgewaterhistory.org. The History Society recognizes that continued development is inevitable and even desirable. However, we believe firmly that optimal development would also respect the best of the current built environment. In the past, the Department of Planning and Development has simultaneously created historic districts in areas that it has upzoned for greater development. This was previously done on the Southside Motor Road District and in Fulton Market District, which is currently the hottest site for development in Chicago. Numerous studies have demonstrated that communities that respect and preserve their historic buildings are more successful in attracting new businesses and residents and do better economically over time. And I guess that's why we have so many of these young people who've moved to Edgewater. We believe that such an approach should also be incorporated in future planning for Broadway. And quite honestly, the first time I heard anything about a historic district was this morning. So this is indicative of how rushed this process has been. We have not been consulted on this, but we stand ready to work with the Department of Planning and Development. In its framework document, DPD does reference some of the noteworthy structures currently along Broadway, but offers nothing more than wishful thinking for the preservation of these placemaking structures. It has been noted that a number of structures were also included in the City of Chicago's Historic Resources Survey, which was conducted under Mayor Washington's administration. However, you probably all know orange rating status does not come with any guarantees that these buildings will be saved. It just provides a 90-day hold on the demolition permit. We have already lost several of these buildings that were identified in the Historic Resource Survey. We don't want to lose any more. We believe that there can be compatible, higher density, but we have to respect the context of the community that this development would take place in. So I would also like to point out, I heard a number of very egregious misstatements of fact this morning. Ms. Hurd said that there was no development on the west side of Broadway over the last 25 years. That is completely inaccurate. There were 7 developments on the west side of Broadway, some of which exceeded the 4-story limit that was previously there. We work with developers to come up with better buildings. That's what the zoning is there for, to encourage the developers to work with the community. So we encourage you to do something that will preserve that right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. Good. Are we in the afternoon now? Probably. My name is Chloe Groom. I'm not the president of anything. I'm here just as myself. I was fortunate that I could take off from work to attend something like this. And I enjoy these kinds of things, seeing how the city works, and it's sort of a hobby for me. I want to voice my full support for the Broadway land use planning. I think this is really visionary, seeing 3 different wards come together to all, meet the housing affordability crisis that Chicago is facing is inspiring. And I think that should continue happening across the city. I mean, I think someone said this earlier, if we could upzone the whole city, I think that would be fantastic. I have heard, there's kind of the challenge with this is that, let me step back even further, actually. I have 2 minutes. Yeah, I can do this. I moved to Chicago 2 years ago from California. I have lived and worked extensively in the Bay Area. I went to school in Los Angeles. I have seen the housing in California become downright apocalyptic in terms of affordability, and that's why I'm not there anymore. It feels like, on a small scale, it happens over and over again in Berkeley, in Westwood, all these places I've lived where there's this tension between people who haven't, seen change. The cities haven't built anything in 50 years. And to kind of make up for it, we have to jump really high to the next thing. And that understandably is upsetting. I understand that it can be really scary for something to change that quickly. But the reason that that happened is because we've been micromanaging zoning for 50 years, for 30 years maybe in Chicago, but I'm familiar with California. We need to streamline zoning. We need to make it easier for people that own property to do what they want with it and what makes sense to pencil, whether that's a business or an apartment building. We just need to get out of the way. So I think this is a great step forward. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ian Kidwell. I'm here to voice my support for this proposal. I'm also not the head of a block club. I'm a lifelong Chicago resident who grew up near this corridor. And I think this is a really exciting proposal. I love the presentation. I guess one of the other things that I would like to address is, yes, that I hope that upzoning like this will be expanded to other neighborhoods. A similar approach will be taken to other corridors. My concern, I guess, right now with the city and with transit is that while there are a lot of improvements being made to transit corridors, to pedestrian and cyclist-oriented corridors, I'm worried that not enough is being done to ensure that affordable housing will be available along these corridors and that people will not be priced out of these new, for example, red line stations that the CTA is refurbishing. So one of the reasons I'm for this proposal is that it allows affordable housing, right? And I think that this does maximize the value of all these new stations that are coming in. And that's just one of the reasons I'm excited for this proposal. I also love visiting still this neighborhood, even though I don't live nearby it. And I would be really excited to see what this could do to help local businesses flourish. I'm concerned, or I guess, again, I'm concerned overall with Chicago. I'm concerned with the way that housing is going. I just don't think there's enough housing supply in general. And so solutions like this need to be executed in some parts of the city. And along this corridor, I think is just the perfect place to do it. And so that's why I'm in support of the proposal.
Thank you. The next three speakers, if you could please line up in this order. Vicki Gordon Martin, who is against the proposal. Troy McMillan, who is against the proposal. And Carol Silver, who is also against the proposal. If you could please line up in this order.
Thank you for this opportunity. I have a question. What makes Chicago a world-class city that was showcased in August by our mayor? Chicago's unique neighborhoods. The Broadway framework, as is demonstrated, the planning process itself should have brought us all together, because what I've heard is that we all have the same values. We care deeply about the quality of each and every one of these unique neighborhoods. But the radical proposal to upzone with zero data of what the outcomes would be is dividing us, not uniting us. What we need from our governmental leaders at this moment in history is to unite us around our values and supporting each other. I want to see, I have lived at 5300 Lake Wayne for 33 years. When I moved in with my husband, I'm a retired professor at Loyola. He's still a professor at DePaul, and I find it hurtful that people stereotype us as the wealthy people. When I moved in, there were 2 abandoned houses on this across, and I worked with the police department to set up a sting operation to get a drug house off of our block. Those are who we are in this neighborhood. That's what we care about. Please, please do not take away our rights to make a difference and to pull this neighborhood together. We want to have all of the young people, all of the diversity. Why do you think we went through what we've been through? We believe in these values. We live them every single day. So I beg you, do not take away our rights. We have not had input, we've not been listened to, and we've been stereotyped. And it's unfair. So please, please bring our communities together around an effective plan to have growth. And I've asked specifically 3 different times to our alderperson, where is the environmental statement? I stand here, there's a 500-year-old tree that will live beyond us only if you say no to this plan.
All right. Hello, my name is Troy McMillan. I am a 48th Ward resident. I am not the president of anything either. So I'm coming to you as a resident. To the Plan Commission members, I urge you to really put this Broadway land use planning framework on hold till you have more information, until you are satisfied that you have the right amount of information for you to make an informed decision. I am an economist by trade, by profession, and we love numbers and we love statistics, and we can pretty much make them say anything that we want to. So I ask you, the numbers that PDP is putting forth, we need to know if those numbers are indeed the true numbers. I love that everybody's coming here today and they're saying, and we need this, and there's 80% that and 20% that. Well, I'm going to tell you that 87% of the time we're making up that statistic. So yeah, just take that into consideration. But the reason for my standing up here today, and yesterday on an open call with the alder of the 48th Ward, she encouraged us to attend the council meeting, this meeting today, this hearing, and voice why we don't want the Broadway upzoning plan. It's not simply a matter of a NIMBY or even a YIMBY, yes, in my backyard. It's a matter of due diligence, community input, and thoughtful discourse between all of the stakeholders. Okay, so you've already heard that DPD has done a superficial, what we're calling a superficial framework here. Here's what a study actually looks like. That's a study, folks. This is the 95th Street Corridor Plan, which of course they're going to be voting on, you're going to be voting on that later today. But this is a real plan. Western Study Corridor study. These are studies. This is Edgewater's framework right here. Okay, this is what we have going on here. So I would urge you to really just take a step back and really do your own based on our information and based on PDP's information. Okay, and just hold off on this just a little while and get some more input from the residents of Edgewater and yes, Uptown. The 95th study had 6 community meetings. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carol Silver. I live in Lakewood Balmoral in Edgewater. I oppose the proposed framework not only as it relates to density, but also as it relates to the expansion of permitted uses resulting from the change from B1 to B3. To my knowledge, no one has asked for that change in authorized uses. In fact, the proposal is inconsistent with DPD's own stated goals, stated here, in fact, about this change on Broadway. Those include improving neighborhood housing affordability, supporting the local business environment, having more walkability, more active walking corridor and not parking lots, strip centers, drive-through facilities, and overall livability of the neighborhood. I support those goals. I have to say those are DPD's stated goals. They have not had an opportunity or taken an opportunity to allow the community to generate its stated goals for what should happen on Broadway. But I do support them. Moving to B3 zoning will be inconsistent with satisfying and reaching these goals. More than 20 new uses will be available as of right. They include a car repair shop. You have to drive there, not walkable. An entertainment venue that can seat up to 999 people. They're not all going to take the train or walk there. A residential storage facility. Again, you got to bring stuff. You have to drive. And a recycling center for things like glass, metal, and paper, and also inedible animal and marine matter. None of those will further walkability in the neighborhood, its local business environment, or livability, much less affordable housing. Nor would a crematorium or a gas station or a pawn shop further those goals, but each is permitted under B3. Some may require a special use permit, but that process does not require community oversight. And in a recent instance, a special use application went unnoticed by the Alderwoman's office, so there was no oversight whatsoever. The upzoning is unprecedented and unresearched. DPD has not made a case for the advantages of moving to B3. It should study, I'm just repeating what others are saying, how the use that is allowed under B3 will impact existing uses of property on Broadway, which include a kids' playground, a preschool, small theaters, restaurants that are locally owned and managed, and services like physical therapy. Those are consistent with walkability, livability, and affordable housing. I want to last add that the zoning changes are proposed in the midst of neighborhoods that are maybe different, but real communities. And we're here, we who live here are here today because we do care. Thank you.
With the next 3 speakers line up in this order. Chuyi Wen, who is for the proposal. Sarah Wilson, who is also for the proposal. And forgive me if I mispronounce this name, just trying to read this correctly. John Sharmello could also speak, who's actually against this proposal.
Good morning. My name is Chu Yiwen. I am a homeowner in the 44th Ward. I'm here today because I know the city of Chicago needs to build more housing, and quickly. My mother-in-law recently retired and wants to move to Chicago to be near her grandchildren. She doesn't want to drive a car, so living in a walkable neighborhood near high-quality public transit is a must. To live within 15 or 20 minutes of us, there are only a few neighborhoods that are options to choose from. Due to the shortage of housing, those neighborhoods are also increasingly becoming harder and harder for the average person to afford. Partly, this is because every new housing development is met with endless zoning fights by local NIMBY groups, which in turn drives up the cost of every single new development proposal and accelerates the rising cost of existing housing stock. A large-scale upzoning like this one is a fantastic opportunity to make it much easier to build new housing, increase the number of people living within walking distance of and using the CTA, and spur the development of many new thriving businesses that can serve all the new residents this upzoning will bring. Hopefully, my mother-in-law can soon be one of them, and she can spend her time playing with her grandkids instead of scrolling pictures of them from 3 states away. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioners, my name is Sarah Wilson. I'm the Executive Director of Uptown United and Uptown Chamber of Commerce. Uptown United is the neighborhood community economic development organization that's a nonprofit serving Chicago's uptown neighborhood. Our organization supports the passage of DPD's Broadway Land Use Planning Initiative and encouraging the Plan Commission to approve it. Broadway is the spine of Uptown's neighborhood, connecting our diverse neighbors and businesses with each other along the way. Over the last 10 years, Uptown United has engaged in many catalytic studies and neighborhood planning activities that have helped to support small businesses, facilitate development, and improve quality of life for Uptown's residents. The billion-dollar reconstruction of CTA's Red-Purple Alliance has brought economic hardship to our businesses, yet yields potential for new affordable housing and the necessary foot traffic our businesses require. In 2018, Uptown United embarked on a plan for the commercial corridors along Wilson and Broadway near the newly built Wilson Station. The plan's goal was to support and build a thriving commercial district. As part of the process, numerous businesses and property owners were interviewed and common themes emerged, including this part of the neighborhood is too auto-oriented. There's plenty of room for more residents and businesses. These properties should be denser to take advantage of the CTA. Additionally, in 2023, Uptown United commissioned a site development study to explore how policies and initiatives from the City of Chicago's new ETOD ordinance affect Uptown. The goal was to engage community stakeholders in shaping a vision for these sites to create a guide for future development throughout the neighborhood. And key themes documented included prioritizing affordable housing, maximizing public spaces and size and programming, pushing the limits on density, height, and number of units, and placing emphasis on street frontages and streetscapes at Broadway and Wilson. We believe the DPD Broadway Land Use Planning Initiative is a critical step toward these themes. For nearly 9 months, DPD engaged stakeholders through virtual and in-person steering and community meetings to achieve what we have advocated for, a framework that the many stakeholders can use to facilitate thoughtful, meaningful development along this diverse corridor. It is understood that a framework is a guide for future development and future implementation and not definitive actions. Uptown United views this framework as a critical first step in initiating much-needed reviews. Additionally, since 2018, Uptown United has requested clear and consistent design and massing guidelines that address the shifts in development patterns, especially for ground floor residential and commercial corridors. We're encouraged by the suggestion of pedestrian street designation, which provides necessary guidance on aesthetics for new construction and renovation projects. Our mission is to build a strong, unified business environment, facilitate economic development, and strengthen community, all to nurture a diverse, thriving, and vibrant and strong Uptown. The Broadway Land Use Framework is the first and much-needed step in helping us achieve this mission in collaboration with all of our neighbors. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is John Charmello. I am the former president and current board member of Lakewood Balmoral Historic District. This borders Broadway on the west side from Foster to Bryn Mawr. The National Historic District is zoned RS3, single family. With this proposed zoning change, the single-family homes on Magnolia could have an 8-story or 80-foot wall within 20 feet of their lot line. DPD has stated that there are over 1,600 survey respondents. What they didn't state was that 20% of them came from as far away as Blue Island, Beverly, and Jefferson Park. DPD has also stated one reason for this proposal was the average price of a single-family home in Edgewater is over $1 million. However, in Edgewater, only 7.7% of the housing stock is single-family. Over 82% of the housing stock is studio to 2-bedroom. The truth is, the median sale price in 2024 in Edgewater was $270,000 versus the city median of $335,000, making Edgewater 20% cheaper than the median in the city. Median rents were also 25% below the city median price, $1,422 versus $1,873. However, city median income was 5% higher than Edgewater's. So Edgewater residents on average are spending 25% of their monthly income towards housing. The city average, they're spending 31% of their monthly income towards housing, making Edgewater 20% cheaper than the city average. Another issue DPD brought up was declining African-American population in the area. The fact is, the city has lost over 400,000 African-American residents, or 34% of that population. Edgewater's loss as a percentage is less than that. DPD has also argued that this would help the schools. Pierce and Haight are already at capacity and have been for years. Swift is up 12% year over year. Gowdy is on par with the CPS system as a whole, losing 25% of its students, which CPS has lost system-wide for many reasons, including lower birth rates. Another argument that has been made by DPD is building more units will lower rents. Cedar Street Flats has built over 2,000 units in Uptown because most of them are in proposed B35 zoning. Here's an example of those rents. A 445 square foot studio, $1,655 a month. A 1-bedroom, 590 square feet, $2,140 a month. These do not accommodate families, these accommodate one person. U.S. Census data further supports this. In 2010, Edgewater and Uptown had almost identical statistics for both income and the fact that 63% of the residents were renters. Yet in 2010, the median rent in Edgewater was 17% higher than Uptown, $855 versus $730. By 2024, Uptown had added over 2,000 more rentals with the B35 zoning and is now 70% renter occupied. The median rent, however, in Uptown is now $1,596 versus $1,422 in Edgewater. Uptown now costs 12% more than Edgewater. B35 zoning allowed that to happen. In conclusion, DPD and the alder people need to move forward with facts instead of fictional information, and we need to slow down this process and work together. Thank you.
Would the next 3 speakers please line up in this order? Donovan Harvey, who is for the proposal. Emily Hugan, who is also for the proposal. And also Neville Hemingway, who is for the proposal.
Can you all hear me?
If you could just speak into the microphone just a little bit closer.
Can we hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Perfect, thank you. My name is Donovan Harvey, and I'm a resident of the 48th Ward. I, along with my colleagues and neighbors, Dan Cooper, Christina Harris, Chris Johnson, and Sarah Atlas, are eager to support this draft land use framework plan. Together, we are renters and homeowners, longtime residents and new arrivals, young professionals, and parents of children who go to school in the ward. We are also staff at the Metropolitan Planning Council, a 90-year-old nonprofit that promotes urban planning policies that enhance equity in the built environment. As planners and residents, We believe the proposal is in accordance with best practices that encourage density near transit and reduce barriers to housing development in areas with high demand. The proposal has the potential to add substantially more homes to the area, which will likely in turn reduce affordability pressures. With more homes comes more neighbors, a boon to commercial corridors like those on Broadway and Bryn Mawr Avenues currently facing declining foot traffic and pressure from online retailers. This proposal also has the potential to help grow the city's population and expand the tax base in a time where budgets are highly constrained. Chicago has witnessed flat or declining populations over the past several decades, consistently ranking among the slowest growing major cities. This fact constrains city budgets and creates pressure to raise taxes or cut critical city services. Over the past 2 decades, the majority of housing development has occurred downtown and in adjacent communities. This is not simply a result of demand. Current lower density zoning in places like Uptown and Edgewater, where demand for housing is robust, limit housing development and contribute to affordability challenges. Finally, dense development near transit is a planning best practice. The Red and Purple Line Modernization Project represents a once-in-a-generation investment in the Uptown and Edgewater communities, among others. An increase in allowable density would allow the 48th Ward to fully realize the potential of this investment, taking advantage of expanded transit access to welcome new families and neighbors into our community. According to the feedback summary from the September kickoff meeting, improving housing affordability was a very high priority, with the feedback being near full consensus among participants. The evidence is clear that increased density is among the most effective ways to achieve this priority. There is no question that increased density comes with trade-offs. Taller buildings cast longer shadows, and as much as increased foot traffic contributes to neighborhood vitality and the health of commercial corridors, it can also make once quiet streets a bit noisier. In our view, a more affordable, more business-friendly Edgewater more than justifies these trade-offs, a view likely shared by the majority of survey respondents who supported the draft framework. In making a decision, we urge the Commission to consider the benefits of the proposal on balance, particularly the benefits to renters and those with low incomes who call the 48th Ward home. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emily. I live in the 46th Ward as a resident. I absolutely love Chicago and would love to live here for my entire life. So I want to just say we all live in Chicago because we built much needed housing like proposed today. We all seem to be okay with developers which build our own houses like the 6 flat that I live in, but don't want developers to build anyone else's. Broadway is steps away from the Red Line. More people my age want to live car-free, and we should give them the opportunity to do so. It will help people who don't live car-free too, because there will be more transit users and less congestion. If we believe in the free market, which I'm sure many people in here do, then building more housing will reduce the cost of housing in the neighborhood. This plan will provide more affordable housing in a time when Chicago is facing a cost of living crisis. Again, the Red Purple Modernization Project costs billions of dollars, so we should maximize the housing around it that is just steps away. With more households, the pressure for the neighborhood and property taxes is lower. With more housing contributing, current house owners won't feel as much pressure. We can't build housing and then pull up the ladder behind us. Let's help keep our neighbors and businesses thriving. Let's build less parking lots and more housing. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Neville Hemming, and my family and I recently were very privileged to be able to buy a home on the west side of Broadway, north of Foster in the 48th Ward. Finding housing here, to say the least, was extremely difficult, which is one of the reasons we and my wife strongly support adopting the Broadway land use framework as written to help more people call Edgewater home. We chose Edgewater for its accessibility, diversity, and vibrant businesses, and because we can live here without a car. My spouse, who is an immigrant, does not drive, and we rely entirely on walking, biking, and transit. Edgewater's density and red line access make that possible, but we need more housing near transit, not arbitrary density limits. This plan will increase housing options, including affordable units, support businesses and schools with more residents, and boost red line ridership, maximizing an our collective 2.1 billion with a B investment. The red line is Edgewater's backbone. To fully benefit from its modernization, we need more people living near transit, not artificially low densities that underutilize this and other infrastructure in the neighborhood and the city. A thriving, transit-oriented neighborhood requires policy that match our collective investments. We recently relocated back to Chicago from San Francisco, and we saw exactly what happens when supply is restricted due primarily to restrictive zoning. Rents rise, people are pushed out, and transit suffers. We can avoid that by embracing thoughtful, transit-oriented growth now. This is a defining moment for Edgewater and Chicago. Let's welcome new neighbors, strengthen our local economy, and build a more vibrant Edgewater by adopting the Broadway land use framework as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the next three speakers please line up in this order? Corinne Albius, who is against the proposal. Harris Meyer, who is against the proposal. And Paul Boyd, who is also against the proposal. In the interest of time, please, feel free to start.
Commissioners, my name is Harris Meyer. I'm a condo board member in the 48th Ward in Margate Park. My wife and I love the diversity and quality of the small locally owned businesses on Broadway, including great coffee houses, a helpful hardware store, and excellent restaurants. They are owned and operated by white, Black, Asian, Hispanic, LGBTQ people, and are very affordable, and many have operated for decades. Edgewater and Uptown residents treasure these small businesses as they've expressed at 3 community meetings about the upzoning plan in the last 2 months, attended by more than 300 people. Alder Mana Hoppenworth repeatedly said at these meetings that we need to support our small businesses. So what would this proposed Broadway upzoning plan do to these businesses? Let's face it, the plan very likely would upzone many of them out of business. Most of these business owners are renters in low-rise buildings that the city calls underutilized properties. If these properties are all upzoned to 8 stories, it's a no-brainer for the owners to sell their parcels for redevelopment. These businesses would be rapidly displaced, and the naturally occurring affordable apartments above some of these storefronts would disappear as well. Yesterday, I drove down Broadway from Devon to Lawrence to do a little survey of popular small businesses that are located in low-rise, quote-unquote, underutilized properties that are not protected by historic landmark status. Here's just a very few. There's many more. Auntie Joy's Jamaican Restaurant, Kim's Hardware, Loaves and Witches Coffee House, Patio Beef, Independent Wines and Spirits, Bark Bark Pet Store, Moody's Pub, Masala del Sol Mexican Restaurant, Old World Market, and Im Thai Restaurant. There's many more. Demera. For example, the popular Patio Beef has been around for more than 40 years. Joanna and Bernardo Huerta, who had worked there for 23 years, bought the business from the longtime owner last September. It's located in a 1-story strip mall next to the Edgewater Public Library. They rent the space. Like all small business owners I spoke with, the Huertas were not informed by the alder or the city about the upzoning plan, only found out about it recently from community residents. The upzoning to 8 stories would greatly increase the market value of the strip mall and parking lot. They're worried about being upzoned out of business that they saved so long to buy. The same is true for small businesses on the east side of Broadway, just north of Thorndale. That line of storefronts is all owned by a single property owner. He's refused to offer an extended lease to the owners or to remove the clause requiring the businesses to leave on 1 year's notice of demolition. When these small businesses are displaced, it's unlikely they would be able to afford the higher rent in the new buildings. If Alder, Mana, Hoppenworth, and other city officials are serious about cherishing local diverse small businesses, then you all need to slow down and work with the community on a revised plan to make sure we keep those businesses. We will remember what you do when the next election comes.
My name is Paul Boyd. I'm a past president of the Edgewater Community Council and for many years was chair of its Planning and Development Committee. 40-plus years living in Edgewater on either side of Broadway. I live on Wayne and own an apartment building right near the Berwyn station. I come from the generation who has gray hair, and I sat in meetings that are finally starting to happen too late in this sticky post things on a board and write something and hope you get heard. But argument was starting to happen on the two sides of this issue. I am not on either side of the issue. I think the process is not done. It's just started. I think there is an urgency. We ought to keep pushing on it at least 3 more months. I think there's a lot of nuance, intricacy, and subtlety in zoning. I've taught zoning. I know it is so complex that even when I'm reading all these papers that have come out, like, whoo, this is heavy stuff for the layman, and I'm not a layman. I am a former employee of the city of Chicago, worked in housing programs in the 70s that led to some wonderful programs that are still around. Low and modest income housing, and low income housing is dearly needed in Edgewater. And so, though I'm not a NIMBY, there are some NIMBYs among us, I suppose, and we do have gray hair, but I'm looking at everyone on the other side of the room. You still have full heads of hair, most of you, and you're lovely and colorful and young. You're the same age as a lot of us were when we moved to the neighborhood as I was when I was 30, and so many of you are, and now we're in our 70s and 80s. There's collective wisdom to be sought out from this gray hair. There's collective wisdom to be gleaned from you who are new to the community like we were when it was burning down, when thousands and thousands of units on Kenmore and Winthrop, 85% of them were judged substandard. And in 20 years, by our policies and procedures and zoning, we're able to turn it around so it's a vibrant, low and modest income community now. Hundreds and hundreds of units have been done since the 2006 zoning change. At least 22 buildings, 800 units, a little slower than I would like. But 6 more projects are in the proposal with 400 units ready to go or soon ready to go. This debate isn't over. Slow it down, vote against it so we can vote for it. So am I for it or against it? I don't know yet. The debate has to go on. And if anyone wants to know why Edgewater is called Community Area 77, there's a real interesting history in that would help us understand that. See me after the meeting, I'll fill you in.
Thank you. Would the next 3 speakers please line up? Jack Markowski was against the proposal. Leroy Blumhart, who is against the proposal. And Abdi Lawrence, who is for the proposal.
Members of the commission, my name is Jack Markowski. I know a number of you. I've spent my entire career in affordable housing and community development. I administered all of the city's financial programs for developers of affordable housing for 15 years, and I was commissioner of the Department of Housing from 1999 through 2007. I actually was the author of the Affordable Requirements Ordinance, which many of you are requiring on to provide affordability in this development going forward. I also served for 14 years as president of Community Investment Corporation, which is the area's largest lender for developers and rehabbers of affordable housing in the Chicago area. I'm talking particularly about the area from Foster to Devon. I live in the Edgewater community. I'm speaking both as a housing expert and as a longtime resident from the community. I want to restate some things that have been said here already. DPD proposes to upzone this entire area from Foster to Devon to B35. That's a really heavy zoning, and in fact, it's the heaviest zoning outside of downtown. We can't find, DPD has been unable to give us a single example anywhere in the city. We say, what will this look like? What does B35 produce? They don't know. It's an experiment. It hasn't been done before, and they can't tell us. The other thing I want to say about this B35, do you realize that the zoning on the east side of Broadway right now is a B-3? B-3, that's already an intent zoning, and you need to understand this. That is the zoning that Western Avenue is zoned up to. They moved it up to a -3. That is the zoning on 95th Street that they are recommending going up to a -3. We are at the -3 over there on the east side of Broadway, and it's been there since 2006 is when that zoning was established. And there has been a redevelopment framework that has been occurring for those 20 years since 2006. The other thing is this question about density. A lot of these people that are for this talk about density as if we're in a suburban area with parking malls. And so Edgewater is 3 times the city density right now. The final thing I would say to wrap this up, I want you to understand DPD kind of downplays the extent of this proposal. I want you to know from their own presentation, you can look at it, they consider 75% of the properties in Edgewater to be underutilized, and they consider 50% of the properties to be underutilized and incompatible. Incompatible to what? I don't know what it's incompatible.
Thank you, Mr. Murkowski. Your time is up.
My name is Leroy Blumert. I live on Winthrop in Edgewater. Winthrop is 1 block east of Broadway, and my remarks will address only the Edgewater portion of the proposal. There are many objections to this proposal, as well as the process by which it was developed. Since I have only 3 minutes, I'll only address 3. The proposal addresses historic preservation, but makes no recommendation to enhance it. It is just, in fact, it's just the opposite. By recommending this major upzoning, it actually incentivizes the destruction of historic structures. What is particularly galling about it is that it also goes out of its way to recommend the upzoning on Bryn Mawr east of Broadway, which is a National Register Historic District, which previously received approval from the Department of Planning and Development. Factually, thus, this proposal has to be classified as anti-preservation. Edgewater has what many Chicago communities would die for: 4 supermarkets within reasonable walking distance and short driving distances. 2 of them, with their ample parking lots, are on Broadway. Yet the plan views them as underutilized and incentivize their replacement. These supermarkets serve thousands of residents a week, and yet the plan encourages their replacement. This is totally baffling. If the survey asked the question, would you want the Jewel and the Whole Foods stores replaced by residential buildings? How many respondents do you think would say, oh yes, this is great, let's do it? Lastly, a much larger issue, and one I've never heard addressed, is that if we continue to incentivize residential developments on the north side of the city, which upzoning does, we will continue to create an even more unbalanced city, with the north side becoming more populous and more prosperous, and the south and west sides remaining static. if we truly want to see a less unequal city, we should disincentivize residential construction on the north side and incentivize it on the south and west sides. That would truly be a progressive agenda.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Abdi Lawrence, and I'm an Uptown resident, and I support the Broadway land use framework as written. This plan will allow this 2.5-mile stretch of Broadway to have thousands of more homes than is currently possible under the more restrictive zoning districts in place. This is the right time to adopt this framework because of the $2.1 billion investment we have put into the Red Purple Modernization Phase 1. There are almost too many reasons why this plan should be implemented. I could talk about the budget crisis, the housing affordability crisis, ETA ridership, and its fiscal crisis, or our imminent loss of electoral college votes in 2030. At minimum, this plan should be implemented because it would be governmental malpractice to spend $2 billion in taxpayer funds on rail upgrades only to suppress the economic development that will follow suit. I also would like to address the argument from opponents that the Broadway community voted to downzone the west side of Broadway in a 2006 referendum. And therefore, the west side of Broadway should not be zoned to its highest possible district of B3-5. I believe this argument has no merit whatsoever. And here's why. I think it's wildly unjust that when I was 5 years old, growing up in Rogers Park, existing residents were able to artificially restrict housing development in perpetuity. My generation had no voice in the matter, and we are the generation that's being the hardest hit by the housing crisis. I am not moved by the fact that the wealthiest residents in the 48th Ward colluded with the government to further engineer a housing shortage. All right. So with my remaining time, also, I'd like to add, we have a lot of talk in Chicago. Our electeds, we're saying we have some people that are going to move here for like abortion access or LGBT rights or maybe climate crisis, all those things that we should support and are aligned with our values. But interestingly enough, where will they live if we have restrictive zoning? Where will we live if we don't make space for people to live? Where will they live if housing is litigated at every turn? We know that outcome. It's California, as other people had talked about before, and we are sleepwalking our way into a similar situation. So I think this plan is what Chicago needs, and I look forward to seeing it approved by the Plan Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers, please line up. Eddie Ewald, who is for the proposal. Michael Lehman, who is for the proposal. And also Noah Ayub, who is for the proposal.
Hi there. I'm Eddie Lewald. I'm representing Abundant Housing Illinois, and I am enthusiastically in support of this proposal, as is the status quo of block by block, parcel by parcel zoning has gotten us sky-high rents and property taxes, vacant storefronts and strip malls, crumbling infrastructure throughout the city, and too few homes for the people that want them, all happening against the backdrop of a constant grinding budget crisis. There are a lot of us here in support, and we're here because we care about the future. Instead of bending all our efforts to preserve a Chicago that is, we're looking forward to what Chicago can be. And I want to commend the alders of the 46th, 47th, and 48th wards for coming together to create this plan. Please don't listen to the opponents who are clinging to a way of doing things that does not work, which becomes clearer and clearer every day as rents and property taxes rise ever higher. Look ahead to a Broadway with more homes and businesses on both sides of the street. Look ahead to an Edgewater, an Uptown where everyone can find a home in their price range, a development pattern built around transit, a larger property tax base to help address our budget and infrastructure needs, an approval process that is simpler and frees up elected officials and their staffs to focus on things that actually matter. A better city for ourselves and future generations who will thank us for thinking about them instead of focusing only on our backyard views and where we'll park our cars. Decades of overly restrictive, overly complicated, bespoke zoning has not worked and is holding us back from being the incredible city that we all know Chicago can be. Let's try something different and make Broadway a model for upzoning the rest of the city. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Mike O'Layman, and I'm a resident of the 48th Ward. I'm a renter. I am 54 years old. I'm a lifelong non-driver. And that's one of the reasons why I appreciate living in Edgewater. Additionally, my friends and families here. This area has the perfect recipe for a good neighborhood from my point of view, which is that it is a half a block from the best transit in the city, namely the Red Line, all the buses. We got all the supermarkets, as someone brought up already. In there, we need to have more housing because right now the rents in this neighborhood are still somewhat affordable, but we need to keep it that way. And right now the buildings are trying to put pressure on upward rent. We need to have more buildings. The other thing is that the fabric of the city that we all know and love is largely built pre-World War II, and it was built by many hands. It was individual people with their parcels doing what they needed to do incrementally to support for their needs and to support their neighborhood. It did not everything had to go through endless planning process where everybody is always saying that, oh, they don't want to build it for this or that, or they argue about aesthetics. We all have different tastes about what we like in buildings. Some of the new buildings I think look pretty good myself. Now, meanwhile, I will say that walking down Broadway is often a bummer because it feels like you're a bug walking on a huge strode in the middle of a suburban area half the time. The big parking lots that are in front of the stores, particularly the ones with gates around them, are hostile to pedestrians. I appreciate shopping at the Jewel, 100%. You know what? The Mariano's on Sheridan used to also be a suburban-style store. It no longer is. They redeveloped it to be urban format store. I think that we could do that and have housing on top of the supermarkets. We don't have to get rid of the supermarkets. We don't have to get rid of parking. We can make some parking garages, potentially. The other thing is, I think most of the area in question is within the radius of a Red Line station to mean that it's going to be transit-oriented development, which means that it's going to be attracting people who don't want to drive. That's why people want to move here. And so I think that some of the worries that all of a sudden it's going to be terrible traffic, well, it's like this is an urban neighborhood near transit. We need to focus on that more. I would think that if we build more here, then we will be able to grow the tax base. This is something that, you know, the city right now is in a budget crisis. We could use more money. This is something that we can do that isn't costing a ton of money to rewrite a zoning law. We can change the zoning and hopefully get more development, infill development, the way that it is. Also, my final comment, I don't think that prohibiting people living on the north side or trying to make it not possible is going to make people move to the south side. We need to build where people want to be and use that income that we get from that to then subsidize whatever we got to do to make the development in the city more equitable. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
My apologies before you start. If we could just make sure that the 3 minutes is
Sorry
set
about that.
so you can have your equal time. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Noah Ayub. I am a resident of the 46th Ward in Uptown. I am a renter, and I'm here today to support the Broadway Land Use Framework Plan. I am proud to live in the most diverse ward in the city of Chicago, and I want to make sure it stays that way. And the only way to do that is to build more homes. That's why I support this once-in-a-generation land use plan. Buildings are not what make up the character of our neighborhoods. It's the people who live in them that do. The people in our communities who volunteer at food banks and animal shelters, who patronize local restaurants and entertainment venues, and who take the train or bus from work to work from our neighborhoods every day, like myself. human beings like you and me who only want the dignity to live in a safe and affordable home. If we as a community do not adopt this plan, we are saying yes to displacement. We are saying yes to higher rents and less housing. We are saying yes to putting existing buildings on a pedestal over people. As someone who has been proud to call this community and city my home for nearly 2 years now, I don't think our neighbors actually want to say yes to any of these things. We want more neighbors. We want more businesses on Broadway. We want a thriving community that's affordable and accessible to anyone who wants to make Uptown or Edgewater their home. Approving this plan will go a long way to achieving that goal. It would help bring high-quality homes all along Broadway from Montrose to Devon, many of which will be affordable due to Chicago's ARO because it's a proactive upzoning, and all within walking distance of newly renovated L stations that are modernized as well with ADA access. If the city of Chicago truly wants to live up to its values of being a welcoming city for all, regardless of gender, sexuality, race, disability, or citizenship status, then it must emphatically say yes to more housing. This plan is just a small but vital piece to ensuring we are living out those values, and I urge this committee to approve it. Thank you for your time, and thank you so much for the community outreach process. It was sufficient, it was adequate, and it was non-confrontational, unlike this forum. And I really hope that the Planning Commission does more engagement opportunities like they did at Firama. Please do that. I have terrible anxiety. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And with our last four speakers, please step up to the mic in this order. Joseph Welsh, who is for the proposal. Mildred Farah, who is for the proposal. Leslie Dossie, who is against the proposal. And Ashley Short, who is not indicated.
Good afternoon. I wanted to voice my opinion on this upzoning plan that we have come up together. Yesterday, I was in a 48th Ward meeting with Lenny Mann and Hoppenworth, and we had mentioned this session today about how we want to move forward with our Broadway upzoning. I've been a resident of the 48th Ward in Edgewater for several years now, and I want to make it very clear that I plan on trying to make my neighborhood a better place to live, not just for myself, but for everyone who wants to live in Edgewater. When I was looking for a new apartment before I lived here, I was looking for three things. Number one was affordability with my current job. I had one job and I moved to 3 different apartments, and the most affordable one was in Edgewater because the housing supply was high enough that the rent could be low enough for me to live there in a studio apartment that I currently still live in. The second thing was proximity to the Red Line. It was essential that I live on a transit line that can get me to work and back without any issues. And the Red Line is able to do that. And the modernization of the Red Line has been amazing to see the growth in this city. And the third thing that I was looking for was a dense urban fabric. Neighbors that I can talk to, an alderwoman who is there to listen whenever I'm able to express a concern or to see the projects that are going on in my neighborhood. The Broadway upzoning is one of those things that I would have never heard about had I not be on the subscribe list of the updates that come from the alderwoman's office. I'm here today to say that I am in favor of the framework that our alderpeople and local professionals have laid out for our community. And one reason is that we can fight gentrification in our neighborhood through incremental change. People are afraid of our neighborhood changing character, and that is a legitimate fear. It has caused many Chicago neighborhoods to go down. But what we can do is we can incrementally set our goals to be the way we want it to be, instead of having other developers from other places come to our neighborhood and tell us what we want. We're telling them what we want now, here, today. The second thing is that we can always give input to our local officials for doing things like this. The offices of our alderpeople are open. They're open all the time. We can talk to these people. They represent us in the city council. All 3 wards have alder people who are ready to listen to us in the input process for all of the things that they are going to be doing in councils like these and in the city council at large. And the third thing that I want to talk about is that the zoning changes that we're proposing today are not immediate building permits for everything to go up. A lot of people are fearful that they're going to have an 8-story building built in their backyard.
Thank you.
All right. My name is Michael Farah. I'm of the 46th Ward. I want to come to this meeting today in support of the Broadway land use framework. I also want to remind people that this is a framework and that we're not in the nitty-gritty of actually changing these zoning details just yet today. I am here because I have been a victim of the housing crisis in another state. I'm originally from Massachusetts, a state that you might not think has a housing crisis because we always hear about California and San Francisco and New York City, but Boston is consistently the 3rd most expensive place to live. I grew up just outside of the city and watched it become more and more unaffordable from the time I was in 8th grade till the time I finished college. A dream of being able to stay there and live there was no longer possible for me. I have friends who live all the way in New Hampshire, a full hour and a half away from the city, commuting to their job every day because city leaders were not proactive about addressing the housing crisis. By the time the city and the state realized there was a housing crisis, it was too late. And I know there's a lot of people here today who want to talk about slowing this process down. I want to keep in mind that two items later on the agenda today is for a building that has had years of input, okay? So even if this proposed framework today were to pass, we are years out from any developments taking place in Broadway, and we would have plenty of time to put in that input. But that input is slowing us down. We have a crisis on our hands, and it will only get worse. We could be the next Massachusetts. We could be the next San Francisco. And suddenly people are going to be leaving here. We lose representation in Congress, in the Electoral College, and then the city starts its own death spiral. We have more budget crises, more issues with our economy. So I, again, want to commend everybody who has taken part in this process. I understand that there's a lot of opinions on both sides. I want to call out that there are many people who support this who can't be at meetings like this because we work during the day. Okay? A lot of people who do. And they broadly, in my neighborhood, do support this type of program. Again, thank you all for taking the time today. Please support this. We need more housing. We need more development in this city because I don't want to have to leave here and move to another state too. And I don't think that anyone else who wants to live in this city who's maybe been here their whole life should have to leave either. That's not fair to anyone.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi.
Yes.
My name is Leslie Dossie. I live in Edgewater, 48th Ward. I also am a non-driver, and I depend heavily on Broadway as a commercial corridor. And I'm afraid its character as a commercial corridor is being lost sight of in this proposal. As a lot of people who gave feedback in the very few public meetings there were about this proposal made a point of saying this could have a very negative impact on the restaurants, ethnic food shops, and other businesses that rent space in the older, smaller buildings on Broadway. My own neighborhood cafe, Loaves and Witches, which is booming and a great center for the trans community in the neighborhood, is photoed on the proposal as a opportunity for redevelopment because it's in a low-story older building. I think this plan will create an incentive for the landowners of the spaces to sell, for new development to come in, and those new developments do not want restaurants on their ground floor. Part of the proposal that hasn't been mentioned yet is that developments on the lower end of what is allowed, 5 stories, that's the lower end in this proposal, they do not have to put retail on the first floor anymore under this proposal. That's going to change the character of Broadway from a commercial space to a residential space more like Sheridan Road. And I, at least, to depend on doing my shopping, my eating on Broadway, do not want that to happen. And there's another point I want to make is everybody here is assuming the proposal will increase affordable housing. And indeed, the 20% set aside will help in that front. But we need to think about the 80% that won't be set aside. Studies of upzoning in corridors like this in older cities like New York and Chicago show that upzoning increases the price of the property. It leads to increased rents, not less. I have quotes here from Jenna Davis on how upzoning impacts neighborhood demographic change from 2021. Yona Freemark, Upzoning Chicago from 2020. Both of them show that the aftermath was a less diverse, more white neighborhood with higher property values and higher rents. That's not what we want to see here. So I would like this proposal to be slowed down, more research done, more meetings, and us to revise the plan. Thank you.
I'm Ashley Short. I'm actually a neighbor. Since I'm last to go, almost everything that I would like to say has been said, so I will not reiterate that. One thing that has not been addressed really specifically is what the zoning does, what B3-5 does. B3 lets us have restaurants on the street without going through a giant cumbersome process. I was very surprised when I looked at it and was like, why don't we have more restaurants? And it was because we can't. We can have coffee shops like Loaves and Witches, but we can't have a sit-down formal restaurant. And the other thing about B3 is that it unlocks the transit zoning, that the incentives that one gets for building transit close to housing, as does the -3 designation, that also unlocks transit. B5 is a lot. And I was interested that Western proactively upzoned, and when you see it as a B3 on Western, I am curious, because I don't have an answer why Broadway would be -5 and Western would be -3. Also, the pedestrian aspect of Broadway, when you look at what pedestrian requirements are in at the southern end, and then you look at what is between Foster, further north, it is pedestrian hostile. It's parking lots, it's drive-throughs, it's strip malls, all of these things are prohibited uses with pedestrian designation. So the idea that Broadway doesn't have enough foot traffic is really frustrating because it literally is against foot traffic. And I think the reason people are so passionate about the buildings that exist is because there really aren't that many of them between the Jewel and the Whole Foods and the strip mall with the Petco. So that's it. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Are Alderman Clay, Alderman Martin, Alderman Hoppenworth, or members of their staff here to make a statement? Or is a position letter on file? Yes. Sorry about that. Didn't see you to the right.
Good afternoon, everybody, members of the commission, as well as members of the public who are here. And to start and echo a point that a number of people have shared, thank you for showing up. Thank you for your engagement around this important issue. I think that we all have shared values when it comes to continuing to strengthen our diverse corridors, including but not limited to Broadway. I hear a lot of opinion, if not consensus, that we need more housing options, that we need more housing along Broadway, we need more commercial space, and it's up to us in government to figure out the most appropriate way to do that. I'm Matt Martin, I'm the Alderman of the 47th Ward, And like many of the neighbors who have shared public comment today, I am deeply concerned about the rising cost of housing, not just in my ward, not just on the north side, but all across Chicago. Nearly half of our neighbors across the city who rent are rent burdened. And we need to be thinking and working creatively to address this growing crisis. I'm in my second term right now. And in my first term, we championed laws on city council to legalize new basement units and coach houses and to increase the number of affordable homes included in large new developments, revising the ARO because it was a good start, 10%. That's not enough. We've got 20% now, and we're hoping to do more. And just last year, as was mentioned, I and some of my colleagues worked with DPD, other city departments as well, to remove outdated bans that barred new apartments and condos on Western Avenue, which is one of the most important streets in my ward and the entire city. This action on Western is in the process of allowing more homes to be built by streamlining our development process and providing more interest to provide interested developers with a clear and consistent set of expectations. I believe that Broadway is, like Western, a great candidate for simplifying and streamlining development processes. This land use framework sets expectations for developers and will allow for the creation of many new homes, sorely needed homes. It also highlights the importance of comprehensive city plans that implement creative and forward-thinking solutions to our city's housing challenges. Finally, I would like to emphasize that Chicago can and should lead the way in addressing our national housing crisis. We all want a world-class city where anyone can find and keep a quality, affordable home, and what's presented today will help us do just that. Thank you.
Representative from Alderman Clay's office.
Hello, I'm Jesse Orr. I'm the Director of Development and Infrastructure for the 46th Ward office. Unfortunately, Alderwoman Clay had a last-minute family emergency and wasn't able to make it today, so I'm here speaking on her behalf. First, I'd like to say thank you to everyone who came, especially to our 46th Ward residents who came and showed up. Folks coming to public meetings is why we have these. And although it's been a long meeting, I can say that we've really heard all the points for and against this plan. On behalf of the 46th Ward, Alderwoman Clay supports this plan. We believe this will allow the production of more mixed use, mixed income, and transit accessible housing along Broadway within the 46th Ward. Development is coming to the ward anyway. Just a few weeks ago, we had developers come in looking to gut rehab an older, naturally occurring affordable walk-up and double the rents. In those kind of situations, we don't have much leeway. In much of the 46th Ward, this corridor is already zoned -3. That means that developers can already build up to 5 stories of housing by right where we have existing strip malls, businesses, drive-through banks. What this change would do is say, developers, you can build more, but you have to include affordable units, which frankly makes sense. In Uptown, the areas under consideration, we're talking about areas that are a maximum of a 5-minute walk from the Red Line. You're in walking distance from many grocery stores, hospitals, other healthcare, parks, schools. The question here is, do we think it makes sense to have a 6-month, a 9-month process to allow an 80-unit, 6-story mid-rise in the center of our main transit spine in Uptown? We think that this streamlining makes sense while maintaining the flexibility we need for larger planned developments. We will not see any huge buildings go up without approval. We still have all the protections the ZBA offers. However, what this says is applicable buildings that already fit into the neighborhood context will be allowed. For that reason, we support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Hoppenworth.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. If I may ask a few questions. Firstly, I wanted to say that I'm in full support of this framework, and I will explain why, but I do want to first thank my community for showing up today. It's very important for us to show up for civic engagement, whether or not you're for or against this plan. Also want to thank Alderman Matt Martin and also Alderwoman Angela Clay for your coordination, and also DPD for your help incredible help along the way, especially with community engagement. I wanted to ask 3 questions and then close out because I am hearing concerns from the community about, particularly about, and I want to first note that I support this plan because it supports people. You know, we want to support people, but we also want to address the concerns that are being talked about today. And one of them was building preservation. We have Edgewater Historical Society who's worked for decades to identify buildings that should be historically landmarked. And there are orange rated buildings as well. Some of those buildings have small businesses in there. I'm a small business owner. Also, my neighborhood that I've lived in for almost 30 years is Andersonville. It's very different from Broadway. It's more walkable. I've been able to raise my kids there as a renter. And small businesses is important to me. I would not be able to be here if I'm not an elected official because I would be focusing on my business. So, so some of those buildings are in some of those businesses are in buildings. So can you just comment on how is it that we can address the concerns around building preservation, especially those that are historically landmarked and also orange rated?
Heard for the record from Department of Planning and Development. Oh, that slides up, great. So we do have historic protections for, I think, 70-something buildings along the corridor now that are currently landmarked. There is also a landmark district. That's our strongest protection for historic properties in the city. And as mentioned, that conversation is ongoing. We can still continue to look at structures and see if they are meeting the landmark criteria. That's analysis that's happening. But that's our strongest preservation strategy. Zoning is not a preservation tool. There are lots of buildings that have been demolished under the current zoning, and there's not a lot that can be done about that because, again, zoning doesn't stop preservation or doesn't stop demolition. The only thing that can stop demolition is the 90-day demolition delay for orange rated buildings to determine if potentially those buildings qualify for landmark criteria or if they are already a landmark or in a landmark district and have additional protections.
Thank you, Catherine. At this point, I still have 2 more questions, but I do want to assure the community that, again, once again, this is just a framework and we are not doing any zoning changes at this meeting. So that really needs to be emphasized. And I hope that everybody who walks out of this building today holds that because there are more conversations to be had. Can you tell me the difference between not the first number, not the first letter, not the first number, but what comes after the dash? What's the difference there between 3 and 5?
So so zoning districts are organized with before the dash and after the dash. Before the dash determines the uses that are allowed. After the dash is what determines the density level. So after the dash, that's where you find out, height, how many units you can have, floor area, what the triggers are for plan development. And we have that diagram here. But again, as the Alderwoman just said, that is not what is being decided today. Here, right now, this is for the framework, and that, zoning is a very technical thing. There's a reason we didn't get into it right now because this body does not approve zoning. Just want to mention that as well. But yes, that determines the density level, whereas before the dash is the uses.
I appreciate that. And once again, we're not deciding on any zoning today, but since we have a large number of my community here who've been asking this, not just at the open houses that we had, the 2 at Farama in October and December, and also at the virtual meeting, but also on the street, in the coffee shops, at the block club meetings that I've attended, at the indoor market, at the Broadway Armory. I mean, this is something that people are very curious about. And so I just wanted to have the ability to address that here. while we're at it, the first letter, can you just clarify again, what exactly does that mean, the first letter?
In the zoning designation? Yeah, so that determines what uses are allowed. And right now, there are a lot of different zoning categories that are on the corridor today. And the idea is to, in the recommendations in a future zoning process, to potentially change that so that they would be more compatible and consistent. There have been businesses that have had trouble expanding next door because the building next door has a different zoning designation, and therefore the use that they're allowed to have in their property is not allowed in the building next door. Or they want to move across the street, and that's a totally different set of uses that are allowed, and so they can't get their permit. Or if they can get their permit, they have to go through a special use process that they wouldn't have had to go through otherwise. And so having a lot of different districts mixed in together, like that is understandably confusing for a lot of small businesses.
Is it conceivable, because we are talking about mixed use, is it conceivable that we could have residential on the first floor with this kind of zoning?
So under any of the zones that are included in the potential zoning recommendations, you could do that with a special use that would have to be approved at the Zoning Board of Appeals. So not by right, you could not.
Is it?
Well, wait, there is one segment of Leland. Sorry, I forgot. There's one segment of Leland that already has a fair amount of ground floor residential, and that is recommended for B2, and that is the only district of the B or C districts that you can have ground floor housing by right.
Is it possible that a business owner could own on the first floor of a mixed-use building?
Sure, that happens all the time.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Father and Son that's on Broadway, and also Bionic Salon, which is my salon on Broadway. I'm a renter times two as a resident and also as a business owner. But yeah, when we're talking about ownership, would be great to have the possibility that a small business could actually own the space that they're operating out of. Thanks so much. I want to say that thanks Catherine and Danielle and to the entire DPT team. And again, to my community. Once again, I'm an Andersonville resident. You know, I raised my kids in Andersonville. They were able to walk to school. We were able to walk to church, to the grocery store, to the parks, to the lakefront. And those are safely, you know, through many different neighborhoods. And that's the kind of quality of life that we want for everybody, no matter where they live in Chicago. But with the vacancy rates at an all-time low in Edgewater, people have walked up to me on the street and said, you know, I would have loved to move to Edgewater, but I can't because there's just nothing affordable for me. And also others have come up to me. It's exactly what some other commenters had said today, that they came from other states for many different reasons. But what troubles me the most in this moment are especially from the LGBTQ+ community, of which, you know, I have 2 zip codes of the highest concentration of that community, of which I'm a part of. And if we truly are going to be proud about our welcoming city status, it should be welcoming for everybody, including all different kinds of workers across class, race, and identity. It already is in Edgewater and Uptown, but I fear that we're going to lose that if we don't address our housing crisis, especially at the local level, because I do not know what's going to happen at the federal level. I think about the business owners, and we're still trying to claw ourselves out of COVID right now, who are struggling just to fill their workforce, because it's really hard to have a small business and not have anybody working that is close to where they work. You know, I want Edgewater to also be a place where people can work and live and not just visit. our commercial corridors. And so I am thinking about our workforce as well. It should be livable. All of our communities should be livable. I'm also thinking about the CTA. Yes, we have invested our federal dollars, $2 billion into this project, which started in the community in 2009, according to the paperwork that I checked out. That's when the conversation started. And we did use, poster boards with sticky notes at that time too, and we continue to do that because it's a great way to involve many, many different people. So thank you for doing that at Farama. We also, again, had a survey out. We had a record number of people fill it out. And many of them, although they were not from the 48th Ward, we also had many from the 46th and 47th who supported this idea. And it's all, to me, it comes down to affordability. I do not believe that this framework is going to fix our city's affordability issue. It's going to take so much more. We have to think outside the box. We have to address the inequities of zoning across the city, including on the south and west sides. I represent the 48th Ward, which is Edgewater and parts of Uptown, which is one of the most diverse areas in the city. We have Asia and Argyle, we have Kenmore Winthrop, we have many SROs, we have many different providers for people who have needs. And those folks, actually, many of them have lived in the ward for decades. Those are our longest standing residences. They could not be here today too. I think it's important to also think about the parcels of land that are right next to the CTA and what are we going to do with it. That's why I'm excited to talk more about public housing. Again, it's just a blip, if it does go through. That's why I'm excited to support this framework. I want more people to live in Edgewater and in Uptown, and I want to support our small businesses, our schools, our CTA, and all of it really just coalesces around public safety. I think about 10, 15 years ago, maybe, when Asia on Argyle, it continues to be a hotspot. But back then, it was way worse, and many mentioned that it was not great when they moved in decades ago. But the community came together with the chambers of commerce and the businesses to figure out how we can address public safety. And one of the most basic things that they came up with, but was most profound, is public loitering. Public loitering around events like Asia on Argyle. This is the kind of thing that celebrates community and what we have to do when we do have hotspots. We need more of that, but more broadly. And one way to do that is through policy. And so we're going to address this policy through zoning eventually. But today we're just talking about the framework. And I believe that this framework does speak to our values of what we need in this ward and across the city. And really for me, it's housing affordability. I want to again stress to the community that this is not the end. This is the beginning. I believe that Paul Boyd said it very well. And I'm willing to work with you and the city departments to bring more people along. This is an opportunity for us to grow our civic engagement base, for more people to come to the conversation, which is why, I'm very thankful for you all to be here. And thank you to the commission for taking the time to speak on this very important matter.
Thank you, Alderman Hoppenworth. Do the commissioners have any additional questions for staff, the applicant, or the alderpersons? Commissioner Laspada, followed by Commissioner Pinheiro.
I mean, not so much a question, but just a couple comments. Number one, I really appreciate the presentation, both the presentation and the land work framework that's been put in front of us. I love the public discourse on this. Like, even when it's
divisive and conflicting. That is what democracy is, like at its base. Smooth flowing is not democracy. I'll say it 1,000 times. Unity is never what democracy looks like. I think diversity of perspective is key to any real democratic process. And so I'm grateful for the conversation that we've had today. I feel like given the public comment on both sides, it's worth re-emphasizing this is not a zoning ordinance. We are not passing a zoning ordinance. A framework, a plan presents a possibility that the community and the alders may choose to follow up with on any means that feels fit for them. They may not, but it presents a sense of where you could choose to go as a community. And so I'm really grateful for that. I know that I've seen the 40th and 47th consider this in other ways. We're thinking about this pathway, particularly from Milwaukee Avenue. This feels very wise when I consider it in the context of my experiences of Edgewater and Uptown. That B1 zoning, I understand what it permits for, but I definitely understand what it does not permit for. And I just think about all the business types that are being kept from residents that would be exceptionally beneficial to see on this corridor. I think it is a really valid zoning case to be considering if you choose to consider that in the future. And I will only add, if you do pursue legislative pathways for this, the community may look at a corridor-wide low affordability area to really capitalize on the affordability potential of this area. You may want to look at what we've done along Milwaukee Avenue with the special character overlay district. If aesthetics and architectural character is, as people say, as influential and important as height and density, that is a legislative pathway that people may look at. But the framework that we see here today feels valid and relevant for where Broadway, where Uptown and Edgewater may like to be going. And so I'm very glad to support this today. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Fernier.
Thank you, Chair. I want to take this. I'm a little bit concerned about the fact that I heard a couple of times that this idea of upzoning, an upzoning proposal, and my understanding as I'm hearing the entire presentation is I think that's precisely not what is being proposed at this time. And I want to take the point that Commissioner LaSpada made a step further and maybe understand what it is that we are proposing today for approval, and maybe Noah, you can help us with, or the team from DPD, if you can help us with understanding what the framework entails, what is it, what's proposing, and then what really does it take for zoning to be formally approved, which, as I understand it, would have to be lot by lot or project by project, and I think that clarification is an important it's an important distinction.
Yes, hello. Yes, I'm sorry, Catherine had to leave due to a family emergency, but my name for the record is Cindy Rubik. I'm Deputy Commissioner at Department of Planning and Development. So that's exactly correct. Today we're adopting the framework plan, which identifies the goals for this corridor, but as well as potential recommendations for future implementation, future zoning ordinances that could be proposed through a separate process that has to be reviewed and approved by City Council, as well as the Committee on Zoning, Buildings, and Landmark Standards.
And what is the process like for community involvement in the process of and it's done, again, to make sure that I understand it well. Is it approved or is it proposed on a project by project basis?
Well, zoning changes can be done any number of ways. It can be done parcel by parcel or through, a series of parcels. together along a corridor.
Okay.
And so that's really dependent on the scenario of the request. But all of those requests have to be introduced at City Council first, legally, legislatively.
Yeah.
The notices then have to be provided to property owners within 250 feet of those properties being impacted by a zoning change. And then that is heard at a public hearing at the committee. And then it's voted on at that committee hearing. And then if it's passed, then it moves forward to the City Council. So it's about, it depends on the number of parcels that need to be noticed. It can take several months for that process, but all of that is done through that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Dowell.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the residents for coming down and sharing their perspective. I think sitting here, what is clear to me is that there's no consensus on the how, but there is a consensus on the what. I think people want to see affordable housing opportunities. They want to see the business development. They want the CTA to be more vibrant. But the question is, how do we get there? And I was really struck by the third speaker, the woman who talked about not wanting it to be developer driven. And I think we need to think about that because once you lay down the zoning, it is a done thing. So I would like to have a better understanding from the staff on three things. One, how does Broadway differ from Western? Two, if Patrick could explain the zoning process and how that process went when you redid the entire city and the extent to which you educate the property owners who are going to be notified about what the impact is going to be on them and how you engage people who are not going to get that mailing, but who are going to be impacted by what you decide to do on the east and the west side of Broadway. And then the third question I have is, are design standards part of this process?
For the record, Cindy Rubik, Deputy Commissioner. I'll answer your first question and then maybe Patrick can answer the second one since you asked him to. And then I'll go back and answer your third question, Alderwoman Dell. So in terms of Western Avenue and Broadway, I think the history is a little bit different. When Western Avenue study was started, there was no prior studies that had been done along that strip, whereas here we're building off of a lot of prior studies. Maybe we can go back to that slide. That were done. Most recently, Alderman Osterman did a visioning study for Broadway in 2022, and it did document that there was over 1,000 people. Part of his workshops, DPD planners attended those workshops as well, and it did identify this similar goal, right? The same goal that's stated here is a desire for increased housing, is what the study says. And then there was also a study done by CTA RPM for the transit-oriented development. And a lot of this is being discussed along Broadway because of all the investment that's been put in for the Red Purple Modernization Plan. Western Avenue has an overlap with transit. There's certainly a very strong bus route along Western Avenue, and it overlaps with a couple CTA stations. But this is unique in that, Broadway is unique in that it has the red line running the entire length of this study area, as well as the higher density context that you see along the lakefront in general, along the city's north side. So the context is a little different. I don't think we can compare the situations apples to apples.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. So Patrick Murphy with the Department of Planning. So just to clear up a couple things, we have not done a mass rezoning of the entire city from a zoning district standpoint. So a little over 20 years ago, right. So a little over 20 years ago, we did the text. So in lieu of that, though, what we do is work with aldermanic offices, private applicants, When map amendments are proposed, there's a formal notice boundary, 250 feet, where property owners within that boundary, as well as ward offices, get notification of a map amendment. And then we'll work with aldermen, we'll work with the community groups, if more notice is necessary, if more community meetings are necessary because of the project or the context of whatever's proposed, we'll work to attend those or get proper information out to the offices so they have an understanding of what it is that's actually proposed.
So in this case, Patrick, would this be like a third-party consultant that the department, I mean, this is a big stretch, so.
So if any subsequent map amendments are proposed pursuant to this plan or pursuant to areas that are adjacent to Broadway or things of that nature, depending on the scope of what it is, either we would work directly with the aldermanic office to draft the ordinance and explain what it is that's proposed, were it to be an aldermanic ordinance, or if it's a private applicant that's coming to rezone property that they own or that they have an interest in, then we would equally work with the ward office and the community to explain what the project is, what the zoning implications are, but all of that would be subsequent to any work that happens here. But we would be able to handle any of that drafting for aldermanic purposes internally to the staff.
I don't think I'm getting my questions clear. You're going to look at this entire Broadway from Montrose to whatever that was, Devon, and you're going to put an overlay, no overlay?
No overlay, no. So what we've done with other wards and in other plans over the last couple of years especially is once a plan is approved and there are certain elements that a community wants to see implemented, we would work with those impacted wards to draft an ordinance specific to that geography. Sometimes it may only be a few parcels, sometimes it's only a few blocks. It has not been to date miles and miles on both sides of a street for a significant rezoning. That has not been how these have been implemented. They've been in smaller chunks that have taken the time to look at what is proposed, how a community wants to see a certain area evolve in consideration to the plan that was approved and maybe certain proposals that come along in the meantime. So it has not been multiple miles.
Okay, thank you. And then can I get the question on the design standards answered?
Hello? Yes. So for design standards, we have a neighborhood design guidelines book, and we also have the commercial ground floor design guidelines that the commission adopted, I believe, last year for ground floor residential uses. And then for the zoning code, under the zoning code, there are, setback requirements, maximum height restrictions, and P Street design criteria as well. And so part of the framework plan area also identifies where we would have P Street. And so there are design requirements for the front facade, especially at the ground floor, to meet those P Street restrictions. And then for any projects that trigger a plan development process, we also have PD, plan development, design standards incorporated in the zoning code as well. And so that would get vetted at that point.
Thank you.
Commissioner Villegas.
Thank you, Chairman. What's the difference between a framework and a plan?
It's kind of one and the same. I think that what you're seeing here is a framework plan. I mean, it's.
If we could just respect the people who are speaking, thank you.
So the framework gives us kind of the high level guidance and recommendations to help everyone kind of identify the future decisions for ordinances and projects that get approved.
Yeah. And then I should have started by saying I want to thank the residents for coming down here on both sides. I think that this type of discussion is warranted, and typically we see this occurring in the ward whenever a project's being discussed. And I think that's where, in my opinion, a lot of that discussion around zoning changes should occur in the ward, not here. And when we're talking about the delay in getting units online, from a legislative standpoint, I mean, there's like maybe 90 days. We got zoning, the zoning committee, city council, some other bureaucratic stuff that needs to take place. But the reality is that when we're talking about construction and getting developers getting going, it's not the legislative process that's the delay. That's the delay. It's more the bureaucracy that takes a long time in order to get permits and all that stuff going. So as we're trying to cut the red tape, and I appreciate the administration and the commissioner of planning taking steps to do that, given her past as a developer, working in a developer office, she understands some of the issues. I'm just a huge proponent of community engagement, and I understand that it makes for the residents will have an opportunity to have a lot more input. The residents will hold their elected official accountable, whether they approve the project or not. And so I'm just a big fan of having these discussions at the ward level instead of putting forward a framework that really takes some of that public input away from them. So I've heard that this is a framework. It's to entice developers to come to the area to see what's available. But I didn't really hear what the public input was going to be. I heard you're going to send a mailer to people 250 feet away from the project or the potential zoning change. But what else? What else? Can you talk to me about how robust of a public engagement the process is?
Sure. I was just explaining the legislative process for a zoning map amendment. But just to go back to your other question before about the timeline and the process for projects to be approved, yes, we've worked very hard to cut the tape. I
appreciate
agree with
that,
you.
yeah.
Yes. But also, what we're trying to do is provide a framework that that removes some level of uncertainty for future development, and so we can kind of provide the goals, that we've built through the input that we've done over the last many months and the years from the prior planning studies. In terms of the future implementation steps, we would obviously continue to work with the 3 alders that have been involved from the very first step of this process. We would continue to work with them, and we would kind of together decide what future engagement we would want to do. This is, again, as the alders have said, this is, the first step. There's many more steps after this.
Again, I would ask if you could respect the speaker who does have the floor. Thank you. Commissioner Boatright?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to take a minute to thank all the thoughtful voices, echo the alders and the rest of the commissioners' comments that participated in not just today, but the Broadway study and all the engagement. And Danielle from the team just wanted to flash the feedback and the summary of the feedback from the engagement. I want to thank my team because they've worked really hard for the last several months to authentically engage, not just to check a box, but to hear some of the concerns, to acknowledge those concerns, and to kind of bring this framework plan forward for the 3 different wards. I want to acknowledge the aldermen's offices and their efforts to illuminate the often complex planning opportunities in diverse transit-rich communities like Edgewater and like Uptown. All the written and verbal comments are well received. We received over 400 letters, lots of letters of support, some letters speaking in opposition of the plan, and we welcome that dialogue. We welcome that feedback. But I want to briefly address some apparent confusion, and you've heard some of this clarification made today, but I want to just restate it. That may be contributing to some of the passion that we're hearing. Today's vote is about a land use framework. A framework is an advisory document that identifies best practices and recommendations to achieve local goals. Will the framework adoption unleash a new corridor reality overnight? No. Over several years? Maybe. Over the next decade or so? Hopefully. More importantly, planning frameworks do not deliver changes on their own. They need help, starting with implementation. Broadway's implementation would initially occur through zoning changes, as you've heard Cindy mention, and Patrick. each of which would undergo their own review and approval process with City Council. But zoning doesn't deliver community goals on its own either. Like a framework, it's a potential means to an end. And the end that everyone seems to agree on is that it needs to be a more vibrant business environment, more mixed income housing opportunities are welcome, and a more pedestrian and transit-oriented construction opportunities for development. What we should be absolutely clear on is that these are not easy goals. Yes, we're working really, really hard to cut the tape, but development is still hard. There are huge issues involving interest rates, construction costs, just to name a few. And these are not Chicago-specific issues, these are national issues. Plan Commission cannot control those things. What we can control are land use frameworks that incrementally enable local objectives by making them easier to achieve, like affordability, inclusivity, and economic vitality, which we're all hearing are priorities, regardless of what ward you're living in. The Broadway framework is just a starting place. We've got so much more work to do. And so again, I want to thank my team who's worked so hard to engage the communities that this framework represents, and also thank the community for showing up, and thank the aldermen, all 3 aldermen that have engaged deeply across this framework plan. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Boatwright. With that, do I have a motion on a prepared resolution to adopt a Broadway Framework Plan, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? So moved by Commissioner LaSpada, seconded by
All right.
Commissioner Boatwright. Thank you. Is there any discussion by the commissioners on this motion or further discussion? With that, I would like to do a roll call vote. Commissioner Boatwright. Commissioner Brumfield is a yes. I do have a proxy vote from Commissioner Carney, who is also a yes. Commissioner Castaneda. Commissioner Dow. Commissioner Escarino. Commissioner Kadakia. Commissioner LaSpada. Commissioner Lyons. Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Pinheiro.
Yes.
Commissioner Tillman. Commissioner Villegas. Motion does pass. Next item today. Oh, yes. Actually, we'll take a 5-minute break, certainly to give those who clearly need it a break here. So, no. Here. Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting back into order. Next item today is listed as D-2, a resolution seeking the adoption of the 95th Street Corridor Plan. The plan is a collaborative effort led by the Department of Planning and Development and the Chicago Transit Authority to promote equitable transit-oriented development along 95th Street between Halsted and Cottage Grove Avenue. The 18-month planning process initiated in 2023 included a health and racial equity impact assessment, which used a community-driven approach to establish goals and strategies to guide future growth. Draft recommendations aim to improve multimodal transportation, optimize land use for local businesses and affordable housing, and drive economic development along the 95th Street corridor. This is located in the 6th, 8th, 9th, and 21st wards. Jasmine Gunn will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan. Jasmine.
Hello, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Jasmine Gunn with the Department of Planning and Development. I am here today seeking the adoption of the 95th Street Corridor Plan. The plan looks at the 95th Street corridor from Halsted to Cottage Grove. As mentioned, it's located in the Far South Planning Region in the 21st, 8th, and 9th wards and 6 wards. And the study area touches Washington Heights, Roseland, Chatham, Burnside, and Pullman neighborhoods. The population of the study area is 150,000 residents. 94% of the population is non-Hispanic Black, and the average age is 40, with 1 in 5 residents being 65 years of age or older. I will now pass it on to my colleague Quinn, who will provide an overview of the project.
Good morning, Commissioners and everyone. My name is Quinn Casal. I'm with the Chicago Transit Authority. I have served as CTA's project manager for this joint planning effort. We humbly believe that through a robust community-oriented planning process over the last 18 months, this plan represents the community's vision for what equitable transit-oriented development should look like along the 2-mile stretch of 95th Street between Halsted Street and Cottage Grove Avenue. ETOD is a strategy that looks to focus new mixed-use development around train stations and major bus lines, which allows those who live, work, or utilize businesses or services within them to benefit from immediate access to affordable and reliable transportation without needing to own a car. Also, ETOD projects must be planned with policy to avoid displacement of current residents nearby, and instead must prioritize the needs of current residents, providing benefits for the entire community. We focused on this stretch of 95th Street between Halsted and Cottage Grove specifically in response to advocacy from community leaders along this corridor, as well as in recognition of 5 major transit improvement projects that all connect along this stretch. These 5 projects are CTA's reconstruction of the 95th Dan Ryan Red Line Station and Terminal, the CTA Red Line extension to 130th Street, the modernization of the Metro Electric 95th Street Chicago State University Station, and 2 new Pace Pulse arterial bus rapid transit lines that will serve 95th Street and South Halsted Street. All 5 of these projects are either recently completed or fully funded and moving towards construction. So what community leaders have been looking for in response to this, and what we've tried to accomplish through this plan, is to outline how we can leverage these major transit improvements to better position 95th Street as a hub for economic growth that serves the needs of the existing community and the entire Far South Side. We officially began this planning process in the summer of 2023. This is a comprehensive plan in that it examines many facets of life for folks along the corridor. And in a couple minutes, Jasmine will share more on how we organize that. But what we're showing here on this timeline were sort of the primary phases of the planning process, and we'll go into more detail specifically on 2 of the major ones here, so the mobility and public realm section and the land use and ETOD section. Now, in order to produce a plan that could truly reflect the community's voice, we obviously needed to heavily prioritize community engagement in our planning process. This process began with our invaluable community partners, the Andaleo Institute and the Far South Community Development Corporation, who led the creation of our plan's Community Advisory Group, or CAG, and the broader 95th Street Community Table. These groups consist of local leaders that have deep ties to the community and were willing to step up to play a major role in shaping the plan. The CAG has been critical to our planning process by reviewing our content, providing critical feedback, and even helping facilitate our public meetings. The Community Table, which includes the CAG members, is a communal body that will continue to exist going forward and will serve as a collective that works on numerous initiatives affecting folks along 95th Street, including championing the recommendations that are set in this plan. In order to reach the most people where they are, the project team and community partners went out to engage with folks in many formats. We hosted 5 full public meetings, both virtually and in person, with a combined attendance of over 1,700 people. We collected over 1,600 public comments from interactive activities, facilitated discussions, interviews, workshops, and surveys. We hosted walking tours. We presented to community organizations and organized focus groups to reach and capture the needs of specific population groups, such as students at Chicago State and local entrepreneurs. We owe a huge thank you to everyone that spent time engaging with us over this process over the last year and a half. We would also like to thank all 4 aldermen along our corridor, Alderman Mosley, Alderman Beal, Alderman Harris, and Alderman Hall, all of whom were engaged in our process and have generously expressed support for us being here today. Lastly, before I turn it back to Jasmine, I will say that from CTA's perspective, we've been very happy to leverage a Federal Transit Administration grant that made this work possible and work so closely with DPD on this project. We're excited to be a part of sustainable community planning that goes beyond our primary mission of getting people from point A to point B. Thank you.
Thank you, Quinn. Again, for the record, my name is Jasmine Gunn with the Department of Planning. I'll now go over some of the main contents of the plan. So one thing that's unique to this plan is we developed a health and racial equity impact assessment, and that essentially looks at the impact of a proposed decision or strategy through a health and racial equity lens, and it looks at the potential benefits and the potential burdens or concerns so they can be addressed or mitigated. The 6 focus areas that we focus on for this assessment include empowered community voices, environment, equitable development, community wealth building, mobility and safety, and health and wellness. And these focus areas were throughout the entire planning process. So the transportation and multimodal connectivity section is organized under 6 elements that comprise a comprehensive streetscape and public realm when combined. These strategies include enhanced open space, increased bike facilities, and intersection improvements that could support and enhance the planned and existing transit infrastructure projects. Any public way improvements would be subject to CDOT and IDOT standards and approvals. The equitable transit-oriented development, or ETOD framework, is made up of 3 parts. The first part is identifying strategies to preserve existing housing and businesses to avoid displacement of existing homeowners and renters. The second part is to develop vacant lands and buildings with new supportive uses. The dark purple on the diagram identifies 188 vacant parcels, vacant residential, and the 28 vacant commercial properties in the study area. And then the last piece is the framework is to identify catalyst sites and anchor developments that will spur investments. This includes planned developments highlighted in the blue, which include development along Chicago State University's campus and the Amani Village planned development, as well as 4 key anchor catalyst sites highlighted in yellow that I will go more into detail in the following slides. The 4 catalyst sites that we identified have the potential for $145 million of investment, 62,800 of new retail, around 200 new housing units, 126,000 new trips would be generated, as well as 180 plus potential jobs, and the buying power of the potentially new residents would be around 3.4 million. So for each catalyst site, we did have a community workshop where we looked at different options and scenarios for each of these 4 sites. And then the following concepts were developed based on that input and that process. So for the 95th and the 95th and State Catalyst site. This is a large vacant parcel currently owned by the CTA. The vision here is to have a 4 to 7 story mixed-use building at the intersection, and then it will step down into townhomes as it transitions further deeper into the neighborhood. There's a potential for $90 million worth of investment, 3,800 square feet of commercial retail, and 125 to 135 housing units. Access to fresh foods, shopping, and health services were some of the most desired uses for the ground floor, as well as senior housing and home ownership options were the most desired types of housing. For 95th and Wentworth, the preferred concept features a mixed-use building and townhomes sensitive to context and the existing businesses located in the middle of the site. The most desired use on the ground floor is actually community or cultural use, as well as neighborhood serving commercial. And then this concept has the potential for $10.5 million of investment, 7,800 square feet of commercial retail, and 20 to 25 housing units. The third Catalyst site is at 95th and Union. It features 4 live-work units that can provide space for small businesses and owners to have the option to have a small brick-and-mortar storefront. This concept was in response to a number of local entrepreneurs and businesses that expressed a desire to be in the community. And it provides an opportunity to build community wealth. At the end of the planning process, this particular site was actually purchased by a private developer, but in the update to the plan, we did identify other sites along the corridor where this site could also occur. The fourth and final Catalyst site is in the plan is at 95th and Lafayette. And this is the location of a vacant McDonald's next to the 95th Street Red Line Station. And this concept shows a new mixed-use building with $40 million worth of development potential, 1,300 square feet of commercial, and 45 to 55 housing units. The most desired ground floor use was a food hall, sit-down restaurant, or neighborhood retail, such as a cafe as well. Now, the land use framework lays out a vision for mixed-use neighborhood centers near the transit hubs of the transit improvements. And includes mixed-use hubs around Chicago State's campus and along Halsted and at the 95th Red Line. And this is highlighted in purple on the diagram above. And then residential and commercial uses highlighted in yellow and red based on context and community input are also part of the framework. In the zoning recommendation section, the current zoning is varied, inconsistent, and does not align with the future community vision. The proposed zoning districts provide more flexibility, consistency, and align with the community vision by allowing a variety of housing and business options while not allowing new future auto-oriented uses moving forward. In the last chapter of the plan is the implementation guide, which identifies potential resources, potential benefits, potential partners, timing, and strategies that seek to accomplish key goals. This chapter is again formatted under the 6 HRAA, or the Health and Racial Equity Impact Assessment focus areas. For empowered community voices, the importance of robust and ongoing community engagement to embrace accountability and strengthen community pride was a very important aspect. Community wealth building was also a key focus of the plan as well, and there is a strong desire to see democratic community ownership of new development in the community. The Community Wealth Building Focus Group pictured here discussed innovative strategies with residents and business owners on action steps that could be taken moving forward. Mobility and safety section identifies ways to support public transit and increase public safety community initiatives. In health and wellness, the focus is on increasing access to fresh foods, similar to the Wild Onion Market Food Co-op, and increase access to health services by connecting to and providing health uses. A pharmacy is an example of a health use that was desired along the corridor and needed. For equitable development, the strategies align with the ETOD framework that was previously covered and prioritizes community-led development. Environment is the last section, and that includes strategies to promote clean and sustainable practices, such as the green roof at Trinity United Church of Christ located on the corridor. So the public comment section lasted from November 15th to January 17th, so roughly 2 months. And we received 126 survey responses, over 140 public comments and emails, and 125 people attended a November open house when we launched the draft of the plan that's pictured below. So through that public comment period, 87% expressed support or somewhat support of the plan, and just 1% expressed full or not support, while 90% of the residents believe that health and racial equity impacts are important to include in plans and to study moving forward. We also received letters of support from all 4 aldermen located along the corridor, as well as over 20 letters from community organizations, businesses, and coalitions. Updates to the plan after the public comment period section include updating content around safety, zoning, and land use, and health where appropriate. We also included instruction sections that kind of help increase readability, and a general cleanup and copy editing of the document. In conclusion, we recommend the adoption of the 95th Street Corridor Plan. The next steps are to continue working with the community, aldermen, and key partners such as Chicago State University, CTA, our community table, and others to move forward zoning, development, and other key strategies. And with that, I'll thank you for your time. Open for questions.
Thank you, Jasmine. The following speakers have signed in to speak on this item. First is Abraham Lacey, who is speaking for the proposal.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to say thank you so much, Jasmine, for your leadership in this effort. I also want to thank the team here led by on my side and our organization side, Will Bowman from our staff who's led this effort, Kurt and Hubert from Andaleo Institute, as well as the CTA and others. I want to thank you, Commissioner Boatwright, for making this a priority. Really appreciate your efforts and everything that you've done. And I will say this, as you know, I've been a part of 15 or plus plans in this neighborhood over the past decade. I've been a part of or led or co-hosted or participated. And one of the things that always gets me is, you know, we pass the plan, but at the same time, what do we do when it comes to afterwards? I've never felt, I think, in a long period of time, so much momentum building around this plan. I think, you know, in the past, it was more of a sort of, you know, you hope it happens. Now there's a pathway. There's an identification. Now, of course, we still got to fund these things. These things always happens. I do hope that, you know, as we develop funding sources, that we divide these funding sources up by planning regions so that you actually have a level of funding available for these regions. I know you can't do it all by just corridor, but you can do it by region. But I do hope that as we do these plans, I would remind everyone who's been a part of it and even the city that's leading it, you got a lot of people in these neighborhoods that are counting on this. They're making decisions about their lives, about their families, about their business, about everything. They're making their decisions based upon what you do here. So I would say to you, please don't take these plans lightly. A lot of us spend a lot of time, a lot of energy, and a lot of effort, not just looking at the plan because it produces good renderings or it's a good sort of neighborhood adjustment. But we do these things because we know that when we meet with residents, they count on us. They're asking for this. Some of them have been waiting, especially when you talk about the red line extension, some of them have been waiting for 60 years. So what I'm saying to you, and I look at the mixed use developments that's being proposed here, if you look on the far south side, I can probably count on one hand how many mixed use developments there are. So please take these plans, move forward, and congratulations to Jasmine and to the team and to the city. This is a great wander for us, and we're happy that we were able to get it through this far. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Harris, who is speaking for the proposal.
Commissioners, how are you? I'm Dr. Kirk Harris. I am a urban planning consultant for the Endaleo Institute and Trinity United Church of Christ. Endaleo was the organization, along with Far South, that led the community engagement portions of this plan. And let me just say, as a practitioner and a professor of urban planning for over 25 years, the level of engagement and excitement related to and emerging from the community related to this plan was enormous. Innovations related to the plan associated with what we call the community table will lead this plan into implementation in a way that will hold folks and systems accountable to what the community says. And I'm really excited about the young planners that have engaged with us along this plan to actually make it happen and accept some of these innovations that we wanted to promote. What I'd like to say is that the 95th Street corridor has enormous resources. It has a university. It has Trinity United Church of Christ, which is an anchor institution. It has Imani Village, which anchors at one end of the corridor, right? At one end of the corridor. And so all of these resources are manifest and have enormous opportunity. But let me also just say, as a predominantly Black community that runs along this corridor, there's no bank. There's no grocery store. There's no pharmacy. That's a problem. And what this plan seeks to do is create an opportunity to leverage the opportunities that are along this corridor that have not been manifest as a function of disinvestment. And we're also focused to make sure that there's no gentrification and there's no displacement, because you can't have development and say this is going to be good for a Black community and have those things happen. But I can tell you, and I have only a few minutes left, that the community is watching. The community table that has been established is watching what's transpiring with this plan. And the manifestations of the issues of community wealth building are going to be critically important, because developments like this need to happen from the outside in, from the inside out, not the outside in, which means that we have to leverage community ownership. We have to leverage the opportunity of communities to say what is going to happen, and we're going to have the whole political system accountable to that process. So with that, I just want to say how happy I was to be involved in this plan. We had our moments, we had our struggles, and we recognize that those struggles are part of the planning process. And again, I want to commend our young planners for helping us move through this process. Very impressed with you and I love working with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. Next is Butler Adams, speaking for the proposal.
Yes, for the record, again, my name is Butler Adams, and I submit my letter in support of this upzoning or this plan for the roughly 2-mile stretch of 95th Street between Cottage Grove Avenue and Halsted Street. This change in zoning will allow for much needed equitable, affordable housing near 3 rail transit stations. To the east, you have Metro Electric at 95th Street and Cottage Grove. In the middle, you have the Dan Ryan Red Line stop. And a quarter mile to the west of Halsted, you have the 95th Street Longwood Manor Metro Station. Neither of these metro stations are very heavily used. Additional density along this corridor can help activate both of those stations. Over the past 2 years, I personally have had a chance to attend 5 meetings regarding this project, 2 of them at Chicago State, 2 Zoom, and the most recent one was November 16th at United Church of Christ. Upzoning like this, the 5 miles of Western Avenue and the proposal we just saw along Broadway in Edgewater and Uptown is a pain-free way to grow the city, build density, tax revenue, and neighborhoods. This is a no-harm investment tool that should be utilized across all 50 wards. I'd like to see a similar plan for upzoning along 87th Street and 79th Street. At 87th Street, you have the Rock Island Gresham Metro stop at Vincennes. To the east, again, you're going to have the Red Line stop. And about a mile to the east of that, you're going to have the Metro Electric Woodruff stop. For 79th Street, they're building a brand new Metro stop right now on the Rock Island for Auburn Park. Again, you're going to have the Red Line at Dan Ryan. And about a mile and a half to the east of that, you're going to have Metro Electric in Chatham. There is so much potential for ETOD on the south side along these corridors. I hope that 95th Street is only the beginning. With the red line being extended south to 130th Street, I hope similar upzoning and plans are looked at for both Halsted Street and State Street from 95th Street south to 111th Street. I'm very, very excited about this plan. I would also say that right now, this proposal for 95th Street goes basically through 6 different community areas, and all of them, since their peak, have lost population. We're talking minus 82,000 people. So this is a way to help regrow these areas. I also hope that the aldermen around here look at the missing middle and connected communities ordinances to help also build up these areas, and also hope that there's affordable retail space for those who want businesses around here. It's time to approve this project, and also hope that ADUs are approved citywide and not just pilot program. Thank you.
Do want to note that we do have letters on file in support by Alderman Hall, Alderman Harris, Alderman Beal, and Alderman Mosley. Do the commissioners have any questions for staff, the applicant, or the alderman? Oh, yes, please, Commissioner Boatright.
No questions. I just want to make a comment and just give kudos to both Jasmine and Quinn for their just diligence in this planning effort. It's been a very long, but totally worthwhile engagement opportunity to make sure that we're getting it right. So I just want to publicly acknowledge their hard work, their team's hard work for over a year and a half at this point. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Boatright. Commissioner Villegas, followed by Commissioner Laspada.
Thank you, and great job, planners. Looks like a great project. Do we know, I know that on 95th, there's the, about 400 West, there's the rail line that goes there. And at one point, there was discussion about doing an underpass via the CREATE project. Do you know if that project is still slated to go at any point throughout this process?
I don't know what the current status is. It's on hold right now.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Commissioner Spada.
There we go. Thank you so much for the presentation. This, just to clarify for myself, this is the follow-up to the courtesy presentation on the plan that we had a couple months ago. I thought so. The one thing that struck me in all of this is the notion of using planning as a tool to shift power. I think the way power dynamics present themselves in community engagement, even in governmental spaces, is really interesting. From like an operational perspective, how would you feel we use this planning process to shift how power operates with planning and development?
So I would say, as mentioned by our community partner, one of the key points of our plan is the form of a community table and community advisor group. So the community advisor group was brought along every step throughout the process. They even co-facilitated the community meetings. And a big effort was created so that the community table actually lives on beyond the plan itself. Because oftentimes we get their feedback and then it ends. So I think by establishing something that's more long-term and sustainable moving forward was a big way we could make that shift.
No, I think that's fascinating. I think it's great. Like the notion that the plan isn't going to get voted on and then come back empty, but we have not only like our alders who are important and essential to this work, but make that the table continues to lead and facilitate this project is really encouraging. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Lyons.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the follow-up to this. It was wonderful to hear about this in the courtesy presentation, and excited to see this here today. And congrats to all your whole team on this work. I'm curious, the health and racial equity impact assessment. It's such an interesting and powerful tool, and I'm curious, is that something that moving forward as we're seeing maybe individual developments come before us in that area, will those still be our guiding principles, or will we see this type of assessment come before us again, or in future developments, either in this area or beyond?
So one thing, and that's one reason we had a survey question on people's interests, which there was very strong interest. The idea is to take this plan as a sort of pilot project and really develop a more generic tool that can be used on future plans and projects moving forward. So yes, that is the idea.
Well, thank you so much for that, and thank you for your work on piloting this. This is exciting.
Thank you. If there are not any more comments or questions from the commissioners, do I have a motion on a proposed resolution to adopt the 95th Street Corridor Plan, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Do I have a motion? So moved by Commissioner Dow, seconded by Commissioner Boatright. With that, I'd like to do, or is there any further discussion by the commissioners on this motion? If not, I'd like to do a roll call. Commissioner Boatright. Commissioner Brumfield is yes. Commissioner Carney. Thank you. Commissioner Castaneda, sorry, losing my voice here. Commissioner Dowell. Commissioner Escarino. Commissioner Kadakia. Thank you. Commissioner LaSpada. Commissioner Lyons. Commissioner Murphy. Yes. Commissioner Pinheiro. Yes. Commissioner Tillman. Commissioner Villegas. Motion passes. Thank you. The next item today is listed as D-3, a proposed amendment to an expansion of Business Plan Development Number 89 and Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by Old Town Triangle Partners 1 LLC for the property generally located at 1600, 1620, 1609, 1641, and 1647 North LaSalle Drive, 1601 North Wells Street, and 130 and 200 West North Avenue. The applicant proposes to amend the Plan Development Number 89 to establish 4 subareas and add a 379-foot tall mixed-use building with 349 dwelling units and ground floor retail spaces to Subarea B. Subarea B improvements will also include 285 accessory vehicle parking spaces and 3 off-street loading spaces. Existing Subarea A improvements include a 3-story religious assembly building and two 1-story retail buildings. Existing Subarea C and D improvements include a 3-story commercial building and a 3-story single-family home, for which no changes are proposed, respectively. The overall maximum FAR for the planned development will be 5.0. This is item number 2237, located in the 2nd Ward. Omar Smailovic, I'm sorry, I'm struggling as we get closer to the end here, will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan. Omar, and my apologies.
That's all right. Thank you. And good afternoon. For the record, my name is Omar Smailovic with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant team, comprised of Fernhill Company, GREC Architects, and DLA Piper, is here today to request approval of an amendment to an expansion of Plan Development 89 and Lakefront Protection Ordinance Application 789. The request is to amend the plan development is to expand the boundaries of the plan development and allow the applicant to construct a 379-foot tall mixed-use building with ground floor retail space, 349 dwelling units, and a parking structure with a minimum of 285 parking spaces. The site is located within the Lincoln Park community area, with North Avenue serving as the boundary between this community area and the near North Side community area in this location. According to the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning, Lincoln Park has a population of approximately 69,100 people with an average household size of 2. Population of Lincoln Park is relatively young, with a median age that is 4.3 years younger than the city of Chicago as a whole. Lincoln Park can also be categorized as having a much higher median and per capita income compared to other parts of the city of Chicago. The split between owner-occupied and renter-occupied housing units in Lincoln Park, as well as the rate of vacant housing units, is about the same as the city of Chicago as a whole. The proposed development is in an area noted for its vibrant mix of residential, commercial, institutional, and mixed-use buildings in a variety of densities and building heights, including other high-rises in the general vicinity. Residential Plan Development 89, as currently amended, was approved in 1974 for the development of Piper's Alley. The plan development included 2.3 FAR for retail and service type business uses and a parking structure. The proposed site would expand the planned development to approximately 200,470 square feet and would include the site for the proposed high-rise building, which is currently developed with a one-story retail building and a surface parking lot, and would also include a single-family home on LaSalle Drive, religious assembly building known as the Moody Church, and 2 one-story retail gas stations. The site is considered a transit-served location. Mass transit services that serve the location include the CTA Brown and Purple lines and several CTA bus routes. The site is immediately adjacent to a mix of residential, commercial, and mixed-use buildings in a wide range of heights and is near Lincoln Park and the Chicago History Museum. The site is within the private use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. Now I'd like to pass this off to the applicant team to go over the details of the proposed project.
Thank you, Omar. For the record, my name is Rich Clowder. I'm with the law firm of DLA Piper. My colleague Katie Janke-Dale and I represent the applicant developer on this matter, controlled by local Chicago-based firm Fern Hill and its principal, Nick Anderson. In addition to Nick, I just wanted to introduce you quickly to the other team members here today. You will hear from Ryan Von Drail from GREC Architects in just a moment, followed by Luea Abuna from KLOA, our traffic consultant. This project has received considerable public attention. I expect that you will hear during public comment from many neighbors and other stakeholders. As with virtually any project that is sited in such a prominent location, there is no shortage of opinion on the project. The project has its detractors, but so too does it have a legion of supporters. But one thing that cannot be in dispute is the extent to which the process that preceded today's hearing was robust, painstaking, and inclusive. The project has been before the community since 2021. Alderman Hopkins insisted from inception that the developer and his team meet with and receive and incorporate feedback from numerous official community groups as well as local residents and condominium associations in nearby buildings. In the last several years, this project has gone through many iterations, and the developer has been very intentional about engaging numerous stakeholders and interested parties. In addition to the many community meetings, some sponsored by the alderman, others more organic and informal, and still others at the behest of specific interested parties, in 2022, the developer launched a website, provided regular updates, solicited written comments and postings, and invited regular feedback. In 2023, the developer held a number of workshops, presented varying design options, including with reference to materials, massing, location of the building, and the like, and began to develop a list of community benefit goals and commitments. In March of 2024, about a year ago, the developer filed the application with the consent of the other property owners within the boundaries of the new plan development and continued workshopping the project in a series of meetings, including holding no fewer than 4 community-wide meetings during the course of 2024 alone. In total, more than 750 people attended one or more meetings, more than 7,300 people visited the website, more than 1,400 people left comments, and more than 1,100 people responded to a poll that asked a number of different questions and which informed the developer's vision for the project. The developer's commitment to community engagement has been exemplary and indeed unprecedented, and an industry group went as far as to place the community engagement associated with this project at the top of the list when it comes to that important feature, community engagement. Not surprisingly, the input received and the balance that was struck, guided by Alderman Hopkins' weighing of competing interests, resulted in a project that is significantly different, scaled back, more richly amenitized, and with an enhanced palette of community benefits and traffic mitigation measures. This slide details some of those compromises and enhancements, which include a building that reduced the unit count from 500 to 349, or a reduction of some 30%, a reduction in the parking count by about that same percentage, a reduction in the building height by 100 feet, and the provision of additional setback relief, open space, and public safety measures. Let me now, if I could, turn it over to Ryan Von Driel from GREC Architects, who will walk you through the plan in more detail.
Thanks, Rich. I will spend a few minutes walking us through the plan that is proposed. On the screen, you can see a little bit more detail about the proposed PD expansion, which consists of 4 sub-areas. Sub-area A, so moving from right to left, from east to west. The triangle that is sub-area A consists mostly of Moody Church's properties and the 2 gas stations. Moving to the west, across LaSalle, sub-area D consists of that single-family home and the north half of Moody's existing parking. Sub-area B is the subject property where we're proposing to build a 36-story mixed-use residential tower. And then moving further to the west across, Wells Street is sub-area C, which is the existing Piper's Alley complex where no architectural changes are proposed as part of this proposal. This diagram situates the project in the larger zoning context of the area. In brown, you can see the Old Town Triangle Landmark District. Our sub-areas, actually none of the PD is located within that landmark district, but the neighborhood is clearly influenced, and rightly so, by the architectural character of that area. The green ribbon illustrates the area of the north branch of the Lakefront High-Rise Zoning District. This area is characterized up and down the lakefront for several miles in both directions from our site, and including our site by mid-century high-rise residential towers. Same illustration here, looking an aerial hovering just above our site looking north, and you can see clearly that line of high-rises in the lakefront to the east and the lower scale, more historical neighborhood zoning to the west. This aerial view is taken from the lakefront, roughly about North Avenue Beach. You can see our proposed project just to the right of the center of the image, the green and gold tower, fitting in with the existing march of high-rises up the lakefront. The project was designed to fit into the existing height and spacing of the surrounding residential towers. It has a maximum height of 379 feet, and the design is intended in both its height and massing, as well as the placement and orientation of the tower to fit in well with the existing context of the high-rises at the larger scale and the 2- and 3-story buildings surrounding the project at lower scale. The architecture is designed to work at a variety of scales from a variety of spaces and viewpoints. From a distance, the tower appears to be clad in a shimmering mosaic of green and golds, which shift with the point of view of the viewer. Closer up, the podium is designed to complement the 2- and 3-story historic, mostly masonry-built fabric of Wells Street, extending to the north and south, and the somewhat larger 4- and 5-story buildings that line LaSalle Drive at the east portion of our site. In the center of the project is the tower, situated on North Avenue, with generous setbacks from both Wells and LaSalle. At grade level, the building is designed to be pedestrian-friendly, engaging street-level activity at all frontages. This view shows the proposed project from the intersection of North Avenue and Wells, which will replace the existing 1-story Walgreens. Walgreens will be temporarily relocated and then moved back into the same location on the site in the new building, preserving its location on this corner where it's been for many years. Moving around to North Avenue, this view looking east along North Avenue shows how the new project provides a small setback for a wider sidewalk and glazed storefronts, which will replace the inactive blank walls of the existing Walgreens. The east portion of the site is detailed to align well and echo the design of Moody Church's historic building with masonry and arches. That design continues around onto LaSalle Avenue, LaSalle Drive, where that design will function as a screen wall, screening the motor court that provides vehicular access to the north of the podium. This ground floor and site plan access diagram illustrates how we're thinking about access to the site. In red, you can see the single vehicular access off of LaSalle Drive. That will suffice to allow parking access, and all vehicle drop-offs and pickups, as well as all off-street loading, serving both residential and retail uses, will use this single curb cut. As well, we've provided some additional open space in addition to the open vehicular drop-off at both corners of the site, at the corner of LaSalle and North Avenue, as well as at Wells and North Avenue. We've pulled the building in there to provide a little bit more generous pedestrian access to the entrances at those locations. In our ground floor plan, you can see that all 3 street frontages are completely given to pedestrian access and activated with large storefronts. And I want to point out that the only location for building services and loading is at the center of the site, none of which border the existing streets. The next 6 levels will be parking. There's a maximum of, there's a proposed amount of 285 parking spaces, and in addition to several hundred bike parking spaces, which will be on these 6 levels, and some bike parking in the basement. And then there are 27 residential levels containing an average of 13 units per floor, with a mix of 1-bedrooms, studios, 2-bedrooms, and 3-bedrooms. As we'll point out later, 20% of these at those rates will be made affordable. At the top of the building will be a residential amenity level with a pool and indoor and outdoor amenity spaces. And the roof, consolidated roof plan will contain a minimum of 50% of the net roof area will be green roof, which will help with our stormwater compliance. South and east elevations, again, you can see clearly how the building podium has been designed to relate to the, on the left-hand side, the 2- and 3-story fabric of Wells Street, and the somewhat larger buildings that line LaSalle Street, and then the tower in the middle is designed to relate to the larger area context of the high-rises in the neighborhood. Again, the north and Wells Street or west facade. That north facade is mostly against an existing 3-story building. Building section clearly illustrating the uses vertically in the tower, grade level consisting roughly half and half with of the retail, which will be the relocated Walgreens, and residential lobby and support uses, as well as, again, internally to the site, all of the loading spaces. The next 6 levels of parking, then the residences, and a level or 2 of amenities at the top of the building. Maximum height, 379. A little bit more detail on the facades. This is a little bit more detail on the facade section that occurs at the east end of the site, again, echoing the design of Moody's historic building with arches and masonry. Most of the stretch of North Avenue composed of this, the tower coming down to just above grade, a small windbreak, and that recess at grade level. The garage levels that are just above grade level will be clad just like the rest of the tower, so there's a uniform appearance from top to bottom. And then the typical tower facade, which consists of flush low E glazed windows for the residences, flush glazed green and blue metal panels, and then the mosaic effect, which is created at a large scale by the projecting horizontal and vertical mullions. And then at the top of the building, where there's a crown that surrounds the open air residential terraces. In the design, we looked at the immediate context, both the historic fabric of the Old Town neighborhood, as well as the natural landscape of Lincoln Park. Our color palette drew inspiration from the arts and craft heritage of the area, and we're well aware of the influence of Chicago's heritage, rich heritage of mid-century modern lakefront high-rises extending to the north and south of our site. Proposed building materials on the right at the lower portions of the building connect strongly to the neighborhood with earth tones and masonry, and then on the left, illustrating the materials of the tower, again, the glazing and the projecting horizontal and vertical mullions, which create in bronze, copper, and browns a contrasting mosaic to the flush glazed green and blue panels. We'll be complying completely, achieving 100 points under the 2024, the recently adopted Chicago Sustainability Policy Update. And of course, we'll be complying completely with the most recent Stormwater Management Ordinance compliance. Now I'm going to hand things over to Luwe Abuna of KLOA, who will walk us through the traffic.
Good afternoon. My name is Luwe Abuna. I'm a principal with KLOA. KLOA completed a comprehensive traffic study that examined the impact of the proposed development on the study area surrounding the site. This traffic study was completed in close collaboration and coordination with CDOT and the Alderman's office, and identified a number of off-site improvements which incorporated a multimodal approach that addressed issues related to capacity and congestion that is occurring in the area, as well as pedestrian and bike mobility improvements. The slide that you see in front of you here summarizes some of the key elements of these improvements at the intersections in close proximity to the site. I'll briefly go over some of the highlights of these improvements. The key intersection that we were focused on it was the intersection of North and LaSalle Drive. There's certain congestion points that occur currently at this intersection, particularly in the southbound direction. So one of the recommendations that came out of the traffic study is to incorporate a southbound right turn lane that would accommodate and address the high volume of right turning traffic that currently occurs and causes a lot of backups on LaSalle Drive. So the incorporation of that right turn lane and modification to the traffic signal phasing to incorporate what we call an overlap right turn arrow will help address the queuing and the delays that are experienced at this approach. We've also recommended optimizing the signal timing at this intersection and its coordination with the signal at North and Wells in order to improve the traffic flow between the two intersections and cut down on the westbound queuing that currently occurs at Wall Street and spills over to LaSalle, causing some of the congestion at that intersection. In order to improve the pedestrian mobility at this intersection, we are incorporating curb extensions or bump outs at the northwest, southwest, and southeast quadrants of the intersection. We're also reorienting the crosswalk on the north leg of LaSalle Drive. These improvements will reduce the crossing distance for pedestrians and in turn improves their safety as they cross the legs of this intersection. Along the North Avenue frontage between LaSalle Drive and Wall Street, we are removing two existing curb cuts that currently serve the site. One of them is the loading dock to Walgreens. So that creates a lot of conflicts currently along that block, particularly with trucks backing into the Walgreens loading dock. So the elimination of those two curb cuts, as well as the elimination of on-street parking, will clean up that block from a traffic flow standpoint and help the movement of traffic between the signals. And also the sidewalk will be widened along the side frontage, again, improving the pedestrian flow along the frontage of the site. Moving over at Wells Street, we are striping in a bus only and a right turn only lane going westbound on Wells, on North Avenue for traffic going north on Wells. So again, that will help improve the traffic flow at that signal and also along that block, and also help the bus operations, at the bus stop, which currently gets blocked frequently by the backups at the signal, by cars parked illegally. So cleaning up that block will help the flow of traffic in between the two signals. We're also providing bump outs along the four quadrants of North and Wall Street, again, to help the pedestrian safety and the pedestrian crossing at that intersection. We're enhancing the bike striping to that intersection by incorporating bike boxes and bike striping through the intersection itself. Again, that helps the bicycle safety and the high volume of bicycle traffic through the Wells Street corridor. We'll be installing a new divvy station at the southwest quadrant of that intersection to supplement the existing divvy station to the north and other divvy stations in the area. There's high usage of those stations, so this would help supplement that and provide additional alternative modes of transportation for the residents in the area. And moving along the further west at the two next intersections, which is North Park Avenue and Sedgwick, as we get closer to the Sedgwick station, we'll be adding additional bump outs at these two intersections, again, to provide better pedestrian safety and accommodations for pedestrians to be able to walk along that corridor, particularly if they're destined to the Sedgwick station. So when we combine all these improvements, what we found is that they're going to result in a significant reduction in delays and congestion, particularly on LaSalle Drive at North Avenue, as well as enhance the pedestrian and bike facilities, not only for the future residents of this development, but also for the residents in the neighborhood. So basically, the takeaway from the traffic study, are listed here. The first bullet point addresses the location of the site within close proximity to alternative modes of transportation, the CTA stations, the multiple bus lines, the DV stations, the car share, and so forth. So all of that will help reduce the number of vehicular trips that will be reduced. Like I said earlier, with the implementation of the recommended capacity improvements, the area intersections will have sufficient reserve capacity to accommodate the traffic that will be generated by the proposed development, and also will address some of the capacity constraints that currently occur. And then the implementation of the multimodal improvements, including the wider sidewalks, intersection bump outs, the enhanced bike striping along Wells Street, elimination of the curb cuts along North Avenue, and the provision of new divvy station on Wells Street will further minimize the traffic impact of the development by encouraging the residents to seek alternative modes of transportation. And then, given the proximity of the site to these CTA stations and bus lines, we've recommended that transit monitors be installed in the lobby of the building. And then finally, we are recommending that audio and visual warning devices be provided at the exit of the access drive on LaSalle Drive to warn pedestrians on the sidewalk of exiting traffic. Thank you.
Just a couple more slides, and then it'll go back to Omar to close. Again, for the record, Rich Clowder, DLA Piper. 349-unit project, has a 20% affordability requirement. We've elected to provide all 20% of the units on site, which is a total of 70. The units will be affordable to households at a weighted average of 60% of AMI. They will include 19 affordable units at 50% AMI levels and 5 units affordable at 40% AMI levels. Notably, 17 of these units will be 2- and 3-bedroom units and will be targeted, of course, to affordable families. Just to recap some of the economic and community benefits here, the demolition of 2 existing gas stations is an important feature that we haven't mentioned yet. The contribution of approximately $1.2 million to fund the various traffic improvements that Lou just completed detailing. We've also obtained a commitment by Walgreens to remain in the neighborhood for a long term, and they are signing or have signed already a new long-term lease to build a new flagship store. We are also, by virtue of this project, creating over 1,000 new construction jobs, contributing millions of dollars in combined city and county tax revenue. And we are, to sum up, very mindful of our location and circumstances in the neighborhood, and are doing our best to enhance community benefits and mitigate the impact of the project. I also want to just close by thanking the many community stakeholders, some of whom are present today, and nearby residents for their engagement and interest. These folks are all engaged citizens who care deeply about their neighborhood and whose efforts have made this project something special and which I hope we can all be proud of. Indeed, the development team continues to meet with such residents and their representatives in an ongoing effort to address their ongoing concerns. I also want to thank DPD, CDOT, and other agencies for their support, hard work, and guidance. And most of all, I'd like to thank Alderman Hopkins and his amazing staff for their efforts, stewardship, and patience. There have been strong opinions registered both in support of and against this project throughout the course of the last 3.5 to 4 years. The Alderman was more than up for the challenge of balancing interests, weighing different positions, and finding a compromise proposal that balanced neighborhood interests with the need to spur investment in our city. He, more than anyone, deserves credit for challenging us all to land on a compromise and to find common cause. I'll now turn it back to Omar, who will wrap up. Please take it away. Thanks.
Again, for the record, Omar Smailobegovic from DPD. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and compared this proposal to the requirements of the Chicago zoning ordinance, Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance, and existing development in the community. Based on that analysis, DPD has concluded that this proposal is appropriate for this site and supports this development for the following reason. First, the proposal complies with the applicable requirements in regards to transportation, traffic circulation, and parking. The design of the proposal promotes the safe and efficient circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and motor vehicles by consolidating all vehicular access to one point and minimizing conflict points between these users. Second, the proposed development is in an area categorized by a mix of residential, commercial, and mixed-use buildings in a variety of densities and building heights. The proposed tower height is similar to several other high-rise buildings in the area, and the pedestrian-oriented design and use of facade masonry is compatible with the architectural character of the area. Third, the proposed development has been reviewed by and received approvals from the Chicago Fire Department, the Chicago Department of Transportation, the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities, and the Department of Building Stormwater Section. And finally, the proposed development is compatible with the policies of the Lakefront Plan of Chicago and the purposes of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance. Please refer to the staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application, Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application be approved, subject to compliance with the plans presented to you today. It is also the recommendation of the zoning administrator that this application to amend Plan Development 89 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. I understand that CUDOT would like to make a comment on this issue.
Yes, Tom Carney, Commissioner CDOT. Just want to highlight, the gentleman talked extensively about the traffic study and the improvements that are a part of this. Behind that was an excessive amount, not an excessive amount, but a significant amount of collaboration with our finest traffic engineers, collaboration with the Alderman's office, bringing the community feedback. We know that this is a very complex location that presents both transportation needs, traffic needs, but also important safety needs. So we are very happy with where this landed. We were very happy with the investment being made. That funding is going to come to the Department of Transportation to make these both signal improvement and bump out improvements, which are key things that we've implemented in other parts of the city, other corridors, and we know these work. And we know these will make a difference. So we are very supportive of where we landed on this, and we thank the developer, and we look forward to delivering these improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carney. For the record, I'd like to acknowledge that Commissioner Burnett has joined the Plan Commission. Thank you, Commissioner. With that, we will move to the public speaking, the comments. We do have 27 people speaking on this item. I do want to remind everyone who is speaking that you will have 3 minutes to speak, and also to remind the general audience that we ask that you respect the speaker and hold your comments to yourselves during the time to have the floor. With that, I'd like to follow the same format that we had in the first item that was on this morning's agenda. I will call 3 people at a time to line up. The first 3 people are Linda Kunitz, who is against the proposal. Also, Christy Mendez, who is against the proposal. And Tim Carew, who is also against the proposal.
I am Linda Konitz, 1636 North Wells Street. I have a little laryngitis. I have been very vocal for the 3 or 4 years that we've been working on this project. My concerns, along with many other people, and the CDOT gentleman said the same thing. It's a very complex area. A lot of people, a lot of cars, a lot of activity. My concern continues to be that motor court where all of the vehicles for this tall building, the moving vans, the food deliveries, the ride share that are supposed to go into that motor court are going to come out on LaSalle, a very busy, highly trafficked area of the city. Our biggest concern is that traffic congestion and the fact that it's a challenge now to get through that intersection. We hear the plans. I've seen bump outs around the city. I've seen bump outs at Huron and Clark. They're awful. They slow traffic. They don't make traffic more efficient. So our concerns continue to be how the community will navigate this very tall building, bringing 600 or 700 more residents to a highly trafficked, complex intersection of the city. We're still very concerned about that. I'm not sure that approving the project as it is makes it work for the community. Thank you.
Public spoke. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind just speaking closer to the
Okay.
microphone.
Better?
Better.
My name is Christy Mendez. My husband and I live at 1636 North Wells Street. We have been residents there for 45 plus years, and it is our home. Our main concern is the density of traffic and people and public safety. We're very, we don't understand what the rush is. We understand it's been going on for a few years, but we have sent the alderman's office examples of wonderful and beautiful developments in our neighborhood as well as in other neighborhoods in the city. At Clark and North Avenue, between Wells and LaSalle Street, beautiful developments. At North Park and North Avenue, without changing the zoning. That is the main issue. This tower will ruin the community and it will destroy the essence of Old Town. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
My name is Tim Carew. I'm a 40-year resident of Old Town. I spent a career in banking and real estate. I've been around big projects and I've looked at this project. I've attended every one of the 10 meetings that has been held, including the one meeting that was recorded but not really ever released to the public, where a lot of the neighbors expressed a great deal of frustration with the developer not listening to our comments. So I feel that we've been led down a path where there was a sudden bait and switch, where a project that was 500 units, 450 parking stalls suddenly became a 349 unit project with 285 parking. We've had a week to look at the plans and specs, which were not, they were generally incomplete in terms of dimensions. So we couldn't get a handle on this project. I think there's been a fair amount of closely held information, including the traffic study, which was suddenly released 2 days ago. So I got to tell you, you can take all the credits you want from the co-urbanized data collection. We feel like we've been data mined. We feel like we have not been treated with the respect that we deserve. We fight for Old Town. We share our neighborhood. We have an Old Town art fair. We have concerns about traffic safety to the students that go to our schools. And we think that this project, it borders on the Lakefront Protection Ordinance, but no one ever looked up North Avenue and noticed all the 6 to 10-story buildings that are built there that provide good housing. As far as affordable housing, the district that the affordable housing rests on and is a statistical geographic area, we provide 13% of those units in that district. So we played the affordable housing game. I have a background in construction. I used to deliver lumber. I like to see houses built. I like to see projects built, but this is not a fair project. And it's been, I really am surprised that it ended this way with, we did not even get a seat at the table. I live at 1660 North LaSalle. Nick is a member of our condominium association. We've gone without a grocery store there for 4 years. Now, the deal that was arranged was we're going to go for another 3.5 years without a grocery store. Well, guess what? You know, that's a convenient place for Walgreens to move in. Walgreens is an investor in this tower. We were told that early on. Nick's got a partnership with the Moody Church. What are they doing with a big parking garage in a transit-friendly neighborhood? Hello? So, you know, Walgreens is signing a lease because they're an investor in this deal. So I'm sorry, if this deal came before me in the loan committee at JP Morgan, I'd send them down the hall and say, come back when you want to be real.
We'd like to call the next 3 speakers. Bruce Mendez, who is against the proposal, Neil Kirkpatrick, who is against the proposal, and Michael Pitts, who is for the proposal. And it does not have to be in the order that was called out. So please make your way at your convenience.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
My name is Nell McKittrick. I'm a 28-year resident of the Old Town community. I'm a second ward registered voter. I oppose the Plan Development 89. I oppose this radical upzoning of our community. I support affordable housing. I support revitalization of our community, more commercial entities, more business, more residents, and increased taxes for our city. But I oppose a development that radically will erode the integrity of this neighborhood and of the city. There are many concerns about the implications of this development for this site and the fact that it paves the way for future high rises and a concrete canyonization of a neighborhood community. We are not the downtown commercial district. We are a neighborhood for families and residents and visitors. I do support responsible development and a comprehensive study. It is very disturbing that this traffic study did one-day data collection on September 14th, 2023, a morning study and an afternoon study, one-day data collection for a very dynamic neighborhood that has an incredible amount of activity during the summer, during the weekends, and throughout the weekdays. The traffic study was also done relatively post-COVID. We're now at a different time of the city where people are going back to work and there's much more traffic, both vehicle, bike, and pedestrian. So I appeal to the commission to truly give a pause to passing what is being currently proposed, as it is not supporting the integrity of the community and will, again, create a pathway of erosion of what a wonderful established community is. So thank you for your time, and please take our considerations and our comments to heart. We really do support responsible development. This is not responsible development. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Pitts. I'm the Managing Director of Operations for the Moody Church, and I'm also a resident of the Second Ward. A little bit about the Moody Church. It's a diverse community. We attract members from every ward of the city. We have faithfully served Chicago for over 160 years. We started reaching out to the kids in what used to be called the Sands, which is now Streeterville, kind of going back in our history of who we are. Besides the ministries that we do out of our location on the South Street, we also have two other example of ministries that I want to share with you that we provide oversight for. One is By the Hand Club for Kids, which serves over 2,000 students in our most under-resourced neighborhoods in Chicago, including Cabrini Green, Altgeld Gardens, Austin, North Austin, and Englewood. We also have a ministry that's reaching out to women who have been commercially sexually exploited and who want a new lifestyle, and reaching out to those and providing them with the ministries that they need to do that kind of work. So we're invested in what goes on in Chicago. We've been at our current location for the last 110 years. We've been part of the community before there weren't any high rises when we were there at the community. It's a great facility. We love it. We love what we're doing there. And we see it as a gift from God that we've had that to do the ministry from. Yes, the church will benefit from this project. Our focus is on parking needs for our community. Yes, we do want the parking. We will also take possession of the property of the BP and the Shell in the process of this transaction. So we do have a benefit in it. We also try to be a good neighbor. We reach out to our neighborhood. We invite people in. We've hosted, well, many of these meetings were hosted at the church, but we also support the aldermen having meetings at the church, the 18th district. People from the OTMRA do their board meetings at ours. We've hosted the 1664 association meetings as well. So we try to be a good neighbor. We see this as a benefit for the city, increase tax base, increase affordable housing, decrease in crime. We think closing the gas stations will be important. What was it, 2021, there were 8 people shot at the BP station, 2 people were killed in 2019 at the Shell station. Is this going to fix the crime? No. Will we have to replace glass like we did last year when the church got shot? Yes. It's not going to eliminate crime, but we're going to take 2 elements of the immediate neighborhood offline that kind of supports the crime community. But we thank you for everybody who has participated in these meetings throughout the last 4 years. Some of them have been very lively, but overall, people have truly respected it, and it's been a good process. And we paid close attention to that because some of those meetings were held at the church itself. Thank you to the committee.
Thank you. My apologies. I just want to make sure that I did call Bruce Mendez to speak. I didn't know if... Oh, thank you. Next 3 speakers we would like to call up. Tasman Tanvir, who is for the proposal. Philip Graff, who is against the proposal. And Judy Smith, who is against the proposal.
Hello, my name is Tasneem Tanvir. I lived in River North with my husband for 8 years, and one of our favorite walks over the weekends was to Old Town. Over the years, we've really enjoyed shopping, dining, just walking around Old Town, and we've enjoyed seeing the new businesses that have come up, as well as our old favorites. It's been lovely to see more people out on the street when we go. It's felt more lively, more safe, especially when we would walk home after dinner. And even now, when we live in the West Loop, we love riding our bikes over to Old Town to spend the day. There's nothing that can keep me from the fudge pot. I'm here in support of Old Town Canvas because I want to see the continuation of that trend. More residents bring more eyes on the street and bring more safety, and it will help support more businesses. I'm very excited to see the pedestrian improvements because typically on our walks, we would just walk until North Avenue and then basically stop, precisely because it feels very hostile as a pedestrian to walk through and next to the gas stations. So I'm very excited to see the curb bump outs, especially, and the bus lanes, making it better for buses. And I'm very excited to see a new grocery store in the Treasure Island location. New housing projects like Old Town Canvas are really important to me personally because I know how important it is to bring rents down. My parents immigrated to this country almost 50 years ago. And when they came here, they didn't have savings, or their savings were not easily convertible into US dollars. The exchange rate wasn't good. And it took them a while to get a driver's license and to buy a car. And they raised my brother in an apartment for a while, and that was like many others in my community. And I grew up with families who didn't buy a place until their kids were off to college, either because they didn't have the money or because they chose more expensive places to live because they prioritized being in a school district, a good school district, over owning their own home. In a community like Old Town, it has excellent access to transit, it has good schools, and affordable housing can allow for immigrant families like mine to thrive. And we want to be a welcoming city for all, but if families can't afford housing, then we're welcoming in name only. Renters raise families and contribute to our communities, and we should be prioritizing bringing rents down, building affordable housing. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Philip Graff. I've lived in the Old Town neighborhood for the last 39 years. I'm a past board member at the Old Town Triangle Association, past president. I'm standing here to tell you that I'm deeply disappointed in the process that we've gone through, where we've been promised community engagement, but have been rebuffed consistently. I think that the process has been characterized by misdirection and misinformation. That Fernhill claims to have solved problems that don't exist. For instance, the loading dock at Walgreens, there's never been a truck in that dock. They have a picture of one. I've never seen a truck go in or out of Walgreens. So they engaged in a traffic study that has only recently been released, and it makes no sense. They're saying that if they reduce the amount of berth for cars, it's going to improve the traffic flow, or put in a right turn lane. Guess what? Nobody goes straight from that lane. That lane is a right turn lane anyway. And yeah, and so I'm not completely confident in the advice that KLOA has offered, nor CDOT for that matter. Has anyone ever tried to drive westbound on any street after 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Our traffic flow in the city is terrible. They claim to be listening to community concerns, but when we talk about the height and density and traffic flow, they tell us that they're going to change the color of the building. Fernhill is concerned with one thing, which is its bottom line, their return on their investment. And if it costs the neighbors and residents of our community extra time every single day, we will pay forever to subsidize the profit that Fernhill hopes to achieve through this project. I think that we are being played. I think that Alderman Hopkins has not been direct with us. He came to the Old Town Triangle Association annual meeting last January 23rd and announced that he was not going to support the project, to which he received a standing ovation. And then, within a few days, received a proposal, which he said he was going to do. He said he would entertain alternatives, but then completely ignored the community. He basically said it's a fait accompli. It's like Donald Trump in Ukraine. He didn't involve the community, despite the fact that he promised to do so. I was hoping better from our government. Thank you. Next, people we'd like to call to speak. My apologies, Judy Smith, who is against the proposal. Tom Bell, who is also against the proposal. And Carolyn Pavlovich, who is for the proposal. Are those speakers present? Got it. Well, we'll move on to the next three. Will Liu, who is for the proposal. Tom Kukulevich, I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing the name, Kukulich, who is for the proposal, and Hunter Giuseppe, who is for the proposal. Yes.
Right. Hi, my name is Will, and I'm here to speak in favor of the proposal. A lot of great points were made in support of the Broadway proposal earlier on the benefits of more housing on transit, the city's finances, the environment, and how new housing helps support diversity in our city. They all apply to the Old Town Canvas project, so I will not reiterate them. I moved here about 15 years ago and rented in naturally occurring affordable housing for the first 10 years I lived here. I could not afford to live in one of these nice shiny buildings, but building them allowed me to live in more affordable places without having to rely on a car to get around the city. Projects like this are very important to preserving naturally occurring affordable housing, so we can continue to be a welcoming city for all. Final point I would like to make is on the asymmetry of community input. I was not able to attend any of these community meetings because I have a young child. A community meeting forces people like me to make a choice between spending time with my child and going to a community meeting. I will almost always choose to spend that time with my child. So people like me are typically not well represented in community feedback, while older, high-income, white homeowners tend to be overrepresented in a process like this in the Old Town neighborhood. Please consider the fact that many people that support projects like this are not able to attend community meetings and meetings like this today to have their voice heard. Thanks for your time.
Tom Kukulich. I thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Plan Commission. My name is Tom Kukulich. I'm the Executive Director of the Chicagoland Associated General Contractors, and we are pleased to provide support for item 3 today. Chicagoland Associated General Contractors serves as a unified voice of Chicagoland construction industry. We represent over 240 members involved in union commercial construction, who employ well over 10,000 skilled tradespeople. Our members include employers who are the leading contractors, subcontractors, and suppliers in the Chicagoland region. I'm also the member of the Cut the Tape Task Force, and would like to commend the Plan Commission and its staff, its leadership on that initiative to cut bureaucracy and make these projects go a little bit smoother. The Fern Group and the City of Chicago has led a collaborative, comprehensive community engagement process to reimagine this part of North and LaSalle corridor. I won't go over all the items that have already been reviewed, but you've heard about the improved walkability, the revitalizing long vacant properties, expanding affordable housing, and increasing customer base for local businesses who have suffered from lost revenues. The tower, of course, has 349 units, and you heard 20% of which will be designated affordable housing, which will be compliant with Chicago standards and accessible to a wide range of residents. We expect a development of this size to generate hundreds of construction jobs, to provide opportunities for 50+ union construction companies at all tiers. In addition, Fern Hill is committed to meeting and exceeding the city's goals of 26% MBE and 6% WBE, which is in line with Chicagoland AGC's diversity and inclusion principles. This project has been properly examined. It's been properly examined by the City of Chicago and especially Alderman Hopkins, and it is supported by union contractors who we represent. It is a type of economic development that is needed in this great city of Chicago. We heard a lot about history in the first item on this agenda today. A little recent history. We used to have 60 cranes in the sky in this city. We now have less than 5. My contractors and the developers they're working with are going to Nashville, Austin, Orlando, Indianapolis, Miami, you name the city, they're going to it. They're not building here. This Plan Commission does important work, and you're helping things move along. So please, let's get back to the economic development vitality that we once had not so long ago. Thank you for this opportunity to participate in your process.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name's Hunter Gillespie. I am a resident of Old Town. I actually live in the building on the far left side of that picture right there, Alcott House in the Sandburg Village. And I'm also an urban planner by trade, so I sort of eat, sleep, and breathe this stuff in my day job. So I've come here today to express my support for this development. I think it's an extremely important project that will provide a lot of benefits, many of which have been outlined. As a brief recap, 70 new affordable housing units in a neighborhood where they are sorely, sorely needed. 279 new market rate units in a neighborhood where they're in very high demand. The people that are moving into those units will be freeing up other units in Old Town and throughout Chicago that other people can then move up into. It's a process called filtering. It's been studied at length. There's a lot of studies that you can look at about this, and it's a real thing. So it indirectly creates affordable housing as well. 118 of the units will have more than 2 bedrooms. That is extremely uncommon for a project of this size, especially with today's market. So this is providing a lot of housing for families in addition to smaller households, which is extremely important. This project will provide several hundred new people in the neighborhood. Those are potential customers for the existing businesses on Wells Street, which I frequent myself. I'm sure a lot of people here do, and it's what makes the neighborhood so attractive. Hundreds of $1 millions in construction spending. The gentleman just talked about how many jobs that would support and the types of tax revenue that would provide to the city. In addition to that one-time impact from construction, this would be an ongoing fiscal benefit to the city. My back-of-the-napkin calculation says that this would generate $1.5 to $2 million per year, every single year, to the various taxing entities like the city of Chicago and Cook County and the school districts. And that would go a long way to help solve the sort of fiscal issues and budget issues that are facing our city. And then lastly, the bike and pedestrian improvements that this will provide. I live in that building right there that you see in the picture. Walking in this area is not fun. Biking in this area is not fun. I think the improvements proposed as a part of this project would go a long way in terms of improving the safety and accessibility and mobility in the area. I think the concerns that we've heard today are primarily about traffic and the character of the neighborhood. I really don't know how you can sit here and look at that picture on the screen and say that this is out of character with the neighborhood. It's literally surrounded by other high-rises. It's like we live in a world where like fact and fiction are like blurring together, and that is a fact. Like this is not out of character with the neighborhood, so I'm tired of hearing that. And then in terms of parking, maybe it's a concept to some people that you can live without a car. I have so many friends that live without a car. A lot of them would love to live in a building like this. So I think we should provide them with that opportunity. So I encourage everybody to support this project, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today.
Hi. Can you hear me? Okay. I live just up Clark Street from the proposed new homes, and I'm here to express my strong support. The benefits of this project to the community have been clearly outlined many times over. It's a transit-oriented development that enables its residents to drive minimally or not at all. It will reduce the desperate shortage of affordable, income-restricted homes by 70 and place them in the predominantly wealthy Lincoln Elementary School District to help desegregate it, and provide millions of dollars of annual tax revenue at a time our city is in a fiscal crisis. By far the most common argument I see in opposition is that this building is out of character with the neighborhood. Like Hunter said, it's very clearly not. If this building were truly out of character, we would not see the residents of the similarly sized Americana Towers and 1660 North LaSalle turning out in droves to oppose it, because their homes wouldn't even exist. Instead, in Old Town, Out of character has a long history of use as a code word for we don't want that kind of people here. In 1968, when Americana Towers itself was being proposed, some complaints from local residents reported by the Chicago Tribune included it would bring a surplus of transients into the neighborhood, and that the increase in bulk and density would be incompatible with the purposes of the community. In 1984, one opponent of the similarly sized Eugenie Terrace complained to the Tribune that it diminishes the character of Old Town. In 2018, this same opponent said that she would never let a disabled teenager and her family build an accessible garage at their home in Old Town for the same reason. Her colleagues at the Old Town Triangle Association told this family things like, "Why would a family with your needs buy a house in a neighborhood like ours? And this is not the neighborhood for your family." This family sued the Old Town Triangle Association for housing discrimination and settled out of court. If any of these arguments seem familiar to anyone, it's because some of the same people who are mentioned in that lawsuit as making potentially discriminatory comments are the driving force behind the opposition to this project and are making similar arguments to opposed mixed-income residential homes. Take of that what you will. And so I ask of you as the Planning Commission, which of these things is more important? Homes for people or homes for cars? Affordable housing for 70 households struggling to pay rent, or the views out the windows of the wealthy? Desegregation of Old Town or thinly veiled bigotry? The city is watching.
Next, I would like to call the next three speakers. Mr. Muller, who is against the proposal. Alan Luigi, who is against the proposal. And Kirk Armour, who is also against the proposal.
Good afternoon. I'm Jean-Louis Mueller. I'm a resident of Old Town for the past 17 years, and I have come to enjoy what Old Town is. What I want to say is that the initial project was rejected. And as already been said, it was rightly rejected because of the opposition of so many of the residents. And this was a good decision. And then a few days after, we get what? A so-called compromise. A compromise built within a few days. That doesn't look like a well-done study aimed at responding to the millions of things that have been said by the residents in the past 4 years. So basically, there is no longer any discussion with the residents. The new project is almost the same than the first one that was rejected. How come there is no discussion with the community in between these two things? We've been robbed of a discussion. That's it. Thank you.
Coming through? There we go. My name is Alan Luget. I'm an Old Town resident. And thinking about the mood of the country today and what's different from December and what's different in February is people are learning, if you're in a position of government, you can ask questions. You can say, why are you doing that? You could say, stop, we're going to take a look at it. So I ask you, the plan commissioners, to consider making some headlines and saying, no, let's go back and fix the problems. The traffic study, one day on a very busy intersection, a Thursday by that actual study in 2023, is not a traffic study. You talk about adding a lane for right turns. As Phil pointed out, it already is a right turn lane. If you add bump outs, my experience with bump outs are they get in the way of traffic so that the pedestrian doesn't have to walk so far across the street. So that's another question the plan commissioners could ask themselves as they vote no for now. And finally, you know, high rises aren't bad, but they are bad if they're in the wrong spot. And that 500 people, what would that be? 500 Ubers, 500 DoorDash, McDonald's has their own delivery. Yeah, I don't have to go very far because the food comes to me, but they're all on the street. And they're not going to fit on LaSalle's 3-car turnaround. So we really need to go back, take this moment to say no, and get it corrected. And as the gentleman before me said, don't confuse time, 10 meetings, great civic process. No developer has done this better. It was 45 stories tall at the beginning, and it's 37 stories tall now, excepting the building's wider. So it has roughly the same number of units. It's a fewer number of units because 3 bedrooms have been added where they were once 1 bedrooms. So here's your chance. Be different. Go out and ask questions. That's what we do here. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Kirk Armour. I live at 16 North LaSalle. I've owned my place for 20 years now. And when we moved here, we fell in love with Old Town. It checked all the boxes for us, and we've loved being there. There was also a zoning change, apparently about 10 years before we bought, that was done purposely to reduce the high rises because they started to infiltrate. Ours was one of them. And when I guess the last one, Eugenie Terrace, they came up with the idea of putting together a protective and preservative type of zoning for Old Town to keep its character, its charm, and draw for the city of Chicago. And from that point, the whole point was no more towers. No more. And it was put through. So here we are now, somebody taking a need to replace 2 parking lots. Great idea for Moody. Parking lot for Moody. Great. Walgreens, a new store. Awesome. The zoning would allow 10-story residential to go with that. No. They took air rights and built on purpose what the zoning was meant to prohibit, a 35 to 40-story building. It was very manipulative, and I think that we've really been tossed a curve. If you can't rely on your zoning, what can you rely on? And now they're saying the other parcel, which is on the west side of Wells, could also have a tower. And this is totally against what the neighborhood wants. And during these meetings, and there were counts and there were surveys within the buildings and the Old Town Triangle and the Old Town Merchants and the other condominium associations, all majority against, big majority against. And here we are. I don't know what happened. Really disappointing.
Thank you. Next 3 speakers, if you could kindly make your way to the microphone. Susan Bloomberg, who is against the proposal. Chuyi Wen, who is for the proposal. And Mike Masileo, who is also for the proposal. Oh, Mike is not here. Thank you, Commissioner.
Hi, I'm not Sue. She had to leave.
I'm going to speak in her place. She gave me permission. My name is Mary Lou. And a lot of the things she wanted me to say for her have already been said. But one of the things is that she had said, we need another traffic study done, because that traffic study was done 3 years ago, and it was done on a Thursday at 5 p.m., and that was still COVID time. It needs to be done when it's a busier time, maybe a summer evening, a summer afternoon, on the weekend, when there are concerts and beachgoers. We have North Avenue Beach that we have a ton of people coming and going. How about when there are students coming and going along with the workers? We have a regular Lollapalooza every weekend. People coming and going in the afternoons, and then we have the night people coming in for the restaurants and the bars. And then me personally, I'm thinking today, when it's your time to speak and ask questions, please ask the architect some questions, because today I could barely understand him. And usually he's pretty good at the other Zoom meetings and that. I could understand what he said, but I think things were thrown into the plans that we're unaware of. Like the design of the building, the outside. I didn't quite understand some of those. So please ask him some questions today, because I'd like to know what was thrown in that we're unaware of. And by the way, I'm older, I'm white, but I'm not rich. I'm a born and raised Old Towner. I was born in Old Town, and I have lived there my entire life. I bought my condo back in 1979, and I'm proud that I've lived there in my entire life. And I wouldn't have it any other way. And I want to keep it that way. Thank you.
Is Ms. Nguyen still here with us? If not, I would like to call the next three speakers. Ms. Judy Smith, who is against the proposal, Christine Esposito, who is against the proposal, and Claudia Jasarino, who is also against the proposal.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right? Speak closer. I'm Christine Esposito, representing Bird Friendly Chicago, an organization with more than 20,000 supporters, and I'm here to oppose the plan for 1600 North LaSalle Drive. I asked the developer, Fern Hill, along with GREC Architects, to reconsider their plans. In many ways, this is a great project, but it has one major flaw. It could not be worse for birds. Its expanses of untreated glass mean it will draw and disorient thousands of migratory birds who will crash into it to their deaths. The building's green roof and native landscaping, typically admirable features, will further draw birds who will strike the building's glass. Notably, this building is in the city's lakefront protection district, and the ordinance governing the area specifically requires that the life patterns of migratory birds be recognized and supported. This building is the antithesis of that. It's astonishing that projects like this can still pass unfettered through the Chicago Plan Commission, especially after all the work that our group and many of you have done to prevent new bird-killing buildings. Chicago is the deadliest city for birds in the U.S., partly because we are on a major migration corridor along Lake Michigan, and we have so many big buildings with untreated glass. Many were built before we knew better. Now we do know what will happen if this project doesn't change. We have plenty of data on bird death tolls wreaked by Chicago's existing glass buildings, and thanks to the McCormick Place retrofit, how remarkably effective bird-safe glass is. Chicago bird collision monitors who scour the city's streets every morning during spring and fall migration say that this area is becoming a slaughterhouse for birds. Yet, here's another building to add to the devastation. I spent my career doing conservation-related PR. This project could be a huge PR boon for Fern Hill if you were to use treated glass, You could position yourself as a leader in bird-friendly design. All of your marketing materials could tout it. That certainly beats the bad PR of people seeing dead birds, many of them tiny jewel-toned beauties, at the base of your building every day. Research shows that for mid-sized and large buildings, bird-safe glass adds less than 0.4% to total cost. Plus, it is far less expensive to incorporate at the outset than to retrofit. There's such a simple, economical solution here, and we're willing to help. Revising this plan could have an impact that would last for generations and save many thousands of bird lives. Commissioners, please enforce the Lakefront Protection Ordinance, one of your own stated approval criteria for this project. Thank you.
Are the other speakers still in chambers? If not, then I'll move on to the next three. Jim Melinda, who is against the proposal. Diane Gonzalez, who is against the proposal. And Deborah Del Viego, who is against the proposal. I'm sorry, Deborah DiMaggio, could not read, who is against the proposal.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Diane Gonzalez. I've been a resident of the Old Town neighborhood for 50+ years. We all seem to be making records here, some of us oldsters. I've been here since 1974, and I'm one of the neighbors who worked on our local landmark designation as well as our National Register status, which we obtained in '77 and 1984. I live 2 blocks from the project and I'm opposed to it. After Eugenie Terrace was approved in the mid-'80s, a number of the neighbors worked with your fellow commissioners, I should say, aldermen, maybe predecessors, they were gone for a while now, from the council. That means Alderman Bernardini and Eisendorf. And they fought to downzone this particular parcel where Fern Hill is planning to build. They were very successful. We were thrilled with the outcome, and we worked to maintain our neighborhood district. And we did so for so many years until a few years ago, this came up. I was shocked. It was deja vu. We've been through this already. We've been down here and we've fought this dense stoning, and to have it come back doesn't even seem feasible to me. Now, I know quality of life is very subjective. There's so many people here speaking today with wonderful opinions, and I know they're very sincere. I think this is a detriment to our district. I do approve of some sort of development there, and I think that you all please tell Fern Hill to rein this in, go back and come back to something that's a little bit more realistic for this precious neighborhood, post-fire Chicago historic district. It cannot be duplicated, and this really affects the integrity of our neighborhood. Thank you.
What up, Chicago? Good to see everybody here today. Thanks for listening to me. I'm an average guy. I'm not very political. I got involved with this whole process in my neighborhood because it's a community. We're all people working together and we're trying to get something done. You can tell by the different people on the streets, the people you know, the relationships you made over time, the businesses that you go to and you continue to support. I think that this made me stand outside myself and kind of question what was really important to me and what this was really about. I certainly listened to the YIMBYs that you want to get affordable housing in here. And obviously myself being a MIMBY might be in my backyard. And I think that's what we always have to look at when we're looking at this thing, because I don't see compromise in this whole presentation, this whole package. I would tell you to pay no attention to the men behind the curtain. Those are the guys, developers that want to take over this place and make money. And by the way, we could drag the rest of this stuff with us, with the affordable housing. I don't understand why you can't go back and go, hey, why we didn't really need 37 stories. We'll make it 27, 24, whatever. It came down barely nothing. It was smoke and mirrors. And you guys all know it. Everybody said this before, the fact that it went away for like 2 days and suddenly, oh, you come back. It's like, oh, My God, we left the room, we were sweating, and it was such a compromise. I can't believe we have anything left in our pockets. This is insane. I feel bad that I couldn't get the unions here to say, hey, you need to do this for building and jobs. I understand that we need the money and the tax revenue, but you got to remember something about this development. $1 million in traffic changes for this area will not improve it. It might mess it up. Bump outs in high traffic areas are proved to increase traffic, not decrease it. It helps pedestrians. I'm not telling YIMBYs to drive a car. I don't want them to tell me to walk. I think I have that right. I think the other side of the coin is the gas stations. That was a big benefit to the area. Fern Hill owns the gas stations. They could have got rid of them a while ago. Hey, help the area. I don't know. I still can't figure that out. I think that the affordable housing, I said before, why can't you just cut it down? You still get it on some level. Diversity is good. We really want to see Old Town grow and to prosper. And we would need to do that together by having that understanding, not galvanizing one side versus the other for monetary gains for some people more than the benefits of the community and ripping it apart. I do want to say that obviously that's not responsible development. That's not responsible governing. I don't understand why if somebody went on, was interviewed and they said, hey, I'm not going to do anything unless the community is behind it. We have 3 surveys from three different organizations in the community, and they all said, no, we don't want it. And then we got it.
Thank you. Would like to ask our final 2 speakers on this item to approach the microphone, Mr. Butler Adams and Mr. Tom Moore. Butler Adams is for this proposal.
Yes, again, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. I don't live in the area, but my connection to Old Town is about 18 years ago. I was hired by the Old Town Triangle Association to take a whole bunch of pictures of the historic buildings around there, and I did do that. I've been following this project for a while, and I did submit a letter of support in favor of the Old Town Canvas project at the northwest corner of North Avenue, LaSalle Drive. Again, I've been following this project now for the better part of 4 years and have witnessed multiple evolutions of this project. Initially proposed at 36 stories and 395 feet, the tower would have had 500 units and 450 parking spaces. This grew to 44 floors and 480 feet with the same number of units and parking count. It got taller and thinner. That has now been reduced to 36 stories with a maximum height of 391 feet because of the penthouse, and a reduction of unit count down to 349 and parking spaces to 285. While there has been an increase in the number of family-sized units, the overall reduction means 30 less affordable units on this site and less tax revenue generated. Though I am disappointed in the reduction of building height and unit count, less parking is a plus, and I'm anxious to see this project move forward. Over the past 2 years, roughly, I've attended 5 meetings for this project, Zoom and in person. At these meetings, of course, there's always a faction of neighbors that would complain about the project being taught too dense and out of context with the area. But as somebody said earlier, this project is not at all out of context with the area. I like to dispel those claims by pointing out the fact that at least 7 buildings of similar or slightly taller heights exist within a 2-block radius of this site. Eugenie Terrace, which has 575 apartments, is 408 of 50 feet tall. Americana Towers, 420 apartments, is 332 feet tall. James House has over 500 apartments, that's 400 feet tall. And 660 has almost 500 apartments as well, and it's 400 feet in height. This particular project, Old Town Canvas, adds to the context and character of the community while replacing a non-tax generating parking lot. It will create construction jobs, tax revenue, and homes, 70 of them affordable. The city needs more development of this scale near transit. Chicago is facing an economic challenges, and this is not the time to stifle progress and development based on fears of change and a phobia of density, vertical or otherwise. Currently, the occupancy rate of residential units within the central area is hovering around 93 to 94%. Though this project is outside that zone, it will be an asset to the city and neighborhood by providing an in-demand product that is closer downtown and readily accessible to public transit. I wholeheartedly support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mr. Chairman. My name is Tom Moore, and I have appeared in front of you on various things, but today I'm here on behalf of the Old Town Merchants and Residents Association. There have been discussions with the Old Town Merchants and Residents Association, with the Alderman's office, and with the developer for a long time, more than a year. And those discussions are ongoing, but they have not been completed. The Old Town Group, Merchants and Residents Association, all of their discussions about the newly announced compromise was and is contingent on the developer committing to a legally binding written agreement specifying certain design, construction, and operational conditions. Since the announcement, there have been discussions and maybe even the beginnings of a written agreement. But as of today, the Old Town Merchants and Residents Association does not yet have an agreement. And therefore, as of right now, the project does not have the group's support. The Alderman has offered to facilitate a ongoing discussion, hopefully leading to an agreement. And Mr. Clowder has committed his client to good faith participation in those meetings. But until that happens, we're hopeful that those meetings will enable the Old Town Merchants and Residents Association to support the project. Thank you.
Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or of the applicant? Commissioner Villegas, followed by Commissioner Laspada.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. My question is around the affordable units. In the presentation, you stated that 20 were going to be on site. And I just wanted to see if the development team was aware that January of 2025, in the ordinance, there's an ordinance that passed that speaks to half of the 20% being set aside for veterans for a period of time. And then if no veterans come forward, then it can be open to everyone else. Were you guys aware of that?
I was not, but we would certainly have no resistance to that approach. It sounds like a great ordinance. I was not aware of it. I should have been aware of it, but I'm not.
Oh, that's
But-
okay.
but we'd be happy to comply with the letter and spirit of the ordinance.
Okay. If you could work with the Commissioner on Housing to try to figure out how that gets implemented, that's something that the body passed unanimously. And I think those men and women that have raised their right hand to defend the country need some type of housing, and that's why the ordinance passed unanimously. So
I could not agree more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
There we go. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you all for the presentation. Thank you for outlining the community meeting progress that got us to this point. I will say I am not sure what is referenced when we talk about building materials, and maybe you can elaborate on some of the points that were made. I gotta admit, I'm happy to see an apartment tower that is neither gray nor beige. Like, I think the green and the mosaic effect is really fascinating to see. But maybe to start, can you talk about some of the conversations that are happening around building materials, and particularly on that ground floor commercial level?
Yes, I know that there were several options that were presented to the community. I'm going to let the combination of Ryan and Nick walk you through that process briefly because it's late in the day. And I also, during the course of that, there was at least one question about the bird friendliness of the design. So maybe Ryan can respond to that while he's up here as well.
You can
Because
beat me to the punch on
okay,
that.
okay, so go ahead, have at it.
Thanks. And just to clarify, is your question just about the design or about the way the design was developed, or both?
I'm curious, we had at least one member of the public ask about building and materials, the idea of a legally binding framework, like not to belabor the obvious, but the plan development is the legally binding framework on building materials. So maybe we can talk about what is expected and what is in place right now.
Yeah, maybe you can speak to the.
Mr. Moore and I will continue to engage in discussions that will be sort of facilitated by the Alderman's office. But suffice it to say that in response to community concerns, we made several changes to the plan development, which is an ongoing ordinance that runs with the land and binds all future owners. And then there's a separate agreement that they have proposed that we enter into. Let me just summarize a couple of things that are in the PD ordinance. In the PD ordinance, they had concerns about about vacation rentals. So those have been expressly prohibited. They had concerns about making sure that you don't have third-party commercial parking platforms that utilize some or all of the parking lot for commercial purposes and convert accessory parking into non-accessory parking.
Your Spot Heroes and
Spot
whatnot?
Hero is an example. So that's forbidden as well. There have been concerns about, believe it or not, there are certain people who don't like the idea of balconies being on floors that are too low. So we happen to think that balconies tend to be a very good amenity for a building, but there are concerns by the neighbors that there not be balconies. So we agreed to certain restrictions relative to balconies. That's baked into the plan development. There's a concern by the neighborhood about ongoing meetings. So we've agreed in the plan development ordinance itself to make ourselves available for meetings for a period of 5 years after completion of the building at the alderman's direction and with whatever stakeholders he should happen to designate. So we've agreed to maintain that spirit of transparency with which we've tried to approach this whole process over the course of the last 4 years. Independent of that, there are concerns about construction staging. There are concerns about, not having caissons and pile sheeting happen on Saturdays during the summer when there's a lot of activity in the neighborhood. Those are the kinds of things that we are open to discussing. We need to involve our general contractor in those discussions, but we're not wrapped up in time for this meeting, and certainly, in our judgment, would not be appropriate to incorporate into the plan development ordinance because they are so specific and unique to this particular project. So it is those kinds of conversations that we've been having with Mr. Moore since we learned of his representation of the neighborhood organization, and we are approaching it with the spirit of collaboration as we have all along.
Well, and there's the potential.
Probably more than he wanted, but that's.
And there's the potential that we wrap that up even before it comes before the zoning committee. Does that feel?
If we can, that would be ideal, yes. We don't want to delay the project further, so I think there's a commitment on both sides to try to meet in the middle on that.
Awesome.
Now, as relates to the bird-friendly design, I would be over my skis if I were to try to answer that question, so I'm going to let Ryan answer that.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to the bird-friendly design.
If you wouldn't mind reintroducing yourself for the record?
Sorry, yeah, my name is Ryan Fondrell. I'm architect with GREC Architects Design on the project. Again, as far as bird-friendly design is concerned, we have chosen not to incorporate that into our approach to the sustainability compliance because it's very complicated and it's something that feels difficult to accommodate in the way that the ordinance is written. And
How is it very complicated?
because
We're talking about treated glass, particularly this close to the lakefront.
yeah, for sure.
Talk to me about not to like
Yeah.
in this development, but particularly when we're talking about a project that is this close to the lake with this much glass, it's hard to swallow.
Okay. I mean, I think what we were trying to do with the design is to balance the market desire for a lot of glass in the building with the reality of not harming the birds. And so I think that if the easiest way to achieve that is to apply a film to the windows or bird-friendly glass, literally, I think that's something that, I don't want to speak on behalf of my client, we're absolutely willing to consider and look into. But we didn't want to base our compliance with the sustainability ordinance, which is the method that's used to apply that ordinance into the project and stake the project on complying with that in such a way. So I guess what we're saying is we take that seriously and we want to make a good faith effort to do that. We're trying to reduce the amount of glass for a variety of reasons. It dovetails nicely with energy code compliance as well. And I think that, yes, absolutely, we'll continue to research what it takes to make the glass itself bird safe through the
And you-
application of a film.
And I don't want to belabor the point. I'll get to our last question. We've all been here for a bit. There's a lot to love in the way you're doing the sustainable development policy on this. The 30 points on electrification, heck yeah, that's the kind of development we want to see all day in the city. But your talking points illustrate that the development team understands what it means to incorporate bird-friendly design. I'm not going to harp on this point right now. I will raise it up again whenever this comes before the zoning committee. I hope that we have resolved that and found a way to incorporate it at the point that it comes before the zoning committee. I did have one question related to, because others brought up this point, that in today's modern economy, we can expect to see a lot of participation with rideshare, with food delivery services. If I'm a hypothetical resident, I place an order for a car for DoorDash, where does that vehicle pick up on these streets? Because there is a lot being done to improve the infrastructure here, and I'm just trying to understand how rideshare and delivery services engage with that.
Sure. Nick Anderson with the applicant. But I'll get to that for the bird-friendly question as well. A signature design feature of the facade is the painted tapestry effect of the different colors of the mullions, both vertical and horizontal on the building. So a lot of times what leads to bird-unfriendly design is flush facades where the slab edge cover is flush with the window, and so there's no shadowing. So the birds can't distinguish between the sky and a flat surface. So this design, it protrudes both the vertical mullions and the horizontal mullions in a grid pattern. That allows us to color the building, but that's a direct response to allowing shadowing on the glass so the birds can see it. That's in addition to the film that you could cover. As well.
I'm not trying to belabor this point.
No, and
I feel like you're bringing it up again, so I'm gonna put a button on it like this. Noah, is there a way that we can connect the folks who are working on bird-friendly design with the development team?
Yes, we can,
Yeah,
we
come
can have
talk
our
to me after.
sustainable division have further discussions with the team.
Okay, thank you. Moving on.
Yeah, we'll go to the site plan. He didn't mention the mullions.
That's fine.
Okay, so the biggest benefit of the collaboration of this plan development is it involves multiple parcels so that we can consolidate the density of the project into a single tower. That opens up on the back of the site a full open air off-street porte cochere or loading area. So coming off of LaSalle Drive, you turn into the site. This is a roughly 8,000 square feet open circulation area, so we can accommodate, of course, vehicular traffic, but moving trucks, delivery trucks, Amazon trucks, and ride shares. As part of the negotiation, which has only happened in the last couple days of demands from the OTMRA, we've agreed to add geofencing requirements, working with the Department of Transportation to establish and force ride shares to utilize the porte cochere off the back of the building. And then just also importantly to note, we have, as part of this consolidated plan, removed all of the curb cuts from North Avenue that contribute to that traffic as well. So what was parking for 5 cars on the street is now a dedicated bus lane. So hopefully that answers.
Perfect comprehensive answer. Really appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. So, I used to represent across the street from this property years ago. You know, it's an interesting thing. I was just listening to an audio book by a Puerto Rican congressman, former congressman, and he was talking about how he used to live over there, and it was all Puerto Ricans and African Americans at the time. So the character of this community has evolved in a lot of different ways. So when you talk about character, you know, I would venture to say that some of the newer buildings that's there probably displaced people who used to live there years ago. You know, so these things evolve over time. Moody Bible, I commend them because they own several pieces of property in my ward, or they used to own. Oh, it's Moody Church. So Moody Church, Moody Bible, okay, they different. Same people though, same God, right? But both of them, and I grew up in this community. I grew up in Cabrini, you know, over 50 years ago, lived in the area. And I've seen this community evolve in a lot of different ways. Folks like Moody Church and Moody Bible both own property in this area when no one else wanted to own property in this community. And they sustained to this property for many years. I think it's deserving of them to be able to do something with their property and benefit from it, especially if they are paying taxes on it. I'm not sure. I know you all ended up buying Harmon Church, if I'm not mistaken. Was it Harmon Church? Was it someone else bought the other church on Clark Street? Wasn't you? Yeah, I know another church was bought over there. I know all the people who used to own the gas stations and all of those things. I think this would be a big plus to the community as far as visual-wise. You're taking away 2 gas stations and putting a building there. I appreciate the affordable housing that's coming to the community. Definitely, we're in dire need of more affordable housing in the neighborhood. You know, quiet as it's kept, some of the businesses don't do as well as they should do because although we do have density over there, they still need more density over there to be able to continue to sustain themselves with the amount of cost of rents over in that community. I do want to say this, and I work closely with the Old Town Merchants and Residents Association. I am also the zoning chair, so this has to come before my body. I will hope that you all will have an agreement with them with this covenant that they've been asking for before you come before my committee to present. So with that, I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Dow. I'm sorry, Commissioner Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one question. I too appreciate the affordable housing component. Notice that you all are taking it down to, was it 50% AMI? You went to 40. That's what I wanted to confirm because that was 40% was, I know in another project that Fern Hill is involved in, it went down to 40%. I just wanted to make sure that that was the same treatment that was being done here. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes. Alderman Hopkins, would you like to speak on this item?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. What happened?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm here in support of this project after an extraordinarily lengthy community review process that I just want to touch on. We hosted 5 community meetings. There were many others that happened with the applicant and other interested parties. Some of the community groups got involved. But we hosted 5, and I want to go back to the first one that we hosted. It was shortly after the applicant first approached us to suggest that there might be some future plans for development in this area. And the reason that the process took so long is because from that initial conversation, the applicant came to me with nothing but an idea. There was no design, there was no tower, they didn't even have full site control. They didn't have Walgreens involved yet. There were many other potential parts that would potentially come together in the future, but it was just an idea. They had an architect, but it turned out to not be the architect that we used. So what we looked at in that discussion was a blank canvas. We have a blank canvas here, and that's where the name comes from. It was an opportunity for the neighborhood to engage and decide what to draw upon that canvas. And I think throughout this process, we've stayed true to that. The volume of input and participation, including from people who, and you heard from some of them today, wanted to keep the canvas blank. I understand your position. I disagree with you, but I understand your position. And that's something that, for various reasons, I couldn't accept at the outset. We need development in this city. We need housing in this city. We need tax revenue in this city. So despite the fact that as an alderman who represents a neighborhood that has strong historic values and that I knew would not necessarily embrace this kind of change, I had to consider the larger context and the needs of the city as a whole. And the fact that this project will bring in $10 million in annual tax revenue for the entire city to benefit from has to give additional weight to the decision-making process that I made through that extensive community review when I heard from so many of my neighbors who had concerns about traffic and density and shadows and height, and the promise that was made back in the 70s by previous aldermen that they wouldn't authorize another high-rise. I took all that into consideration, and I continue today. I've heard you, and we're going to continue to have a conversation about this because it's not over yet. But I do want to go back to the point that was made by a former president of the Old Town Triangle Association. I did get a standing ovation when I announced my opposition to this project, and it was a relatively awkward moment for me because I knew we weren't done yet, and I made a point of saying after the applause died down, that doesn't mean nothing's going to happen here, that we are seeking a compromise. We are seeking to get a reduction, and we are seeking to get something that the neighborhood can accept, if not support. I believe we're there, and the reason I believe we're there was because at that last community meeting that we had in early January, when the applicant presented what was described as their best final offer, and I believe they were sincere, they really wanted to build that version of this plan that they had submitted the plans for. It was on file with this body. They wanted to move forward with that larger tower, and they were ready to go. I had no choice but to announce my opposition to it because at the conclusion of that meeting, the applicant indicated as much. They didn't really want to compromise at that point. They wanted to build what had been on the table for a year for all of us to discuss and debate and consider. I had to announce my opposition because I knew that was the only way to negotiate a compromise. And let's talk a little bit about that compromise now. The plan that you saw at that January meeting had 500 units. This plan that you're going to approve today, 349 units, that's a 30% reduction. It was 480 feet. Now it's down to 379 feet, a 21% reduction. 450 parking spaces, down to 339 parking spaces, a 25% reduction, which will manifest itself in less traffic, which is, I know, a big concern. The total square footage of the envelope of the building, including the amenity space, the dwelling space, and the parking structure, was previously 596,000 square feet. That is now down to 540,000 square feet. It is a smaller building, period. That is a 9% reduction. So when you add up those four measurements of the overall density of this project, it is a 21% net reduction from what they wanted to build to what we got them to the table to compromise on. which they're presenting today, a 21% net reduction in the scope and density of this project, ladies and gentlemen, that is real, that is significant, and that is important. And I believe that that is the best deal we can get as a community and still get to these other benefits that are so important. And I want to shift to those benefits right now because, as I said, I've listened carefully for the past 4 years, and I've listened to all the opposition. I've listened to all the support, and I've listened to all the people in the middle trying to decide where they were. And the 3 things that were almost universal that opponents and supporters alike agreed upon during this 4 years. Number 1, we want a grocery store in the old Treasure Island space. For those of us who have been here for a long time, like me, residents of a certain age, we all fondly remember Treasure Island. It is lamented to this day. That was Trader Joe's before there was a Trader Joe's. We loved that grocery store. It was featured in a best-selling novel that some of you might have read, and a columnist for the Chicago Tribune talked about it endlessly. And it's been an eyesore and a vacant, dark spot on the canvas of Well Street for what, 6.5 years now? And without this project, the but-for test suggests that would continue for quite a while longer. This project allows the lights to be turned back on, and we have put in an agreement, which the applicant has agreed to. They have to put a grocery store in there. There's no other use that will be acceptable to us as a community. They know it and we know it, and this is one thing we all agree on. They now have every bit of incentive to get a new grocery store tenant in that space that we want them to do. So we're all on the same page with that, and it's going to happen. The next piece that we heard over and over again was the Walgreens is a valuable community asset. We want the Walgreens to continue. I have just today, I've received a statement from Walgreens corporate headquarters from their vice president for the Midwestern region, committing, because of this project, to stay in Old Town. They mentioned the fact that they were here for 50 years. We all know what's happening right now with Walgreens. Unfortunately, there's some other neighborhoods that are not as blessed as we are, and they're going to be losing their Walgreens. This development is facilitating Walgreens to sign a 75-year lease. They're not going anywhere. They're continuing to stay in Old Town. Without this project, I suggest to you their future in Old Town would be uncertain. The next thing we heard over and over again was the gas stations are clearly not the best, highest use for that land in the neighborhood. We'd heard previous speakers talk about the criminal activity that's happened there. They attract motorcycle gatherings in the summer. They're a staging area for some of the mischief that happens at North Avenue Beach. And yes, they cause traffic. By their very nature, a gas station is designed for constant vehicle flow in and out, in and out, in and out. Reducing that is going to help with the traffic flow, and people were ready to move forward with the gas stations. That 21% net reduction, again, is important because, as previous speakers have mentioned, it will be shorter than 3 out of the 4 surrounding high-rises. Not taller, but shorter. And it will have a lower unit count than all 4 of the immediately surrounding high-rises. I agree that it will fit in with the character because of that reduction. And then the final point that I want to make is to just reiterate what counsel for the applicant had said in response to Commissioner Laspada's question. We do have a lengthy list that the Neighborhood Association of Record, Old Town Triangle Old Town Merchants and Residents Association, formed in 1971, the voice of the community. We've been in constant communication with them even after this compromise was addressed. And they are okay with the density reduction, by the way. They've more or less signed off on that. They're withholding their formal support for the entirety of the project because they have another list of things that they've presented to us and presented the applicant. I'm going to go through it quickly now. No short-term rentals of the Airbnb type, no non-accessory parking, no commercial renting of the parking spaces, no residential permits for people who live there in the area, limiting the weekend construction activity, the geofence for the ride share and the deliveries, which you heard referred to, funding for a rodent control initiative for the entire neighborhood, by the way, not just for the site, and the quarterly meeting for the developer and the community to stay engaged as the project goes forward. We have an agreement in concept to all of those items. There is not a single item on that list that I don't anticipate we will get formal sign-off for. We just have to agree on the language, we have to agree on the format of the document and the details, and that'll take some negotiation, and that'll take some work. We're ready to roll up our sleeves, sharpen our pencils, and do that. And I think it was Commissioner Laspada's point, we can do that before the next zoning committee meeting. We have enough time to do that, and I commit to you in this meeting today, we will. One more point. There is a neighboring property that has an existing real estate easement. I want to go on the record for this meeting to state that that easement will be honored. We'll restate it in however we need to do that, but that's for the Corcoran's Grill and Pub property that's adjacent to this. That easement will be respected by the applicant throughout the construction. If it needs to change because we got to get a truck from here to there, whatever, that will happen, granting those easement rights and reaffirming them as necessary. So for all those reasons, after this lengthy process, and again, acknowledging some of the opponents who have spoke out today, I have the highest respect for them, especially the people that have been involved in their community for so many years. And I understand, and it's distressed me a little bit to hear from some of the supporters of this project, not just today, but throughout the community review process. Some of the people who spoke in favor of this project that you would think I'd be grateful to have them here because I'm in favor of it now. Their behavior has not been acceptable in many cases. They've insulted some of the community leaders, some of the people whom I respect greatly, even though I disagree with them on this. That's not the way to do it. That's not the way to engage a community. They made it actually harder to get to this compromise today. And I just wanted to put that on the record because it's disappointing. And I even heard a little bit of it today. Everybody who is opposed to this project right now comes to their opposition in good faith. You didn't hear views mentioned today at all. Not one time was that brought up. You heard a lot of people who love their neighborhood as much as I do. They just happen to disagree on this particular project, and there's room for that. So I understand that, and I just want to know I heard you, and I disagree with some of the offensive characteristics that have been thrown your way in the last couple of years. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time, and I urge and I vote on this project.
Thank you. With that, do the commissioners have any other comments on this item? If not, I'd like to remind the commissioners that we do have two motions to vote for this item, as is both a planned development and a lakefront. So first, do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to business plan development number 1510, submitted by Old Town Triangle Partners 1 LLC for the property generally located at 1600, 1620, 1609 to 1641 and 1647 North LaSalle Drive, 1601 North Wells Street, and 130 and 200 West North Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval. So moved by Commissioner Boatright, second by Laspada, or Commissioner Laspada. Is there any discussion by the commissioners on this motion? If not, we'll go to roll call. Commissioner Boatright. Yes. Commissioner Brumfield is yes. Commissioner Carney. Commissioner Castaneda. Commissioner Dowell has given her proxy vote yes. Commissioner Escarino. Commissioner Kadakia. She's gone. Commissioner Laspada. Yes. Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Lyons has submitted her proxy vote. It is yes. Commissioner Pinheiro has also left his proxy vote. It is yes in support. Commissioner Tillman. Commissioner Villegas. Oh, there you go. Motion passes. Thank you, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Commissioner Burnett. I don't know how I missed you. You did. Motion does pass. Is there some? Oh, I'm sorry, we got one more. I did say that. It is late in the afternoon. Second, do I have a motion on a proposed lakefront application submitted by Old Triangle Partners One LLC for the property generally located at 1600, 1620, 1609 to 1641 and 1647 North LaSalle Drive, 1601 North Wells Street, and 130 and 200 West North Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval. Do I have a motion? So moved by Commissioner Boatright, seconded by Commissioner Escarino. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Boatright. Commissioner Brumfield is yes. Commissioner Carney. Commissioner Castaneda. Commissioner Dahl left. Commissioner Escarino. Commissioner Kadakia is left. Commissioner LaSpada. And Sarah. Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Tillman. And Commissioner Villegas. And Commissioner Burnett. I'm not sure why I keep pushing you down to the bottom of the list here. My apologies. Motion does pass. Congratulations. Next item today is listed as D-4, a courtesy presentation of a proposed site plan review submitted by the University of Chicago for further development with institutional plan development number 43, generally located at 56 South Ellis Avenue. The applicant proposes to construct a new engineering and science building in subarea B with a height below the permitted maximum of 200 feet for subarea B. No changes to the existing FAR for any campus subareas within the planned development boundaries are proposed. This is subarea B with PD number 43 in the 5th Ward. Yang Di Wang will provide a context overview and present the proposed plan. Ms. Wang, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Yang Di Wang, an urban designer with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed development is generally located at 5600 South Ellis Avenue and is located within the Hyde Park community area within the 5th Ward. The applicant, the University of Chicago, and their development team appear here today for a courtesy presentation of a proposed site plan review for the new engineering and science building within the suburb B of Institutional Business Plan Development number 43. The University of Chicago will construct a new world-class engineering and science building on the Hyde Park campus that will serve as the university's main center for engineering research and teaching. The new 8-story engineering and science building will be located at the southwest corner of Ellis Avenue and 56th Street and will facilitate close partnership between University of Chicago and the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign Researcher. The building will extend the University of Chicago's capability to serve as a training ground for next-generation engineering and science. The proposed development is located in the Hyde Park community area, which has a population of 29,559 with a median age of 30. Now I will turn the presentation over to the applicant team to introduce the proposal.
Good afternoon. Chairman and members of the Commission, my name is Grace Rapp, and I am the Managing Principal of HDR, the project's architects, and the principal in charge for the project. I'm joined today by Sarah Sheehan and Art Del Muro from the University of Chicago, Luea Abona from KLOA, and Ann Woods from Mortenson, and we're thrilled to present the university's new engineering and science building to you today. We'd like to thank Alderman Yancey and the entire team at DPD, including Yang Di Wang, for their guidance throughout this project, as well as Noah Safranik and Heidi Sperry. As Yangdi mentioned, this project is located within Plan Development 43, which requires a courtesy presentation to this body for buildings of a certain size. We're very excited to be here and share this, and grateful for your attention. So the project site is located in the heart of the University of Chicago's campus. The surrounding area is comprised entirely of institutional uses for the university and medical center, which you will see in that blue located on the map above. East of the campus is comprised of residential uses with Jackson Park fronting Lake Michigan, and immediately west of the campus area is Washington Park. The project site is located north of the Midway Plaisance and south of 55th Street in the center of the campus area, demarcated in the red box. The area is well served by transit, including Metra, CTA, and the university bus system, which connects campus to transit hubs and downtown. You see also the amount of walking it takes to get from the Metra stations to the site. This view shows the proposed project in context with the other science buildings on campus. Our project shown in the gold color, number 1. NESB, the new Engineering and Science Building, will be directly connected to the William Eckert Research Center, shown as number 2 to the south, and creates a campus gateway to the Science Quad located in the center of these buildings. The existing street context includes the Accelerator Building, which you see in the upper right-hand corner, with its loading dock accessed from the corner of 56th and Ellis. The new building will create a welcoming gateway portal to the Science Quad and includes a glass-fronted and expansive lobby facing Ellis. The design intends for the activities within to be visible to the campus and community, with the main stair acting as a highlight on Ellis. From 56th Street and Ellis, there's a clear indication of the main building entry at the north, which is under an overhang and adjacent to a plaza garden area, as well as a bike parking area. As part of the project, the university has submitted the project to the Department of Planning and Development for site plan review. PD 43 requires a courtesy presentation to the Plan Commission for buildings over a certain size, which this is. During this process, the university hosted a Hyde Park community meeting, which included a programmatic overview of the proposed building and presented the building design at Alderman Yancey's Fifth Ward meeting, which I presented. The groundbreaking is planned for this coming summer, and the construction will be complete in about 3 years. Here you can see, what you see here on the screen is the site and ground floor plan. You can see the main lobby in yellow, with its entrances to the north plaza and under the portal to the south. Access to the loading dock via 56th Street, which is a one-way going east and has limited pedestrian and vehicular traffic. This level houses a materials research laboratory and is highlighted by a seminar room that addresses the adjacent campus quadrangle. The next slide shows a typical floor plan for the podium being the first 3 floors of the building. Moving up the second and third floors are the main teaching laboratories, core research labs, and student and faculty offices and interaction spaces. A highlight of the NESB planning is the emphasis on flexible collaboration zones that allow for interaction between the researchers, the faculty, and the students from different disciplines. At the top of the building is the laboratory tower, which has 4 stories of research lab, shown in the green, and associated offices, shown in the blue, and collaboration space, shown in the yellow. The main feature, the stair and elevators, connect floors with different scientific themes. Office spaces and labs ring the perimeter of the oversized floor plate, maximizing daylight in the most active areas of the plan. The entire plan is based on a lab module of 11 by 11, which allows lab equipment, support spaces, and research benches to be arranged as needed by the investigators. This 11-foot module is critical to the planning of the building. At the roof level, a double-height mechanical penthouse hosts all the air and electrical systems feeding the labs below. An instrument room is planned for the roof, allowing communication with satellites and land-based collaborators. The building is designed with a 3-story base, which I'd mentioned, and anchors the corner of the site and provides a more solid, substantial podium clad in glass and cementitious panels. The glass research tower, which floats above an inset transition floor, is trimmed with metal panels and topped by a metal-clad mechanical penthouse. In this view of the north facade, the main building entrance is on the left, and the service area and loading dock is on the right. Looking at the building from the east, the portal entry to the North Science Quad and connection to the William Eckert Research Building is on the left of this slide. The main connecting stair extends vertically from the podium to the research tower, which cantilevers above the transition floor. Looking north from the quad, the seminar room, number 2, creates a human-scale foreground in front of the floors occupied by teaching and core labs. The open portal is visible on the right, and the cementitious, more solid base supports the lighter glass volume above. Looking from the west, the portal, seminar room, and floating research tower are evident in profile. The building section, the slice we take through the building, this one in the north-south direction, shows the distribution of the program inside the building. Research, teaching, and core labs constitute most of the program, the blue, the gold, and the lighter yellow in the top 4 floors. Student and research offices and collaboration areas are paired with the labs throughout. At the bottom, you'll notice 2 floors that are entirely underground. These are precision laboratories for very sensitive research, which are located deep below the ground to avoid any vibration and electromagnetic interference. These labs need complete stability. Looking to the east-west section, a feature of that stair at the right shows the purposeful connection between all floors. We want people to use the stairs. We want this to be a healthy building, and we want people to actually form some sort of collaboration in those spaces as well. So the main connecting stair is featured at the east facade to encourage its use through enticing views of the campus and the lake. The exterior of the podium levels is based on this regular 11-foot laboratory module that I mentioned before and consists of repetitive structural piers and decorative fins that provide self-shading in the shoulder seasons and frame views of the spaces within. It is very transparent on the ground floor in order to show this activity. The piers will be clad with cementitious panels and the fins with architectural metal. As the research tower, alternating clear glazing units and shadow box insulated panels provides a consistent look for the folded facade while maintaining the proper window-to-lab wall ratio, window-to-wall ratio for energy efficiency. It is not an entirely glass building. 50% of the glass in the tower will be a shadow box. This solid panel at the south facade shields the ends of the lab benches as they interact with the exterior wall. Here is the view of the building from across Ellis Avenue. The Henry Moore sculpture on the right is visually aligned with the portal entry to the Science Quad. You can see the connecting stair rising from grade to the penthouse above. Looking from the northeast, the main building entry is framed by the podium piers with an engineering lab featured in the large north-facing windows. The podium purposefully aligns with the scale and setbacks of the adjacent buildings, and the research tower is offset by that recessed 4th floor and sheltered intermediate floor. You'll see to the west, Michelson, and you'll see to the south, the Eckert Research Building starts to pull that podium across. The university has commissioned a traffic study to analyze the impact of the project on the campus traffic, and the study indicated that the project will not require additional measures beyond the existing campus parking and pedestrian improvements the university has already put in place for other projects. Returning to an overview of the site, the building is situated to align with its existing neighbors, the William Eckert Research Center to the south and the Michelson Center for Physics to the west. These alignments reflect recommendations for siting from the Department of Planning and Development and help the project to complete the northeast corner of the Science Quad on the campus. This quad is a main pedestrian thoroughfare and will act as one of the major circulation routes to the building. So the orange that you see up above highlights on the diagram indicate building features that engage users at the pedestrian scale. acting as attractors to the main entrances and circulation. Looking at the vertical massing of the building, the lower podium building anchors the corner of 56th Street and Ellis Avenue and completes a series of science buildings that encircle the outdoor quad. The orange highlighted area are primarily for shared research, teaching, and events, and will be alive with activity facing Ellis and 56th Street. And then floating above, the research lab provides sweeping views of the campus from the research labs, giving scientists direct access to daylight and views. The office and student spaces lining the rest of the tower offer views of Lake Michigan to the east, downtown to the north, and Washington Park to the west. The site plan addresses guidelines and requirements of the Chicago Landscape Ordinance and retains all stormwater on site. The limited urban site will be improved with green space, bicycle parking, and park-like features. The major exterior materials are purposefully limited to a select few refined elements. These are the light bronze metal at the shade fins, the underside of the covered entries, and the underside of the laboratory tower, a light colored and lightly textured cementitious panel that will clad solid elements at the podium floors, and then a glass curtain wall with bird-safe ceramic frit for all windows and the glass research tower. So the project intends to meet the City of Chicago's sustainable development policy by reaching LEED Gold certification, which includes a number of sustainable initiatives, which gets us 80 points, and by meeting the Chicago sustainability goal of bird safety through treatment of exterior reflective surfaces. The project is looking at using Guardian glass to protect birds with patterns and coatings that are visible to birds but transparent enough for humans. Stormwater is being managed on the site through the use of a green roof covering the south podium, which will allow rain runoff from the building and via on-site detention in below-grade structures. The project has been reviewed by the Department of Water Management, and the rainfall and stormwater calculations are currently under review. The project will meet and exceed the City of Chicago targets for contracting goals based on the University of Chicago internal participation targets. The project intends to bring significant benefits. Oh, next one, sorry. The project intends to bring significant benefits to the local and regional community through workforce participation. That concludes our presentation materials for you. Thank you for your time and consideration of this exciting project. I'll turn it over to Yang Di.
For the record again, my name is Yang Di Wang with DPD. DPD has reviewed the proposal submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposed site plan review would be appropriate for the following reasons. First, the project will not change the character of development for Suburb B. Second, the project will not increase the maximum permitted floor area ratio for Suburb B. Third, the project meets the criteria and the regulations set forth in Plan Development Number 43, Statement Number 12. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it's a recommendation of the zoning administrator that the application for the proposed site plan review be approved. DPD staff and the representatives from the applicant team are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have two public comments on this matter. Dawn Young, who is for the proposal, and Butler Adams, who is also for the proposal.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, commissioners, developers, and all of you here who help shape our city. My name is Dawn Young. I am proud to represent the Bird Friendly Chicago Alliance, a coalition of more than 20,000 members and supporters. As a resident of Chicago, I also have had the privilege of promoting our city as a premier destination for tourism, conventions, and meetings for 18 years while working with Choose Chicago. Chicago's commitment to responsible planning and to projects that reduce bird collisions, such as the McCormick Place retrofit, enhances our city's appeal to an industry that generates over $4.5 billion in state and local tax revenue. Sustainability efforts like these strengthen Chicago's reputation and help attract tourism, meetings, and events. When planning decisions fail to consider the well-being of birds in our environment, we compromise Chicago's legacy of world-class architecture and instead reinforce its troubling reputation as the deadliest city for migratory birds. Responsible development isn't just an environmental responsibility, it's essential to protecting our city's reputation, economic vitality, and future. I'm here to support the plan for the new Engineering and Science Building at 5600 South Ellis Avenue. Incorporating bird-friendly glass on curtain walls, guardrails, and all other windows is crucial for the protection of migratory birds, and we're pleased to see that this plan includes bird-safe fridding on its curtain walls as a sustainable development policy and strategy. Thank you to the University of Chicago for choosing to protect many birds who migrate through this area on their journeys to and from their breeding grounds. The United States is losing birds at an alarmingly fast rate, and projects like this will help reverse that trend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. I kind of have a love-hate relationship with USC. I was born there. My sister graduated from there. My dad was treated there. My mom died there. So, you know, again, a love-hate relationship. I pass the building all the time because I live in the area. And every time I look at, you know, the Center Discovery, I look up that building and I have to turn away real quick. But USC has been an establishment in the area for more than 100 years. It's done a lot of good for the area. It's done a lot of good for a lot of people. And I hope that they continue to strive to help people with this new building. I hope that they can, you know, find cures and solve problems. I don't have that much to say about that because I'm going to get it. Good luck.
Take your time.
I don't have much to say, just that. I've been talking all day. I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or of the applicant? If no, is Alderman Yancey or his staff here to make a statement or are in position letters on file?
Just a verbal to us in the university.
Thank you. If the commissioners do or not have any additional questions of the staff or the applicant or the alderman, we can move on. As this was a required courtesy presentation, no vote is necessary, and we move on to the last item. Thank you so much. The last item today is listed as D-5, an informational presentation on stitching it together. The study included a year-long community engagement process and provides a planning framework aimed at improving connections and services in Brighton Park and Gage Park on Chicago's southwest side. The study will be made available for 30 days to allow for community feedback prior to its adoption. This is in the 12th, 14th, and 15th wards. Nolan Zaroff will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan. Nolan.
For the record, my name is Roberto Astudillo. Sorry.
I was going to say.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, again, my name is Roberto Astudillo, Urban Designer with the Department of Planning and Development. The item before you today is an informational presentation of the Stitching It Together Vision Study for Brighton Park and Gage Park. This study has been led by the Department of Planning and Development. It has been a year-long process collaborating with the 12th, 14th, 15th wards, various city departments and sister agencies, community organizations, and the residents of Brighton Park and Gage Park. This study will provide a framework for future planning work in the community. Stitching It Together covers the Brighton Park and Gage Park community areas. These two communities have a population of about 77,000 residents, of which over 86% are Hispanic or of Latine ethnicity. The study is represented by Alderwoman Ramirez of the 12th Ward, Alderwoman Gutierrez of the 14th Ward, and Alderman Lopez of the 15th Ward. The study was triggered by new institutional investment in the area, in particular the new Park District headquarters in Brighton Park Community Campus at 48th and Western, and in the Brighton Park Industrial Corridor, and was meant to explore ways to improve the connections of these assets and across communities. The study aims to improve the public realm by providing better connections to community assets and services, support local businesses along corridors, reduce the impacts of industrial operations, and increase the public well-being by leveraging neighborhood assets and investment towards a safer and healthier community. Here are some exhibits of the mix of land uses, as well as the existing tree canopy and open space in the area, as well as the vacant and underutilized spaces throughout the community. For an overview, to your left is Gage Park and to your right is Brighton Park, split by the industrial corridor and the existing rail corridor. Just an overview of various images of the institutions and industrial uses in the area. Throughout the year-long engagement process, the team focused on meeting the community at their events and gathering places. The team attended over 15 community events, held 4 community advisory group meetings, received over 250 completed surveys, and engaged over 800 community members of all ages. DPD aspired to provide an inclusive engagement process that accounted for missing voices in the community. We developed and strengthened great relationships with community partners that were vital for the engagement process. Some of our engagement highlights include over a 50% youth participation, a survey oriented towards business owners, a resource fair component at DPD-sponsored events, and engaging seniors. Participants provided the team with important insight on their priorities and areas that need attention. They also shared ideas on the programming, services, and spaces their community needs. This information will be an important resource to other departments and sister agencies as they appropriate funds for future initiatives. Six community priorities were identified. 1, increase access to housing options. 2, expand access to open spaces and neighborhood beautification. 3, prioritize safe streets and community spaces. 4, foster a culture of community health and environmental justice. 5, position opportunities for economic development. And 6, enhance community programming for all generations. Within these 6 community priorities, the study will provide corresponding objectives and action items. At the moment, a draft of the plan is in progress with ongoing coordination with the ward offices, city departments, and sister agencies. Once a draft is ready, it will be posted for 30 days for public comment. Copies will be distributed to community partners to allow residents to offer their feedback in any way they wish. We anticipate bringing the final plan back to Plan Commission for adoption in May 2025. At this time, I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Please.
This is great, and I just want to say, Commissioner, thank you. I know the Park District team has been working and collaborating closely on this plan. The only comment I will make is that I know that this is not complete and that we are still working together. There are some potential additional feedback that we'd like to incorporate into this plan because I think it is so valuable and so important. And I just want to applaud your team, Commissioner, for the work that's being done, and we look forward to more collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Do the commissioners have any additional questions of the staff or the applicant?
Not a question, Commissioner Boatright, not a question, just a comment. You did a phenomenal job speeding through this presentation, but I just want to acknowledge how much work this team has done in terms of engagement, young people, the number of young people engaged to really give their voice, lend their voice to what they want to see, and just priorities is so impressive. And so while he went really, really fast, I want to just take a moment just to say how hard my amazing team has worked on this project. And obviously this is just an informational presentation and he'll give more detail, hopefully a little slower. But I do appreciate your speed in presenting, but I want to acknowledge the work that you all have done and the engagement that you guys have done with all the auditors and all those wards, because it's not insignificant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Boatright. Again, this was an informational presentation. No vote is necessary, and we will move on to adjournment. Shall I have a roll call vote with that, Commissioner? Commissioner Boatright. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
In the right order this time. Commissioner Brumfield is a yes. Commissioner Carney is no longer here. Commissioner Escarino.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Tillman. This meeting is adjourned. Time of adjournment is 4:31 PM, 4:32 for the record.